Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
The time that you were spending doing this gaming thing, it's like, no, I have the complete opposite situation. Fortunately, you know, I know a lot of people don't have significant others that have support their hobbies or things that they're into, but my old lady is completely supportive. She likes hearing me talk about this show week to week. She knows how, you know, impactful like I feel from it, you know, us catching up and having a good conversation. So yeah, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. If you can't tell, I am going to be a little bit down in spirit than what you would probably traditionally get me, just because I had a lot going on, man. You know, behind the scenes stuff. Just got into a motorcycle accident yesterday, and you know, and that's shaking me up still, man. I'm still dealing with it literally happened yesterday, so still dealing with the reality of that, and what's going to come from that. Again, hopefully, you know, have a conversation with Paul, have a conversation with the wife, and talking to other people. Hopefully things do play into my favor, so we'll see where that goes. And then, like I put on the show, man, I made the post here yesterday, and I was kind of spur of the moment. I know some people like to do we're ramping up into the last show. We're going to let you know 3 weeks in advance. But sometimes, you know, life hits you like a ton of bricks, and you just got to be like, you know, I got to start putting my focus in other places. So, yeah, man. So this is going to be Living SplitScreen. Our last episode for now, episode 199. Not even 200 yet. You know, we probably could have got to 200 in this called it then.
PTK said it in our DMs over the shop. He's like, "Oh man, you just were one away from 200." I'm like, "Yeah, but the comeback special for number 200.
Oh, it's gonna be phenomenal. It's gonna be fucking phenomenal, bro. 200 is gonna be like a whole different thing.
Coming back.
So it's gonna be. It's going to be great, man. But yeah, it's just, you know, life comes knocking on the door, man. And again, I don't mean to get into like an influential motivational bag or whatever the case, although people have said that I should probably look into doing that. But yeah, man, life comes knocking on your door. And one day you just kind of evaluate, like kind of I was, you know, making content. And it's like, damn, maybe I should be spending this time getting into Udemy and really taking those classes that I bought for hundreds of dollars and, you know, actually making a change, instead of constantly putting stuff off to the side or trying to force something to work when you have real life that is going on behind the scenes. Because again, like we say on a week-to-week basis, me and Paul don't come here with the intention on being clickbaity or the intention of trying to make this the most recognized podcast ever. You know, it's two dudes who have a good rapport with each other, consider each other friends, good friends, and just have life going on in the background, major changes that are happening that do take your, you know, your thought process away from it, man. The time that we're spending, the games that we are playing, the variety and things like that, even for me, I think it's going to start getting hammered down, right? I like to come to the show on a week-to-week basis with games and stuff that are somewhat newer. Like I have Silksong playing for you guys in the background today. Game Pass is fucking phenomenal. So there is that, but it's a lot, man. When you're I'm trying to get to that 6-figure bracket, man. I know that might not be everybody's ambition, but you know, me having a family, wanting to be in a more comfortable position, you know, I want to have an office of my own, instead of feeling like, yo, I gotta somewhat manage myself. Cause again, I'm technically doing this from out of my bedroom. Mind you, my bedroom's big enough to do it, but it's like, this isn't the creative space. You know what I mean? I don't mind being honest about that. You know what I mean? You gotta step up. You know, I want to get new vehicles. I want to be able to, you know, set my daughter up properly. You know, there's things we're doing in the background to, you know, facilitate a lot of that. But unfortunately, you know, money doesn't equal happiness, but being able to get to a point because you know that you have the potential to be at that point, especially with all the experience that you got. at some point you do have to, at least for me, I want to be at a point where bills are the last of my concern. If things are going to continue to be, if food's going to continue to get expensive, whatever the case, at the end of the day, I'm not one of those dudes who's going to complain about it, right? Like, I don't, even for me, like, I do budget, but it's like a lot of times if I got to go buy milk, I got to buy milk. If I got to get eggs, I got to buy eggs. Like, there's just certain shit like.
Steel's got a little Gen X to him, everybody.
You know what I'm
Steel's got
saying?
a little
Like
Gen X to him.
Like gas, like the price of gas can continue. I got to put gas in the fucking car. Like what? Like,
bootstraps, baby.
Like the fuck you want me to do? You want me to fucking? Sure, I could bitch and moan and all everything else, but at some point it's like reality sets in, man. I want to, the next time that we come back and really start doing this on a week to week basis again. You know, I want to be in a more comfortable position, right?
Steel's gonna be in the Caribbean in a mansion.
No, I don't. I'm not that fancy. I'm a simple dude. I'm a simple dude, man. I'm a simple dude.
Fly the kids on a private jet to school every day. That's where Steel's gonna be as soon as we get back.
Nah. I'll just be happy to hopefully eventually get the 2017 Golf R I want. That's it. That's it. You know.
Steel actually won the $1 billion Powerball. That's actually what happened, guys. He's actually.
If that happened, I would tell you. And I would definitely.
I hope not.
I would definitely I would give 100K away to chat. I'm petty like that.
You just disappeared, bro. Just disappeared, bro.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, I would talk to you, but I'm disappearing. Just so you all know, I'm disappearing, man. That trouble that follows Powerball winners.
No, that's true. That is true.
I'm lowering. I'm getting a lawyer, and I am gone, and my family will know, and that's it, and they will be taken care of. People like Steel will be taken care of, right? But that's it. You're never gonna hear from me again. I'm gone. I'm out of the limelight, bro.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that like. That's why, I'm one of those people where if I start making a lot of money, like if I see people in need, I'd be not that I would just do it carelessly. You know what I'm saying? But if somebody was like, "Yo, Steel, can I hold $100?" I'd be like, "Bet, it's on it." Especially if we have a decent rapport, whatever the case. Like I don't know, man. Like I've always been like that. If I have it to give, not, you know, within reason, I'm not going to give. I've never given something with the expectation of I need it back without saying it right then. Hey, I'm going to need this back. So I've always been like more so along those lines. If I can, I would. So that's just kind of how I would look at it. But yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. I would definitely lawyer you up for sure. You're not about to come pull up on me, because the next thing is going to end up happening is I'm gonna have to pull out the stick on somebody, and it's going to be a bad day. I still need to deal with all that. You know what I mean? And to your point, you know,
I want peace. I want peace.
Yeah. I agree. I would definitely build me a little cul-de-sac, a community or whatever, and move some family, something. You know, I'll probably do something. Buy
up some land, let everybody live on. That's cool.
Like, yeah, I do something like that.
I'm down for too. Yeah.
Oh shit, Decado, man, why? And this is the other thing that I'm gonna do, because of the how YouTube does the splits and everything. I want you guys to know that your dollar is going to the people that you're trying to support. So if when we do come back, I am gonna do a Patreon and everything else as well, so that you can directly support us if you would like to. Right? Again, YouTube takes a split on everything that people donate and everything else, which again, it is what it is. But I do also understand the perspective. I'm even like that. Like I would rather than sending somebody a super chat, I would rather donate that $5 to your Ko-Fi or to your Patreon or whatever the case may be, because I know that you're getting 90% of that cut. You know what I mean? At least, and that helps to support the creator. So I think that's always dope, and to see those opportunities happen. So we are going to talk about gaming. Again, I'm just trying to work my spirits back up, man. Trying to work my spirits up, but like I was mentioning, the Decado came through with the red 180 bones. Decado, man. I just can't look. I'll let me read your super chat first. From a gamer to a couple of gamers, a game from me to each of y'all for your time on hiatus. We will be here when y'all get back. Look, Decado, everybody in chat, having y'all come out on a week-to-week basis, again, and we have consistent people that come check us out, right? Has been nothing short of amazing. You know, I'm always grateful to everybody who comes to check us out, because again, you know, I know a lot of people will look at it and say, oh, well, these guys only got but so many views, and that might be some of the narrative that people use. Oh, well, these guys are only getting but so many views, so why's it slowing down? It's like, you can believe whatever you want to believe, dog. I am extremely grateful that we have anywhere between 200 to 1,000 people who end up checking out our videos on a week-to-week basis, whether they're watching it on playback, however y'all are doing it. And then when we're live, having anywhere between very minimally 30 to 100 people that check us out on a week-to-week basis. That is just a beautiful thing to me. And I want you guys to know that I am extremely grateful for all the moments and memories and conversations that we have had up to this point. And keep in mind, like, this isn't like, oh, I'm just gonna disappear from the face of the earth. It's just content got to get pulled back, man. I'm still gonna do my rain checks where I can randomly talk about stuff. Very low friction content, as I would consider it, right? So I'm still gonna do stuff like that because, again, this is a passion of mine. I still like talking about this. It just may not be as varied as it has been, right? Because I'm just gonna be slowing down, consuming podcasting.
I don't think that can be questioned at this point, Steve. Right?
I would hope not.
You were in a motorcycle accident yesterday, brah.
That is true.
And you showed up here, and it wasn't like a little one, guys. It wasn't like he just, I dumped my bike a little bit.
Nah,
it slid a couple feet. Nah. This was a legit accident. Okay, yeah. Legit accident. So that he's sore. So the fact that he's here again shows how much passion he does have for this and why we do this on Saturdays. So, anyways, I had to throw that in there, but give yourself no credit.
It's. I appreciate that, but I mean, Paul, on the back end of what Decado sent in here. I mean, what else would you like to add on there, man?
Yeah. Well, like when Steele hit me up and shout out to the legendary Yobi, member for 22 months, Horde of Wars, giving us the Horde of Wars. Hey, choo-choo, motherfuckers, choo-choo. And Decado again, brother, all love. Steele said it all, but appreciate you so much. Appreciate all of you. Again, it's never expected and always just appreciated around here. Again, that's not why we do this, right? Again, Steele reiterated that we'd love for this to be a full-time job that takes care of both of our families at some point, but that's just not real life, right? So, but we do this because we love y'all. Oh, here comes legendary Yobi dropping on through here. Love you, brothers. Listen, I'm working on something special for episode 200, so please keep me posted. Seal Pong, we will be here for you when you return. Saturdays are epic because y'all make it much better. Y'all make my Saturday mornings. Love LSS legends. Legend yourself, sir. And you know how it is, legendary Yobi. You've taken your breaks as well for a variety of reasons.
Absolutely.
Hey, bro, all love to you, sir, and all respect to everybody in this chat for all the times that you guys have come back after we've taken a couple weeks off. Again, we don't know how long this one's going to be. It might be a bit, but we are going to come back. Like, this isn't a breakup episode, right? I'm not crashing out on Steel, and he's not getting rid of me.
Nothing like that. Definitely nothing like that.
Nothing like that. So no, and Steel hit me up yesterday, guys, and said he was, kind of had this on his mind, that maybe he needed to step away a little bit. Like I told him, right? You guys all know I got big stuff coming up, right? I'm going to be doing a major move at the end of the year. Totally changing my life again at age 50. So I got a lot coming up, and time.
Nothing to sniff at, yeah.
Yeah, time's winding down here, right? And I'm on the clock, and so it's going by really fast. And like I told Steele, there was going to be probably a few weekends, if not more, where I was going to have to say, hey, I can't do LSS this weekend because of how much I've got coming up. So it wasn't just Steele. He brought it up, but I would have been taking time off of LSS too at some point here and there for sure, at least. So it all kind of works out. But like I told Steele, when you get that intuition, you start getting that feeling, you got to run with it, man. And you got to take your break, and you got to deal with what you got to deal with. Because again, we all have real life going on. The fact that we've been here for nearly 200 episodes, 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years, bro.
This,
like, again,
4 years of doing this, right?
Sniff at, like,
and we've missed very few weeks, right? We've again, when you look at it, we haven't taken off that many weeks. That's the consistency that is really tough because real life is for everybody, right? Mab just had to take time off. Like the fact that we were even able to go for as long as we have, and that Fun Speculation went for as long as, we did over there without ever really having a break, like that shows you like, holy shit, man, because most people, shit happens, man. Shit comes up. And it just so happens that Steele and I both got a lot going on right now. And it's just kind of a perfect time to kind of, take a break and kind of take a step back. But we both love this. Neither one of us are burnt out on this specifically. It's just a matter of time, and real life takes precedent because again,
Yeah,
We
this
gotta pay the
is
bills. We gotta do shit. We got, Steele's got his whole family. Yeah, I'm in a different boat from that point now, but it still means I got big changes that I got to make sure that I'm secure, because content creation, I've always told you guys, it's a part of my counseling session each week to come here and kind of, talk with my friends and talk with you all in the chat and talk about gaming, kind of get my mind off real things. That's all great and dandy, but it does get hard when there's big pressing matters on the outside. It does get hard. Like, as much as I enjoy it, there have been weeks maybe where you guys never knew it, but I was under a lot of duress, right? And that gets hard, man. So we're going to take a break. But we love you all. We're going to come back. And like we said, episode 200 is going to be freaking spectacular when it happens. And, you might see me in a completely new place at that point. We'll see how long we take a break for, but it's going to be a fun time, man. But we just love you all. We love the support that you've given us. Again, we've built a small, but just absolutely solid community who supports us week in and week out just by coming and listening and interacting in the chat.
yeah, 100%.
That's a big thing. And then, like Steele said, on the back end, for all the people that listen to us and to catch up with us without being live, all the same love and respect to each and every single one of you, right? You're all part of the family too. And I think it's just amazing what Steele and I just decided, kind of when I hit him up on kind of a whim and said, hey, you want to do a podcast together, to what we actually did and made it our own, the way that we do it 3+ hours every Saturday.
Every Saturday.
For us, right? 3+ hours, not structured, free flow, and like just Steele and I bullshit. And people can say, well, you guys talk too damn much.
Okay.
Less is more. All that kind of stuff. Don't care. Don't really care. This is the show that we wanted to do. And I can't be happier to be doing it with, again, one of my best friends in real life right here, who I've never met in person, but that doesn't matter in this day and age with the technology. That's a great part about technology. And then all of you who I've gotten to know out there, right? Just through our chat. No, I don't know you like that, right? We're not talking about family stuff like Steele and I do, but it doesn't matter. You're a part of our family here, and it means the world to me. And I know that you all are passionate gamers, which is a big part of my life. And that's the connection, right? That's the connection we've made here. So love you all. And we are going to be back, obviously. We're going to talk games today. We're not going to be all sappy all episode here.
As we do.
Definitely was not the plan. But we obviously need to talk about it a little bit. And then obviously Steele had extra stuff happen yesterday, which was crazy. And
yeah,
so here we are.
Fucking Jesus.
Here we are, man. So, but love you all. Jax 82 with the $4.99 super chat. I will be here for episode 200 when you all return. I'm not always here live, but do watch on demand. Always great conversations. Always keeping it real. Hey, Jax, again,
that's greatly appreciated.
All of you. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. However you guys consume us, however you guys listen to us, it's all the same. Without you guys, we are nothing. Again, it's just me and Steele sitting in Xbox Live, playing games and chatting, and we'd be doing the same damn thing. But instead, we come here on Saturdays and get a group together, and then have a group afterwards that listens to us. That enjoy that same kind of conversation. So again,
and who knows?
Thank you all.
I mean, we still got Battlefield 6 that we're extremely excited for. We still got Arc Raiders as an example. That we're extremely excited for. I like, this isn't like, I mean, again, I do suggest
we're disappearing off the face of planet.
I do suggest that, like, hey, if you don't want to continue subbing or whatever the case, hey, make sure that you don't, because again, I can't promise consistent content. Again, I'm still going to do my rain checks, and I do plan on still uploading those to Living SplitScreen. I'm probably going to make those members only for those who are interested in that. You can get it on my personal channel for free if you want to do it that way. Just because, again, it's low effort content for me. It's easy to upload, do it straight off my phone. But as far as everything else, man, I just, want to be in a different spot, really get the battleship together, as for a lack of a better way to put it. So, and Fahim says, Steel Rain, I hope you're okay, man. Praying for you, big man. Hey, I appreciate the Fahim. I feel all right. I still haven't decided whether I'm going to go make a hospital trip. Again, that's the other reality of stuff, man. Time and, spending the time to go do that and everything else. It's like, fuck, man. I don't necessarily feel that I need it. I had ambulance come out and check on me yesterday, check my vitals, and I was everything. I was coherent. I didn't black out or anything. I didn't lose any consciousness. But I did lay on the floor for a little bit. I laid on just laid there looking at the sky as soon as because I flipped over the bike and everything. So tumbled a little bit and just looked up and was just like, it was one of those, why God moments. Like, you know, you just, you wonder why things continue to try you the way that they do. And sometimes it's to wake you up a little bit. So, Nixie says, "Still go, don't delay that stuff, bro." It's a good point. All right, so maybe we'll get into a little bit more sappy stuff at the end as we wrap things up. Pong, you got a hard stop today?
No, I don't have a hard stop today.
No. Again, I don't necessarily plan for us to have a 5-hour show today, but we'll see how things play out. Probably get a traditional 3 to 4 hours potentially. So just be on the ride for that if you're interested. But also, Lord Chaos said, "Pong is still good morning. Sorry to hear about your troubles. Still glad to hear you're okay. Blessed." That's the main thing, man. If throughout everything, it could have been so much worse, and it wasn't. So that is a blessing in itself. So, you guys are top.
No, Nixie, I'm not moving to Hollywood, Nixie. By the way, I just saw your question, sir. I'm not moving to Hollywood. This space is not Hollywood made, right? So,
yeah, no.
So we good. We good. We're not doing Hollywood at age 50. Go someplace warm though. I will tell you that I am getting out of here for sure.
That is fair.
I don't know yet where
warm.
I'm going because job is going. It's going to be dependent on job. But yes, I could be moving right next to Steel. Who knows? Like that is a potential. So we shall see where I wind up, man. So, but it will be warm. That's all I know.
What else? You guys are top notch to keep it 100 all the time, if we like it or not. I mean, and again, that's the whole concept, man. And the fact that you notice that, Lord Chaos, I mean, that's kind of the idea. The fact that you guys show up week to week with us being genuine, you know what I mean? It's also very impressive to me because it's like a lot of people, you know, you hear it all the time, especially in our community. Because I'm probably going to pull back from the X community too. I'm not saying that I'm going to make some whole new fucking page or whatever. I'm not going to do that. But I already don't engage with a lot of people on there, right? I mean, again, the YouTube, you know, the algorithms working the way that it is. Now we got AI affecting the YouTube algorithms the way that it is, apparently.
He was coming back as an AI girl.
Hey, probably. It's going to be my wife.
He's going to be a gamer girl. He's going to be an e-girl.
That's exactly what it is. Come back with a VTuber. I'm going to come back as a VTuber.
Do that shit. All of a sudden, LSS shows up back up. You start doing clips with VTuber. Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go. Little anime waifu.
Have anime waifu. Steel's going to be anime waifu. There we go. This is just for y'all.
Let's do it.
Shirt. Yep. I'm going to be shirtless by the time I come back. That's exactly what it is. First show back, shirtless.
Oh, God. I'm going to.
Somebody also said something fun. Lydian says, seeing Steel play a Metroidvania, granted an S rank one, is crazy work. Yeah, man. Again, I did play some of Silksong. I am actually enjoying Silksong as well. I'm actually liking it more than I like Hollow Knight. I don't know. I can't quite put my hands on what it is outside of maybe it's the character movements. I don't know. But I'm liking it more. So there's that. Maybe I'll possibly continue to play that.
So somebody posted yesterday, Steel. Somebody posted yesterday.
What?
I just remembered because I was just watching the video in the background. Somebody posted yesterday, Silksong nude mod already out.
Really?
And they showed pictures. Yeah, it's her. She basically all got black body. It's just a black tight. Like that's what it looks like. They just took the dress off of her, but she's all black. Like that's all it is. It's freaking hilarious though. I was like, oh my God, that is the new mod. Yep.
No, that's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about Team Cherry, by the way, guys. I know it's been a big conversation this week. There's some really weird takes out here. It's
gonna be interesting to hear what kind of takes you kind of come away with.
Bro.
Because I don't know. I haven't heard too much. The one thing that I will say that I did think was interesting is how excited people got about the price. I think that just tells a lot about the state of the industry that we're in. Because again, their first game was $15-$20, right? I think what people say, they've raised the price by like $5. I mean, again, like all things considered, it wasn't so far out of scope. Now, if they would have came out and said the game was $40, you know, I could understand that being something to talk about. And even at that price point, I think probably would have been still a good deal for people. And maybe that's what they were surprised about. But again, like small team, again, from everything that I've heard, however you feel about Jason Schreier, he has a scoop. He's actually talked with the team as well. He's got some inside information about why the game took so long. And apparently the game took long because the team was enjoying just having fun making the game. They were taking their time with it. They'd get to a certain point and say, let's polish. They polish and say, oh, well, now all the areas need to be polished like this. And that's what made them take the game so long, right? And that's refreshing to hear when you get all these other negative aspects of game development, right? Where people feel like they're forced to make a certain style of game or they're not having a good time. And when you have a team who is actually truly enjoying making whatever experience that they're creating, I think that's something that you got to keep in mind. That's good stories to hear. And if that's why it took long, again, I don't think that a game like this should have took that long if you're just asking my personal opinion. But again, they're the developers. And if they were having fun making it, and that's part of, they were just continuously adding on, wanted it to be in a good spot. Again, I'm not hearing anybody complain about performance issues on any device. You know what I mean? Not saying that this game possibly should have had it, but again, there's just a lot of quality of life things, a lot of attention to detail, a lot of things just stand out and super dope for this style of game. So super fire, man. But yeah, if you don't know where you're at, this is Living Split Screen. This is episode 199 before we go on hiatus. And if you're new here, tuning in for the first time, Living Split Screen is a non-console-centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming stratosphere, at least for the most part, excluding Nintendo seemingly. But, you know, there's neither here or there. We like to take that RTS approach, real-time strategy, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for the potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. Also, we're the home of that ECP. That's that educated consumer perspective, just meaning we don't work in the gaming industry. Hey, maybe I come back, maybe I will. But we don't work in the gaming industry. We're just two dudes with plenty of professional knowledge behind us, as real life goes, and also gaming experience that we like to bring to the table. Maybe play a little armchair CEO, have some fun, and enjoy a conversation with each other. Other than that, I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere, Mr. Live Raw and Uncut himself. And I talk a little bit about what I've been playing here coming up, but I gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, the phoenix that seems to be rising on Marvel Rivals all over the place. Their updates continue to look delicious.
Still haven't played it.
They make me question about jumping back in for a PvP experience, but nonetheless, the uncanny gentleman, my brother from another, my confidant, the man, the only other guy that I could imagine doing 3+ hour shows with on a week-to-week basis up to this point, something that most people would tell you is absurd. You guys are doing too much. You guys just got so much content to bring. Maybe you should break it down. Nonetheless, my guy, Pong Soul, what's going on, brother, man?
Happy Saturday, everybody. Happy Silksong release week, by the way, everybody. Happy Hell Is Us release week, which I'm going to talk about here in a second. Happy Everybody's Golf Hot Shots release week. What a hell of a month, man, for gaming. But great to be here on a Saturday. Again, a little bittersweet today, obviously, as we are going to go on hiatus here at episode 199. Again, if you are just tuning in for the first time and catching us on our last episode before we take a break, you got 198 other episodes to go back and tune into. And trust me, that'll keep you busy for the next year as a backlog if you really want to dig into our content. So, but thank you all of you who are here on a consistent, regular basis, all of you that consistently listen to us in the future. As you might want to do after the show is posted. We love you all, and it's the reason why we've done 199 episodes here on Saturday mornings, like Steele and I were talking about earlier. So thank you all for being here for another one, and thank you, Steele, again.
Yeah, man.
I told him in the background, bro, I can't believe you're doing this, and I told him, Chad, I said, listen, I know we announced this as our last episode, but if we just need to start the hiatus now, let's just do it because you got in a motorcycle accident. So, but he is here, so I appreciate you, brother, for that so much beyond that, you know. So, right. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna have a good time. But gaming is alive and well. I know. I we talk a lot here, and it kind of goes to what Steve was talking about before too, as far as we are who we are as gamers, and I think that's part of the reason why people in the chat, have said, even when we disagree with you guys, we love you and you guys keep it 100, all that kind of stuff. It's because we don't try to gatekeep. It's because Steele and I don't try to present ourselves as smarter than anybody else. Again, we can certainly get into conversations. We will stand on our hills and have a conversation with people. But at the same time, we are not some of the people out here who like to think that they are smarter than everybody else and try to keep people from any type of discussion whatsoever unless you are
1000%.
talking the way that they talk. So I think that's a part of it. And I know a couple of weeks ago I kind of said with all the stuff I got going on, I was kind of done with buying games outside of Battlefield 6. And funny things happen, Steel. Especially when you're a gamer and when you're an addict in gaming, right? Which I am. I love buying games and I love trying games. But I've been so busy, I haven't had time to really dig into anything. But I got sick over the weekend because I don't know if it was the change of the season or I do work around a couple people with young kids who are back in school and they bring that shit to work, right? So, but I did get sick and I thought it was purely allergies, but then it just got worse. So what happened, Steel, is actually on Labor Day, I was really feeling like shit. I was only getting a few hours of sleep a night. And I want to take a Tuesday off as well.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, so Hell is Us. I knew it was dropping this week, but I was going to hold off.
Oh, you did end up copping it, right?
Yeah. I made a post earlier this week about it. But early access started and I was sitting there, I was feeling like shit. I was like not feeling about playing it, but I was all of a sudden it's like, oh, Hell is Us. I saw people post, oh, Hell is Us early access today. But I'm like, oh shit, that's right. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm like, let's do it. I'm like, I want to support this team. Let's go do it. So I actually wound up finding it, and it's not even it's only a $60 game, right? And I wound up finding it on sale from one of the key shops. Steel. I only paid for the deluxe edition. I only paid like $53.
That's not bad.
$54 for the
deluxe are like 70 normally.
Yeah, deluxe is 70.
That's
so
good. $20 70.
So yeah, I paid something like that. So I was like, cool. So picked it up on PC, obviously. Since I got through a key shop, I was gonna buy it on Xbox, but I was like, you know what? Nah, let's just do it. It's not a play anywhere game, so I'm like, let's just pick it up on Steam. So picked up Hell is Us. You guys know that I talked about this a couple weeks ago for the demo that I played, that I fell in love with, that I told you that this was a really, really good AA game here. And I started seeing the reviews, started reading the reviews, both good and bad. And it sounded like what I played in the demo, my impressions from the demo, Steel, were exactly what other people who enjoy these types of games were getting out of it.
Okay.
So I was like, cool, let's go. So picked it up. Like I said, wasn't feeling the greatest, but I still was excited to play the game. So jumped into it. And of course, I had already played the intro, basically the intro kind of portion from the demo. Now there was a couple additional things in there that I didn't remember from the demo that were actually in the live version.
Okay.
Nothing major, but just a couple different ways that they set up some of the cutscenes and that kind of stuff. So whatever. Nothing major. So I kind of knew what I was getting into, right? Which helped me out get through the initial part a little bit faster than I did the first time playing through the demo, right? So that helped me get into the game right away. Was comfortable with the combat, was refining myself because I learned so much from the demo as far as the combat goes, being more patient. Not that I'm great at that all the time. I still wind up getting caught. But Rogue Factor, the developers here, Steel, took... Again, the slice they gave us during the demo is exactly what you get into the game because I went beyond. I am now 9 hours in to the game. I am into the entire next section from the opening section. I'm into the next section. And this game, like, people had complaints about the number of different enemies. There isn't a whole lot of variety, all that kind of stuff. To me, this game is not about that for me personally. So therefore, I don't mind it. Of course, I love games that have all different types of varieties of enemies. But for me, this is a narrative puzzle adventure game with action combat and some loot, right? And it is freaking awesome. And I still have not even opened up everything, even though I'm into the second part of this. So I've got more to open up. I got more to figure out. But I love this game. This game is dope as shit, and I hope it's going to get lost in the shuffle. It's a AA game. It's from a dev. I had to go look up, by the way, Rogue Factor, because I knew the name, Steel, but I was like, what have they done? Let me tell you guys real quick what Rogue Factor's done in the past and why. Again, these are you guys know. You guys have been listening to me nearly. Some of you have been here for nearly all the time we've been here. 4+ years. You have heard me say this multiple times. I love when dev studios continue to be who they are and they just continue to grow over time naturally, right? They just continue to get a little bit better and better as time goes on. And that's exactly what Rogue Factor has done. This is the team that brought Mordheim City of the Damned, which is a turn-based Warhammer-based game, okay? Turn-based tactical game. Did pretty well for itself. There's a ton of content. Ratings aren't the greatest on it because, again, budget-wise, back then they didn't have a lot. This was 2014 when they did it. I actually just rebought it on an Xbox again because it was on sale. I own it on PC. I own it on Xbox. I started playing again. I thought it was really good. I didn't realize it was Rogue Factor. And then Necromunda Underhive Wars.
Oh, the recent one. Okay.
Hive Wars, Steel, in 2020.
Okay.
Go look up Hive Wars and go look at the reviews. The reviews are shit.
Oh, damn.
This game, this is the one of the few Warhammer games that I have not picked up. It's been on sale for like $2.99 and I still haven't picked up because there are portions of the game that are absolutely broken and you lose your save or it locks you and you can't get out of it. Like the reviews are horrible still on Necromunda Hive Wars. There's fun to be had there. I've watched the gameplay, but I just stayed away from it. So that's what Rogue Factor has done in the past still.
Okay, so they
and
got a
then
little
they
history.
come through. Yeah, and then they come through with an original IP.
Completely different, yeah.
In Hell Is Us, completely different because both of those were turn-based games. So they go to a live action combat-based game. Now I heard other people say they didn't like the combat, that it was, not deep enough for them. Blah.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying
That's fine. That's fine. But I'm telling you, as somebody who's not looking for that Souls-like experience, who's somebody but doesn't mind a challenge when it comes to action gameplay, right? If I got to learn to parry, if I got to learn to dodge a little bit, I'm cool as long as that's not like the all be all end all of everything. And it's not in this game. There's other ways around that shit if you really want to do it. But it does have benefits to doing it. So if you're as somebody like me,
it's forgiving.
Combat is really good. And it's forgiving. It's really good. There's many different ways to recover your health via med packs or via this other system where as you hit an enemy, you start to collect some energy around you and you got to time it. There is a timing factor to it. Otherwise you lose it, but you can actually heal yourself and heal your stamina. This is a great balance for me, Steel. And it's good enough with the loot and with the different types of weapons and with your drone that gets different abilities. I just got this bull ability, Steel. The drone picks your ass up and charges through the enemies with you.
Oh, that's petty.
It's freaking awesome, bro. If you line them all up, you can get multiple hits and take them down like half, a quarter their health right out the gate by this bolt. But it's got to recharge and it's got almost a 3-minute recharge. So it is not something you can use consistently, right? All the time. So you got to plan it out where you want to do it. It's stuff like that keeps me engaged. But the story, the atmosphere of this world, Steel, I talked about the music being subtle, but very impactful when it starts to pick up in certain key moments or when you start to battle and it's creepy as hell, borderline scary, but not because you're in this kind of futuristic modern world.
Right.
But it's there, right? And it grabs you. And I went back and looked at the music. The guy who did the music, he has done a ton of music for a ton of different games, which made a total sense. Again, it just was like, oh shit, no wonder why. This is one of those studios, like I was saying, Steel, in Rogue Factor that has slowly built themselves up. Even through failure, they kept themselves together. Now, I don't know how much of the original team is there or not, but I didn't go that deep into my research. But this is just a team who has stuck it out, stuck around, and then this is a breakthrough. I think Metacritic right now, what's Metacritic?
I think it was like mid 80s or something like, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like I think it was Metacritic. Hell Is Us.
As you're looking that up, I do have, again, I mean, maybe you could speak to it more because I did see some people, of course, there's some of the usuals out there, but I did see some people complaining about the lack of information that the game gives you on screen, right?
This is bullshit, bro.
The exploration aspect of it and not holding your hand. Some people were saying that it was an extreme negative for them. Again, I don't necessarily mind stuff like that because I mean, again, I'm used to Souls experience. It's like part of a traditional Souls game is it being kind of convoluted in some ways where you gotta pay attention and you gotta read items and all that stuff. But if you can, what was the Metascore for real quick?
Okay, so
Not like
OpenCritic it's dropped to a 79 after
Okay.
72 reviews, right? Which is still 85 recommended, 85% recommend though. Yeah, from critics. Critics still recommend it, right?
Okay.
So 79 on a AA game, that's a good score. I don't care. We're not doing this whole 70 thing is a bad score, right? I just, you guys know how I feel about this shit. Whatever, score is a score is a score. For a team like this to come out with a game that, again, like Steel was just pointing out, is not going to appeal to everybody because of how the mechanics are set up within the game. This is not a mass appeal game. Okay, but for a AA studio to come out with a brand new IP like this and score, I'll give it an 80. Like, again, for most people, 79, 80. This is a great game. This is a really good game. But to your point, Steel, it does not handhold. This is old school shit here, Steel. We have a whole subset of, well, not even a subset. It is a big group of gamers who don't like games like this, right?
Which
who
I know
don't
make sense.
enjoy having to find everything out on their own, who don't enjoy having to pay attention. I get the fact, like, so far, there hasn't been anything, Steel, that has been, holy shit, what do I do puzzle.
Okay.
Bending. There are puzzles.
Some people made it seem like that.
This is why I compared it to Remnant 2, Steel. This is why I care. There are puzzles that are hanging there that I have no idea what I need for them.
Okay.
I haven't found anything that fits like the spot where I got to put something in.
Yeah, what you
like
need.
what I'm looking for. I haven't found anything. So there are certainly things like that, but that's part of the game, is going back once you find pieces and actually going back to and opening up these doors and opening up these areas. Again, this is where it reminds me of Remnant 2. This was our experience in Remnant 2, Steel. We were not handheld and told what we need to do shit. When the mirror showed up for the first time, when we were looking at it, we're like, that's a portal. Do we go through it or not? The mirror didn't tell us what we were going to walk into. Steel, when we teleported to that freaking crystalline castle, all gold out, gilded castle in the middle of wherever we were, when we were just somewhere completely different. Like, we were, that was not handholding. We didn't know what enemies were going to show up. We didn't know if we were going to be able to get back. We didn't know any of that shit. I love freaking games like this. The amount of people complaining about this is weird because none of these puzzles are outrageous.
Okay.
Yes. Do you have to pay attention? Yes, you do. Do they put it up on your screen? Markers? No, they don't. But do you actually have a device that you can go back and look at all the stuff that you've collected?
Oh, so it does keep up. So it keeps up with.
Yes, yes. Any notes that you find that are important still that have information, it gets cataloged in your arm. They basically got a PDA on your arm, right? That you can pull up anytime. It's got your inventory. It's got all that shit on it. But yes, you can go look at the important docs. You can look at the different collectibles that you do have that may or may not be a part of puzzles, right? You can go look at all that shit. Like, it's still there, but yeah, you have to do it on your own. So, but none of that enhances the experience for me, because I am the explorer. I'm the guy who is going out of his way. See, a lot of these reviewers, right? And we all know this. It's not made up bullshit. A lot of the reviewers don't want to explore. And they don't want to go outside the main quest line.
Timeline and got to get it done day one.
Yeah, we just want to do this shit, right? This game, if you want to find a lot of the secret shit, yeah, you got to go off the beaten path. But it's pretty obvious. This isn't some huge ass open world. Again, this is not some open world game.
Okay, so
I
still
would
sectioned
call
off.
it borderline semi-open. But even for me, like the semi-open, okay, well, yeah, I got the main path.
Okay.
I can go over here to the town. I can go over here to find a cave. I can go here, but it's not like some massive open world. I'm still contained in an area, an enclosed area, right? So it's not like you can get lost easily. Like, I saw some people complaining about the map, that it didn't tell them that north was different on the map. It shows you. Again, pay attention. Like, this isn't like, I couldn't believe that, bro. I was like, what the?
I didn't see that. That's
this
funny.
is why I don't believe people when they say they've been gaming for a long time. I just don't. I don't believe them. I don't believe that these people have been engaged in this. Maybe they gamed, but I don't believe they were ever to
You weren't engaged.
level.
Yeah,
the
weren't.
level that these people claim, the amount of gaming these people claim that they've done in their lifetime, I don't believe it. Because again, I'm not the greatest gamer in the world by any stretch of any imagination, but there's some basic shit that if you've been gaming for more than 20 years or even 15 years, you get when you walk into a game like this. Like, it's just natural. It's like, holy shit, yeah, I've seen this before, different ways, but I've seen this before. Hell is Us is a fantastic game. I think it's going to get lost in the shuffle because there's a lot of great games out there. I hope this thing has long legs.
People speaking about it though. People are talking about it, and it's right there.
I saw
along
a lot
with,
of people speaking.
I wouldn't say along with Silksong, but it is in conversation, right? I'm saying at least through the community or whatever, and people who are up to date on like newer games that release, that they were up on it. Again, the biggest thing that I had seen personally was the combat side of it. Like, there's a certain point in the game where you do. We always talk about the power fantasy and wanting to fulfill that power fantasy. And they do say that it's like a certain point, even on the hardest difficulty, you do get strong enough to where you just end up being, even if you're decent, you're able to bully the enemies, right? And depending on the type of gamer that you are, shout out to Fighting Cowboy. He's somebody that he's on the hardcore side. He takes shit serious. I mean, again, he is on point with his shit. So it's like when I try to get a perspective that may be akin to my own or set an expectation, because again, I don't think that I'm a god tier gamer either. I'm more than welcome to admit that, you know what I'm saying? But I do also have a thing to where, hey, if the combat doesn't hold me, and that's going to be an integral part of it. Not saying that that's going to be the only thing, because again, there's a lot of things that you're speaking to, Pong. Yeah. Again, the sense of adventure, exploration, finding things out for yourself. Again, a lot of the reasons why we play. I would also say that Remnant's probably not the hardest game in the world either. Now, it can be if you ramp up the difficulty. And again, the game tells you.
Jaspy,
again, you can't be.
That boss was ridiculous.
There was some of them. There are certain things, right? Like the game straight up tells you, hey, you may want to gear up a little bit before you just take this difficulty on, right? There are things like that, but it seems like, maybe there could be a little bit more balancing done on their end, over time. As they continue to expand out the game or whatever, if that's something that they choose to do. But from also what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like, hey, if you or somebody that's on the fence when it comes to a Souls experience, if you're somebody that's on the fence or you're looking for an action game, right? You're looking for something that has that eerie, those vibes that you see a lot of people get into. And that's what I mean about like that Souls, that vibe, you know what I mean? But is somewhat forgivable, is possibly easy to understand for most. It seems like Hell is Us is a solid experience for people to jump into. So again, I mean, it's something that I would definitely add to my backlog, right? Yeah. As far as my interest goes, it sounds like it's extremely intriguing, man. So that's dope.
It is. I
like what I'm hearing.
And I think to all the points about the combat. Again, that's not the main focus for me of the game, right? The main focus is the exploration and the narrative, because the narrative is really good. Like the story. Like, it's got me intrigued. Man, not everybody might not agree with this, but again, the religious aspects that they've got going on
so they got some religious stuff in there.
World. Again, like I said, it's they're not using real world religions per se. They've come up with new, so it's not like Christianity's there or Islam's there or anything like that. But the conflicts and the talking points around it is based on some real world religion, obviously. And they've got like priests involved. They got like bishops involved. There's shit like that in this game, but just how they're telling the story, because the story isn't all told just through people, again, and this is nothing new, right? But not every game draws me in where I'm reading the lore, right? I'm reading the lore, but there's dope, paintings, there's paintings, up, there's carvings in the wall, again, in, a different language that once you get your drone can be translated, and they give you little hints, right? So there's environmental storytelling going on here as well. So I'm just really into the world, man. And I think, again, as a first game, a lot of what people are talking about, to me, this is where I differ from people in a lot of ways, is because I forgive these devs that are trying a new IP for the first time that are coming out with something new. This is what we used to get, Steel, the first go around. Again, I am a believer that Mass Effect 1 is the best game, but most people will tell you that Mass Effect 2 is the better game. Why? Because BioWare took what they did in the first game
and
improved the shit out of it in the second game. Although they pulled back from the RPG kind of stuff.
I mean, they did.
I didn't like. But the combat, Steel, from 1 to 2,
it's night and day.
Even me,
the combat, the way the game feels, it's night and day.
Right. So
interaction.
This is where I go back to those days. And again, I know it's different now. I know not every game gets a sequel. Devs have one shot a lot of times nowadays to get it right, which is unfortunate because of the cost and the time involved. They get one shot, and if they don't hit it out of the park, then it's forgotten and people move on. I think Rogue Factor, if they survived their other games, right? And they survive. And again,
like you mentioned,
Mordheim is actually really, really good. It's just on console, the performance sucks, but on PC, it's actually really well done. But again, that was long ass time ago. But if they survived Hive Wars, Necromunda Hive Wars, and here they are with this, like, I'm assuming this game's going to do well enough from the way that people have talked about it and from how many people I've kind of seen playing it. Because I don't think this was it's a AA game. I think they're going to come back with a second sequel. And again, from what I'm seeing here, Steel, I'm already picturing, okay, so they're going to take all the stuff they learned. They're going to increase enemy variety. They're going to tighten up the combat. I can guarantee you they're going to add more flavor to the combat next go around. But as a starting point, this is a freaking good to great game, man. Like, this really is for a lot of different reasons. So go check out As Hell As Us. I'm gonna continue. It's obviously in the rotation. I'm glad I picked it up now, and I'm gonna be playing it.
That's really dope to hear, man. That's really. I mean, again, their foray with a new IP coming out, hitting above 80. I mean, I think that's pretty goddamn solid. I think it's pretty damn solid,
bro.
I think it's pretty fucking solid.
That's again, for how many people had little issues with it here and there, an 80 is a freaking solid ass game for a double. Like, again,
80s cartoon villain in chat says, I just forced myself to take a rest from Hell As Us to listen to you guys for a bit. Such a great experience. And again, I mean, I know this shit is like in a vacuum, and hey, this isn't, you're not supposed to take everybody's word for what it, but it's like, if it's something that seems appealing to you, like, again, I thought it was interesting to me. Don't have all the time in the world, we're fighting things down, but I think it is something that you could definitely add to the catalog. So
right, absolutely. The other thing I will say, and I got to shout out because it is going to get lost in the shuffle, I'm afraid, but I hope people pick it up. Is Everybody's Golf Hot Shots? It's back. Oh, okay. Again, I sent out a tweet yesterday.
I think it got good ratings too, I thought.
Yeah, I can look it up right now. I did not actually look at this one.
Maybe I'm off on that.
Oh, I saw VGC gave it 4 stars out of 5. So
okay, that's not bad.
I'm assuming that people have.
I thought it had it over.
It's not going to be everybody's bag, and that's why Sony was going to mothball this game. I sent out a tweet last night with some screenshots. Again, I wasn't planning on picking up, but it dropped, and I was like, and I again, it's $39.99 full price on Steam, right? So it's a $40 game. I got it for $33 through a key shop. Bandai Namco saved this IP, and that's all I care about because this is one of my favorite golf games, and it's not going to be for everybody. It never has been, but I love how they do this, and Bandai pretty much nailed the franchise. Okay. There's a little different feel to it from the old ones. It's lacking a little bit content wise, but they added some more modes that have never been in, like a wacky golf game mode. Which are dope. I actually tried out a couple of them. They're kind of, the bomb one is pretty dope. Actually,
sounds kind of cool.
I forget what it's got, boom golf or bomb golf or something like that. Like, they randomly have landmines planted out on the course. And you don't know where they are, so you hit your ball. You could make the perfect shot, but it could wind up in an area that has a landmine, and it explodes and sends your ball in a random direction, and it can land and hit another landmine.
That's better.
So last night there was one. I was playing against the computer. I was playing against the CPU, and they I think it was 5 in a row. Like, it bounced them out of bounds. Like, they hit so many landmines. It was crazy. So just stupid stuff like that, which is dope. Again, this is not a serious golf game, but it is fun as hell. But they nailed the, cutesy anime characters. They nailed all that shit. Have not gotten into the shop yet. I have not opened up the shop. so I can start shopping other characters. You only start with 2 characters and 2 caddies,
Okay.
or actually 1 caddy. So that's really limited compared to the other ones. You got to unlock a lot of shit. I hope Bandai expands out. I haven't played obviously all the courses yet. The courses right now are feeling samey, which back in the day wasn't really a thing. You felt unique on each course. They are kind of feeling samey, but I don't care because that's not really what I'm playing the game for. It's more about the golf itself and the characters and just having fun. And that's all there. Right. So, yeah, Everybody's Golf Hot Shots is out right now. It's on PC, it's on PlayStation, no Xbox, obviously, because it's still licensed by Sony. So they license the IP out to Bandai Namco.
Is it crossplay? Do you know?
That's a good question. I don't even know if it's. I don't know if it's crossplay.
I hope so.
It is multiplayer,
but
let's see. Average score right now is 70. 71.
Oh,
so
damn.
Not everybody's like it out of 19. Not everybody's liking it. But again, I like it. So I guess it's going to be hit or miss for people. But like I said, I could see where people probably got pretty critical compared to the old, like Dual Shockers even gave it a 5 out of 10. I can see compared to the other Everybody's Golf and the Hot Shot Golfs from back in the day, how it lost a little something. But I'm hoping as it opens up more, maybe Bandai will spread it out. But with that kind of rating, I'm sure a lot of people are going to skip it. But I'm just happy to be playing it on PC at this point. So I picked that up as well. I'm having a good time with it. It's one of my favorite franchises from back in the day as far as golf goes. So I had to pick it up. I FOMO'd into it. And I'm not mad that I did because I've already played a bunch of it. I was playing more last night and I'm having a good time. So yeah, that's Everybody's Golf Hot Shots as well. Let me see if it's crossplay. You asked if it's crossplay.
Yeah, I'm just interested.
Crossplay. I wonder if they did that because you don't have. Let's see. It's a crossplay. Well, I can't get a simple answer. I hate this.
Yeah, I always find that stupid. It probably isn't. It probably isn't.
It's probably not.
If it doesn't have a direct answer, it probably isn't.
It's also on. It's also on Switch too, by the way. So Switch, PlayStation, and PC.
When you have multiplayer, I mean, again, I know it's not just so simple, and I know it costs money to do all that stuff, but it's just, again, we're moving further into the era of people missing out on games.
People on Steam are saying no. No, it's not.
Just moving into the era of people missing out on games where you have a multiplayer aspect that if you have more of people that can connect with each other, the better of an experience that you can have. But, and again, I'm not a developer. I always hear that it takes effort and takes time to do that stuff. It's not easy to do, but maybe that'll change.
Right. So that's what I've been playing, Steel. So new stuff. Again, new stuff which is kind of surprising. No Silksong for me. I'm not even going to download it.
That's fair.
I already know.
It's
on
if
Game
you've played
Pass,
Hollow Knight, if you've tried Hollow Knight, you're not.
I tried Hollow Knight. Right? I tried Hollow Knight multiple times. Indy convinced me years ago to go back to Hollow Knight and really give it another shot because we know. Shout out to Indie Gamer, by the way.
Yeah, much love to Indy.
Shout out to Indy. He's back. He's back, and he's in heaven right now because Silksong has been his most anticipated game since I've known him. Right. This is his game. But he got me to go back and try Hollow Knight again. Played it for a bit, but again, wound up. No, it's just not. I can't do platforming Metroidvanias.
And that's all. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is.
I can't 100%. Do it, man. So yeah. Other than that, no. Assassin's Creed Syndicate, by the way, still fantastic game, bro. I cleared out all the areas. So all the areas are now cleared. So now I'm running missions.
That's the chill game right now.
I'm back in, bro. Yeah, nah. The game is so good. I'm gonna post. Nobody cares. Nobody likes when I post about Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I will say this, Steel.
Nobody likes shit. Nobody likes liking anything that has anything to do with gameplay of any game.
I know.
I swear to God.
Well, some of the newer shit gets a little bit of traction. Silksong people get a lot of traction with their shit. But yeah, I noticed too, man. Most people don't even give.
I share gameplay all the fucking time.
But anyways, I gotta say this about Syndicate. When did we say Syndicate came out again?
Fucking that was 2010, Jesus.
Was that 2014 as well, or was it 20? Earlier.
AC Syndicate was 2015.
2015. Okay, so the contextual.
10 years old.
Listen, I have not played Shadows, right? But I obviously played all Shadows the other ones, right? I have not played Shadows
so far.
But I still going back and playing the older Assassin's Creed. I don't know if the developers lost. There's been a lot of talk about this recently too, Steve,
Okay.
that a lot of developers have lost the ability to do what they've done back in the old days. Like there's been developer interviews where the developers admit that they don't know how the developers on a game pulled off certain things, right?
Okay.
It's like
It's always
knowledge
weird to me,
lost.
but
It's like
especially
it's
within the
really
same
weird.
engine and everything. It's like,
Right.
What do you
It's
mean?
really weird, and I don't know if I believe it completely. But going back and playing Syndicate, the
Mhm.
contextualized combat steel animations.
does it have like an Arkham flow to it?
Yes, it has.
I saw some gameplay. It
Now,
might have been yours, but I saw somebody
It
playing.
probably mine because I'm like one of the ones posting. I'm gonna post some more too. It is an Arkham style. Now, I will say that the inconsistencies, which people did point out back in the day, are still there. They never really fixed all the inconsistencies because there'll be times where you feel like you did the dodge, with the counter and it just doesn't pick up and you get hit, right? Or you press Y to avoid a gunshot. And it just doesn't seem to actually work, right? There are some inconsistencies there, but overall, I mean, I had a 90 plus combo the other night, right? So yes, it's got the Arkham to it, right?
Yeah.
When I was fighting like 7 people at one time, right? But the amount of different contextualized combat animations, depending on where you are location wise, where the enemy is, what is surrounding you, that you can be used in one of those moments where it goes to the stylized animation steel when you're doing a finisher or whatever else,
Right.
or you're killing them. Bro, I am blown away. Still, like there's still stuff that I see because again, it depends where you're having combat at. Like I just had one the other night I hadn't seen before because I wound up in a tight alleyway with a couple of guys that I wound up fighting because of course I slaughter everybody because that's how I play Assassin's Creed. So anyways, I wound up in its alley fighting somebody and I hadn't had somebody in that close quarters, that tight area before in this specific position where she pushes him up against the wall and then slashes him. But the whole animation sequence, I was like, yo, what the fuck? But then you get the multi-kills in here because you can stun them, right? You can stun them. And I had forgotten about this, actually, the setup. So you can go around and stun them and I'll have them kind of in, they get a hair left, right? Yeah. So they're all like, hanging around. You can set them all up and get up to 4 at one time steel. And they will do
all different ones.
Different various types of animations to kill all 4. That's what I like. And it can be all different. Like she's breaking arms and then she'll take the dude she broke the arm with, slam him into the guy next to him, go up, drop her knee into the back of him, get up, stab the other dude that's waiting right there. Like all smooth, bro. All the way around in this crazy animation. Again, Valhalla had some great animations. Odyssey had some great animations.
But they changed the combat, though. They did change the combat. They changed the
combat. Right? And this is totally different, man. This is Arkham style dance.
I do miss that about AC.
So good. I just don't know if the team could do it nowadays. Again, the variety is what gets me, Steel. Because then they've got, once you open it up, you can open up. They got mini games in Syndicate as well. So they got they got fighting rings, right, where you go down and you bare knuckle brawl people. Okay, right? And you got to go through the fighting. Well, of course, I'm leveled up because I cleared out all the areas before I started running missions, right? So I'm already leveled up, right? So, but bro, those animations are different from the ones on the street. And then you've got the multiple weapons to steal. So right now with Evie, I'm using a knife, right? A straight up knife, which I never did in my first couple playthroughs. I always used the sword cane, right? I love the sword cane so much. But I'm using a knife. Those combat animations are completely different than the sword cane animations that are completely different than the brass knuckle animations. And they use them in different ways. Like the way she uses her knife to slash and stab people is crazy in groups, bro. Like I just gotta say, again, I don't know if the team could pull it off nowadays. I don't know if this is one of those lost arts. I mean, that they just did it
with them changing the approach to combat, making it more that lock-on base.
They kept some of this in there. Like they steal
there is like in Valhalla. There is still some of that, right?
Yes.
Where you get in the multi. But I know what you mean because that's what I mean by like that Arkham style, or what I mean by like reusing animations, which is what like it makes it difficult for me to Final Fantasy VII even does it. The remakes do it too, where it's just like, I don't understand after a 3-hit combo why I'm seeing the same 3 hits again. Like especially in different situations, why doesn't the animation change to something different? And I get that there's work that you got to put in for that type of stuff, but what you're speaking to, and maybe AI will help with some of that, but it's like, I like to see that variation in combat. I mean, that's what made it so thrilling about the Arkham games, because you're like, you're doing this with one dude, and you turn around and do this with the other dude, and you got a dude behind you, he flashes yellow, you counter him, and then boom, you get into a moment where there's 2 dudes trying to hit you, you block them, and then you do something creative and break their back. And
with the variation,
like
Steel, what it does, what it does, Steel, the variation, with the amount of variation in this, right? Of course, you get lots of repeats, and there's just lots of
sure.
I mean, that always shows up. But what I'm saying is, even though it's automatically doing that animation because you are in a kill animation, right? You are finishing them off, right? It makes it feel organic when you see different animations come through depending on the situation, bro, right? So it just makes it feel organic. So even though you're not doing anything in that moment, that it's just processing, the finishing move off, it still feels organic, and it still makes you feel like you just pulled off some shit. You're like, yeah, let's fucking go, bro. It is dope, man. It is dope. I love Syndicate. I will forever. And shout out to Stanley Francois, who said, yeah, it's a fantastic game, and it's 60 frames now. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that this was one of the ones that got the free update from Ubisoft.
That's gonna be a 9-day difference.
4K. It's 4K as well, resolution on Series X. It's beautiful. Now there's still wonkiness to it. Again, animations in the clothing. That's the other thing. This is one of the ACs that still had a ton of people in the cities. Like, it is. Some moments are like, wow, bro, like this is what AC lost, like a lot, like the atmosphere in the city. But as you're moving around, they did so much detailed work on the clothing. Like, of course, this is a Victorian era London, right? Yeah. So the women have big dresses, right? They got
flowy, everything is flowy.
On. Yeah. Well, yeah. The when you're walking around, you'll notice a lot of times like the flowing dresses are 30 frames or 30.
Oh
frames.
Yeah.
Like they have it's stop motion shit.
On PC. Like they have a patch for that.
Of course.
So that it completely alleviates it.
Yeah.
So.
But it's still, the game feels so damn good, and the parkour in Syndicate is still some of my. Again, this is why Syndicate to me is a top 3 AC game, top 3 to top 5, depending on the day. I'd have to go back through and kind of figure it out. Most people would never say that. But as I played again, this is, I don't know, 3rd or 4th, 5th time I've started. I don't know how many times I've started Syndicate and started.
That's impressive in itself. Yeah.
The parkour is freaking phenomenal. Like, again, there are little things here and there where it's like, fuck, you guys could have just cleaned this up a little bit. Like, it's just, but overall, when you are in the moment, flowing the flow, I had one video, Steel, where I was hopping across boats in the barges in the river because they're moving and shit, right? They got moving barges, and then they got just barges that are just anchored, right? Mm-hmm. So you're moving across moving targets and onto, like, stop barges and that kind of stuff, and you're hopping over railing. They got little boxes floating in the water, so you can hop on one of those and hop. Bro, I moved across. I killed 8 guys across 2 different barges, and it was all just fluid as hell. No stopping, just running up on people, knifing them in the back, moving along, hopping up and over, coming down, assassinating, hopping over to the next barge. It just feels so good. Anyways, that's enough Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
Good stuff.
That's fun as hell.
I mean, again, that's what it's about. I mean, you've jumped into it multiple times at this point. I mean, I think that speaks enough for it as well. Haven't played it multiple times, so hey, I'm definitely shout out to that. Tim says Syndicate is one of the better ones. I'm still at Origins, not played anything newer. Playing them in order.
Nice.
Yeah. Shout out to that. I mean, Origins, I think, is where they ended up changing up the combat more so. I think there was one before that too, where they changed it. But yeah, I do like the more free flowing combat of what Pong's speaking to, because it made you, I don't know. There's just something, not every game needs to have this lock-on combat system when you can have the more, as long as you're pushing that direction, you'll tag that enemy. You know what I mean? It's not always perfect. Maybe somebody's closer, you end up hitting the person next to them versus the person you were trying to hit. But I think it added something dope to it.
It does. Yeah, and Stanley, the Jack the Ripper DLC is dope, bro. I can't wait to get back and play it. I'm planning on keeping Syndicate download. I'm gonna work through this one now that I'm this far into it again. I'm gonna work through it, but I can't wait. Jack the Ripper DLC is one of the best DLCs of all time.
I thought Mirage actually brought some of that back, if I'm not mistaken. for what you're speaking
I've
to.
got it downloaded.
And I still haven't
played.
played. I haven't tried.
I jumped into
it.
the intro and didn't get past. I just started the intro of Mirage. Right. I'm just getting into the story. Right. So I have not played Mirage yet, but I'm going to play through it and I'll let you know. But yeah, they're supposedly to bring some of that back. We'll see how.
Yeah. I think people were saying that Mirage felt more like akin to what the older ACs were in that style. So it's interesting. And I just like the ability of fucking Basim being able to fucking teleport between people to do fucking crazy shit. That's another one I got to get in there. I got to get through Shadows first. But anyway. Well, good stuff, man. You got a nice little plate right there. I like what you've been into. As you always do.
I was sick. I actually got some time this week, Steel. It was nice.
Now for me, one I'll immediately come off the cuff with is going to be Destiny Rising. Destiny Rising is a mobile game that I have been playing on PC through emulation. They have their own emulator. Forget what it's exactly called. I think it's called Moo or something like that. I've had terrible issues with that fucking emulator. I will never download that shit again. Every time I download it, it completely locks up my computer. I don't know why it does that. I do all the recommended stuff. I've even followed tutorials about it. Completely locks it up. So I just went with BlueStacks instead. Essentially, it's a Android emulator. Allows you to play PC games on your computer. Phone games on your computer, phone native games on your computer. But I've been playing Destiny Rising. As somebody that has fallen off of Destiny, especially more so on the PvP side of things, and unfortunately, Destiny Rising's PvP isn't strong either. It's also only available during the weekend, so it's like, god damn, dog. Like, why can't you just leave this as an open thing for me to enter? But as far as just jumping into a Destiny experience and getting those moment-to-moment feels, it is a game that is essentially a different timeline, right? It's essentially a different universe, I guess you can call it, for Destiny, so you don't have to be somebody that played Destiny 1 and 2 to have any correlation to what's happening in Destiny Rising. This game is being made from NetEase, and it is technically a gacha game as well. Now, apparently people crunch some numbers and they've come to the point to where people are saying that this is probably one of the most forgiving gacha games as far as that goes, where if you do put ducats down, it's extremely rewarding for what you get. Again, that is something that is somewhat of a turnoff for me, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that it is still good enough on a free-to-play level where it's just like, damn, I would potentially get the battle pass for it, play it, with my brother, because I was jumping in there with my brother, pushing through some missions or whatnot. I think I ended up getting to chapter 3, haven't completed it. Is it something that I'll keep in my rotation after actually playing the PvP this weekend? Probably not. It just kind of made me feel like, damn, I'd rather play Destiny 2's PvP if I was going to play a version of this. I was hoping that it would be better, but I will say the Gambit mode that they have, the Gambit-like mode that they have in there was extremely appealing, and it is something that I do wish. There's just a lot of things that Destiny Rising is doing mechanically, as far as well as like additional modes for PvE, having some of those roguelite elements as well that are extremely interesting. And it's just one of those things where it's like, damn, Bungie, like, where was your thought process in any of this? Why didn't it take NetEase taking your IP to come out and flush it out and add additional things to make it a little bit more enticing or to make it a little bit more engaging, right? And the game just came out. It hasn't even been out for 2 weeks yet, but it's extremely interesting, right? On every level. It has been engaging to play. I think the number one thing that is making it quite a bit different for me is I've played it completely third person, which is also really cool because it's like, damn, especially for PvE, why couldn't you just, like Destiny, Bungie, why couldn't you just have a standard third person option for your PvE content? Even if you didn't involve it in the PvP stuff, like just playing Destiny in third person. And Destiny has third person, like when you use your swords and like there's certain things that will put you in that third person, but being in third person all the time from shooting and everything else, it just makes it such a different experience. They even have it to where what I speak to all the time for, hey, if you're going to do third person, allow the aiming to be pretty well adapted as well. So like, yeah, when you aim in third person, it's kind of like you're aiming down sights. You could tell it's like the reticle zoom kind of hones in and you can tell that, oh, okay, it's more focus fire now, right? Where kind of what you would get from first person going from, hip fire to using your left trigger to aim, right? It's the same concept in third person. It's like, damn, I want more third person games to do this. I don't need to transition from third to first all the time. Like I can't stand that. That shit turned me off about PUBG, especially because it made you more accurate to do that, especially using snipers and stuff like that. I like to just, if I'm going to play third person, I want it all to be third person, not back and forth. But it does give you a lot of options, man. But the main takeaway from Destiny Rising that I do have is that it is just intriguing to me to see another developer take somebody's IP and iterate it in ways that make the fan base kind of question some things. Like, damn, why did this Chinese company or Asian company have to come out of nowhere and do innovative things with your IP that you seemingly haven't done? And maybe that just speaks to how Bungie has looked at their own IP, even on a creative standpoint, right? It's just certain aspects to it, how they handle strikes, how they handle the content. And again, I don't have all the time in the world in it right now, but I have played enough to at least get into chapter 3. I like what they're doing with the campaign. Like, shit, they were doing some on the rail stuff. Like, there was a section I played yesterday because, again, I made the comparison that Destiny Rising is kind of like Halo Reach, right? In Halo Reach, you played, it was your character, but the character was centered in the universe, right? You were Noble 6, although that was your custom character, but you were a central part of this team, right? Noble 6 could have been anybody, but you know that he existed. It's kind of the same concept in Destiny Rising. They give you a character known as Wolf, and he is kind of the central focus piece, but he is also meant to be your own kind of creative character, quote unquote, but he's still his own thing. There was this on-rail segment that I went through yesterday, and I just like this from back in the day as well, when games take you for a ride, right? We were getting chased by this servitor or whatever, which is this ball, machine, with this machine ball or whatever that was chasing, had fucking machine guns and rockets and shit on it. And you got on the back of this pike, which is like this Sparrow or this moving vehicle, and it just turns the camera around, and all your only focus is to shoot at the enemies that are chasing you. Fucking great, man. It's like little simple shit. It's like simple dumb shit that helps change the flow of combat or what's happening moment to moment, that you would think is like, maybe it's corny, but it's like, why not? All of a sudden I'm behind on the back of this vehicle. I'm shooting this machine gun. I got unlimited ammo. My only goal is to make sure that these guys don't reach us or shoot us enough to the point to where we can continue to progress. Gears of War did some of that as well, right? I just was extremely appreciative of it. Hopefully this does get Bungie to kind of look at what they would want to do with Bungie moving forward. I highly doubt it. I think they're kind of in a disarray right now, especially with how things have gone with Marathon. I don't have any hope as far as PvP goes on either end right now. Maybe Destiny Rising PvP will get better as down the road. But, I was hoping that the PvP in the game would be solid. And it's okay, but it's not what I'll be looking for, right? As far as balance and everything else goes, but
that's still cool that you tried it out though and you got something out of it, man.
I got something out of it. I mean, again, I do think they're telling a decent story, right? Them taking the aspect of just going down a different timeline, different universe kind of thing, freeing themselves of any chains of what a Destiny veteran would be expecting. And allowing that kind of free form. I think they have something here. I think they have something that can develop over time and be something extremely unique. I can also see them eventually bringing a native PC port, even maybe eventually bringing it to console, right? Again, we're getting gacha games on console now. And again, hearing that it is one of the more forgiving gacha games is cool to hear. But again, like I've mentioned here with Wuthering Waves, which I still think is top notch as far as action games goes, and one of the most renowned, at least for me, gacha games that I would recommend to people. I just, the idea of rolling for characters, although they make it really accessible in Destiny Rising and give you pulls and stuff like that, just that potential that I'm going to miss out on the character that I'm interested in, and unless I pay money for it, I just think it's dumb. So if there's not a way for me to do the battle pass, at the end of it, if I grind out this battle pass, I'm guaranteed to get this character, which I do think would be really dope. It's something that they could implement. And I do think that gacha games should probably consider, hey, if you're going to get somebody to invest in the battle pass, at least give them the hope, or give them the reassurance that, hey, if you complete all 50 levels, 100 levels, whatever it is, by the end of this battle pass, you will get the character, right? So instead of it being a chance. So that's really my only turn off, but it is enticing. I still have it downloaded, so we'll see what it goes on for. Ducato says, Duet Night Abyss doing the smartest thing ever by their night announcement. Yes. Speaking of gacha games, Duet Night Abyss is they're going, not only are they going to be free to play, but everything is going to be accessible in the game, right? You're going to be able to get everything in the game. You're not going to have to pay anything for it, right? So that was really dope to hear too. I got to look a little bit more. I haven't refreshed myself about what Duet Night Abyss. Ducato, if you want to kind of throw some main pointers in there, you can. I'll probably touch on those, because that's another one. It's Duet Night Abyss is essentially the best way to put it. It's an anime style Warframe, more so based on waifus and stuff like that. It's the easiest comparable thing that I can throw out there. And I only say that because it's literally very similar movement to Warframe. Like how we said the first Descendant had systems that were akin to Warframe, Duet Night Abyss is like literally taking the movement mechanics from a Warframe, how you traverse through the world and everything. Very similar. So super dope. Continue to play the modded Night Rain with my brother. So that's continuing to be a good time. It's just us being able to have fun. They're keeping it updated, having the over the top combat, nothing that has to be overly serious. It's not a PvP focused game. I will say Night Rain is adding in modes that is going to add even more variety. So I think that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the modded version. But essentially what they're doing is adding in a harder mode to where you don't know what boss is going to be at the end, right? So it just adds on an additional variety that I think is going to be very intriguing. Also, there's going to be additional stuff that gets changed per run as well, because already, like, depending on what boss that you're fighting, there's already some variance on the map that you may enter. Like, you may have certain areas that didn't exist in the previous run you did. They may open it up. It's just, there's certain things that change on the map and whatnot. And I think that this new mode is going to add even more variance to it. So it's going to be really, really unique. One of those things that doesn't necessarily hammer in like, oh, you know what you're going to get at the end. So Ducato says open world anime. Yes, Warframe is a good comparison. Nixie says, I want my cat ears at launch of the game. Don't want to grind for them. I get you. Hey, sometimes you got to work for the cat ears, man. What else can I throw on what have I thrown on the list? Well, of course, what you see in the background, Hollow Knight Silksong. Silksong is a game that I was not anticipating and jumping into. I did try Hollow Knight, and I thought Hollow Knight was okay. It didn't hold my attention. Again, a lot of the going back and forth and everything else. It's just, I'm not in that Metroidvania or Metroid-like space typically. There are like those roguelike games I like to, that allow me to kind of put on some content in the background, no matter what I'm consuming, the music, whatever the case, where I don't have to pay attention to the story elements. And I could just kind of run through it. Like BlazBlue Entropy Effect is one of those. Has those roguelike elements and stuff. But I said, you know what? Because of the hype of Silksong and everybody saying, how much they were anticipating this game, and just like really the sudden release of the game. Again, the game also is in Game Pass as well. It's also a $20 game if you just want to invest in it that way. It was kind of one of those where it's like, I was in one of my modes. I was just like, I don't really want to play right now. This game's releasing. Let me try it out to see if it's fucking going to be worth it or not, man. Like, fuck it. It's in Game Pass. Let me download it, see what's happening. Yeah. And I probably got, I want to say 6 or so hours in Silksong currently. And I will say, for whatever reason, and I don't know if it's the movement mechanics, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the character itself. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what to point out. Again, I don't have anything negative to say about Hollow Knight, the first game. I don't. It didn't keep me, right? I was like, I'd rather play something else. And I don't know if Silksong is going to continue to keep me, right? I've had some moments where more so like me fighting against myself, right? I've killed myself more in this damn game than the enemies have, right? Like just doing dumb shit, trying to see what I can get away with. There was one fucking enemy that is similar to your character, as far as like size and everything, where I was just doing the most. I'd end up in the lava sometimes. I'm like trying to get around, seeing if I can clamber onto the side of the fucking map and do little stupid shit. I just kept killing myself, and that was me getting more frustrated with it than anything else. I haven't necessarily found the game to be overly challenging. There was a boss that apparently I found, there was a boss earlier on that I personally felt like I probably should have came back to, because maybe I was missing a movement mechanic. I've been watching other people play, and because they don't give you like a sprint or a dodge or anything like that up front, right? It is something that you do end up unlocking. But I felt like I was missing something, but I continued to fight this boss anyway. I ended up beating the boss, right? By just kind of finagling the environment or whatever, getting them to not hit me as fast. I just felt like some of the moves and stuff were happening way quicker than I was anticipating. In this game, it's something also that I'm not used to. Again, with newer games, having iframes and stuff like that, where you have contact damage. If you run into the enemies, like old school games, you're going to take damage, right? So there'll be certain things where it's just like, oh, where if I do this bounce off the enemy, I'm kind of expecting that I can kind of flow through the enemy. It's like, no, if you bounce off this enemy and you land on top of it, this isn't fucking Sonic. This isn't Mario. No, you're going to take damage, bro. You know what I mean? Now, there was certain instances where it did kind of make me feel like Sonic, because you do the little jump attack on top of like Eggman back in the day, and that's how you did damage to him, where I was doing some of that, right? But there is an input with that. Like you have to hit and then bounce off, hit and then come off. Whereas like with Sonic back in the day, you could just, if you got it right, you could just keep bouncing on Eggman, right? Follow him around. But in here, nah, man, there's more nuance to it. So getting used to that as well, and not having those iframes that you can kind of rely on to kind of phase through the enemies is interesting. But I like the art style. The art style is extremely pretty. Again, if you're familiar with the first Hollow Knight, I mean, it's more of that. The depth of the game is also, I think, is really impressive as far for this style of game. Just seeing just how many, I saw somebody actually take a camera mod and kind of look through the game and check different angles and see how many layers that there are. The game has like fucking several layers to it, like even going back. So like just experiencing that depth, it's interesting, man. It's picking something for me, so I'll continue to play it until it doesn't anymore. We'll see how that goes. Maybe I get frustrated with enough of the back and forth to where, because again, the game is another one of those games to where you have to adventure. The game's not going to tell you where you're at unless you buy the compass, right? Or you buy the maps for the area. And to be able to use the compass, you have to have a map of the area. And the map of the area only gives you like sure, it kind of tells you where you are, but it doesn't tell you where everything is unless you start unlocking more and more and more. So there's a lot of push and pull, man. So again, for a game that I wasn't anticipating and having any interest in or giving any time to, it's gotten some time from me. So I think that's remarkable enough. So.
That's really good. Says a lot.
I'm enjoying it.
Says a lot. We could talk more about Silksong a little bit too, some of the narratives around it, but it's really good still. I mean, again, that's great. That's all you can ask for, something that you download off Game Pass and try it, even though if it's not, like you said, the first one was good, but it just wasn't your style. And you found something out of Silksong. I mean, again, that shows why so many people are interested in this game, because there are a lot of people who love Metroidvanias, and this one has been on the books. People waiting for this one for years and years and years now from Team Cherry, and they did so much more with this one. Yeah,
and you could tell
originally planned.
You could definitely tell. I mean, again, you want to say 10 hours for 10 hours. I would definitely say that whatever juice, whatever special juice that they had making Silksong, I feel it, and maybe it could just be the character and how they're handling stuff. I'm feeling the difference, and I think that's good to. I think that's good to come away with. So, especially for something I was able to jump into as part of Game Pass. And again, I think it's another great part of the ecosystem. So, but yeah, that's been pretty much it of what I've been jumping into, man, this week. And also playing Gears Reloaded off and on. And they're making some changes to the shotgun and whatnot. Still, you can still get one shot down by people. They changed some stuff in mid range. just to make it a little bit more fair, seemingly. And again, that's fine, because again, moving into Gears E-Day, I am of the mind that you do have to at some point establish what is your overall goal with this, right? The coalition does have a lot that they're working against as far as the Central Gears community, as well as trying to expand your game out, right? I don't think that Gears E-Day is going to be anywhere close to what we're getting out of Gears 1, right? I think there's going to be a lot more that's added to it, a lot more visceral nature, a lot more in your face. Hopefully, right? Maybe that's what the things that Microsoft has learned from Last of Us, right? That more in your face stuff that you're able to do. Maybe you're able to do a little bit more of that melee hand to hand stuff, versus just you running up on somebody with a chainsaw, right? Maybe you can give a 2-piece combo, a locust, and break their back or whatever. I don't know. Maybe you'll be able to do some interesting stuff. But yeah, I mean, again, to me, it tells them they are slightly listening. But it's just, again, I want the coalition to make their game first more than anything. That has been my complaint more than anything for Gears. The constant adjusting up and down and everything is, I do think that there is too much listening to your competitive scene as well, right? So I don't know. I don't know exactly what I want from Gears, but I do want them to create their game as well. So in fact, and tell us what their overall goal is. So, but I've been having fun playing multiplayer, getting in, catching some bodies, and just taking it for what it is, man. So. What? Lydian, I'm fighting the ants right now. The ants are fucking annoying. Yeah, the ants are they're bro. The enemies of Silksong, man, especially when you get to these red ants. Yo, these red ants will swap it up on you, man. They'll delay some moves. You think they're gonna do one thing, and you'll jump in the air. They'll jump in the air with you, and you'll take damage because of contact damage. It's fun. Another thing is like you can counter fucking moves and stuff. Like right, I forgot because that's something you could do in the first Hollow Knight as well. Where if you hit the enemy at the same time they hit you, you cancel each other out, right? So there is that skill level aspect of it as well. But they got some nice mix-ups, some environmental mix-ups as well. The enemies, you'll do one thing, and then you'll have a bomb come down from the ceiling, like, oh shit, where did that come from? So now you're dodging that and the enemies. A lot of stuff to flow in there. Yeah, the pairing. Super dope stuff. Wow.
Anybody in our chat who is a dungeon crawler fan like me, old school dungeon crawler fan, and Auto Battler fan, new game just dropped. I had never seen, obviously, because there's so many games dropping. It's Xbox Play Anywhere too. It's on Xbox, it's on PlayStation, it's on PC. It's called Dragon Ruins from Kemco. Now, Kemco is I'll call them AA JRPG. Maybe even single A, but anyways, the Kemco has been one of the few Eastern publishers that have been putting a lot of games on Xbox. You probably never heard of them because they are smaller stuff, right? They're classic 8-bit style JRPGs. Go check out this Dragon Ruins if you are a dungeon crawler, first-person dungeon crawler fan.
Okay.
It's got an anime style to it, which is freaking dope. And the artwork is actually really fucking good. And it says choose from 12 unique classes like Knight and Archer to build your perfect 4-member party. Dive into classic 3D dungeon exploration with auto mapping and fast-paced auto battles. With every run, enemies grow fiercer, level up, upgrade your gear, and take on an ever-evolving final boss. Single-player dungeon RPG experience full of pixel art charm. Yeah, the pixel art is just gorgeous.
Okay.
Relaxing exploration and combat and endless replayability. Through many challenges, become the legendary heroes. And it's $9. Xbox Play Anywhere.
Damn.
I'm going to try it. I won't see you guys next Saturday on this channel, but PM in the PM, or not PM in the PM, but Thursday nights. I might have something to say about this because for $9, I'm probably going to try this. I just saw it pop up in my feed from somebody saying, hey, if you're a dungeon crawler fan, go buy this game, and plus it's on Xbox. And I was like, what is this? It looks dope. Dragon Ruins. Go check it out.
Yeah, that sounds super dope. But yeah, that's pretty much what we've been into as of late. Next, we're going to get into some topics here. But Pong, if you want to shut out the chat real quick, I'm going to go get a little bit of a refill on this coffee, man.
Takata, are you saying that's been around forever? Did it just come out on console, and that's why I'm just hearing about it now? Again, there's too many games on Steam. I can't keep up with Steam, so it's more than likely. Let me go check Steam real quick and see when it came out on Steam. But it just dropped on September 4th, so it just dropped the other day on Xbox at least. But it is Xbox Play Anywhere. But yeah, we're gonna get to the chat here. I just want to check and see if that's what he was talking about, or if he was talking about something else. Dragon Ruins. Okay. Oh yeah, it's only 4. Oh, there's a Dragon Ruins 2 already. Oh, Decado, where you been? Yo, there's a 1 and a 2. Oh, this dropped in April 2024 on Steam. Okay, so it's just coming to console right now, Xbox and PlayStation. Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of dope. Well, then I'm definitely have to check that out. Anyways, let me get back out of here because I'm going to shout out the chat, and let's do that. Again, thank you all for being here. Love you all. Let me see. Let's see here. Let's go. Let's get down here. Here we go. Oh, Kemco, not the game. Yeah, but the game has been out, Decado. They got 2 already on Steam. That's what I was just saying. There's 1 and 2 already. So, bro, but go check it out. Anyways, Nam, Omar, checking in. What's up, Nam? Thank you, sir, for dropping by on a Saturday. Appreciate you. The one and only Decado, of course, has been here. Thank you, Decado, man. Appreciate you so much. The Poison Maniac. What's going on, Poison? He says, I'm finally playing through RoboCop Rogue City. Yeah, I bought that on sale, the big edition, when it was super cheap before it came into Game Pass. I started playing it, but honestly, I loved what I played, but I just haven't gotten back to it again. But yeah, it's a great game, Poison, from what I played so far. Xbox Gamer, what's going on? He says, hard games will never get my money. As Steele and I always say, know who you are as a gamer. Don't need to FOMO in. Don't need to force it. Don't need to try to be a part of the conversation. If the games ain't for you, the games ain't for you. That's what we've always said here. So shout out to you, Xbox Gamer, for being here. We got Lydian Master. What's going on, Lydian? Great to see you dropping in here, sir. Who else? We got Dan the Man Cunningham. What's going on, Dan the Man? One of the OGs. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate you so much, brother. He says, I want to revisit Gears with my son. Good idea. Good idea, sir. Me and the kiddo played Gears back in the day on 360. It is a fun time, and it looks gorgeous now. God, so dang well done. Blind Giant 808. What's going on? Thank you for dropping in and saying hi, sir. Appreciate you. Tim, the social is in the house. What's going on, Tim? Sorry, my throat is a little out of whack still from this sickness, weather, shit, whatever, allergies, whatever you want to call it. My nose is stuffed again, too. But anyways, thank you for being here, Tim the Sorcerer. We got Nixie. What's going on, Nixie? Thank you for joining the show, sir. As always, appreciate you. We got Rescue Squad Culp. What's going on, Rescue Squad Culp? Great to have you a part of the show. We got the Stanley Francois. What's going on, Stanley? Great to see you, sir. We got the Lore Master Jasper. What is going on, Lore? Great to see you in here, sir, from space. Glad you could drop by and say hi, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got the one and only Ron Slusher. What's going on, Ron? Great to see you. He says, oh, thank you. Might check it out now. He was when we were talking about Hell Is Us, and I said it's not a Souls-like. No, it can be difficult though, Ron. It's not like the easiest stuff. Again, there's some people complaining it's easy. It depends on what type of gamer you are. Again, I'm playing on normal. I still get myself in trouble. I have not died from an enemy yet. I've died from falling in the water. Don't swim. You can't swim. You can cross shallow water, but just don't try the deep stuff. I had to try it, of course. I died there, but I haven't technically died from an enemy yet. Right? I've gotten really low on health, but haven't died. But yeah, no, it's definitely not a Souls-like, man. You have a good time with Hell Is Us. Let's see here. Who else we got in the house? We got the East Side Bando. What's going on, East Side? I always appreciate you dropping on, brother. We got that Ray Oid. What's going on, Ray Oid? Thank you for being here, sir. We got the 80s cartoon villain. What's going on, 80s cartoon villain? Appreciate you dropping in here, sir, and saying hi. The Fahim Scott, of course, making his presence known. Thank you, sir. Country Gentleman. What's going on, Country Gentleman? He says, I remember games like Hell Is Us created excitement when someone figured out and helped you through it. Yes, sir. That's the exploration part that is absolutely beautiful. Nowadays, you really get stuck. YouTube's got it all, obviously. So, we don't need strategy guides anymore. We don't need friends who have completed the game before. But again, you can play that game with yourself and pretend that stuff doesn't exist and try to figure it out yourself. That's what I do. If I get absolutely stuck somewhere and I'm just kind of annoyed at that point, then I will go look shit up. But otherwise, I try to figure it out. And then this game, again, has not gotten me to the point where it's a brain teaser, right? It hasn't been anything that's had my hair, pulling out the rest of my hair. So thank you, Country Gentleman, for being here, man. Always love to see you dropping by the chat, sir. Who else we got in here? Keep scrolling. Let's see here. We got Mishi in the house. What's going on, Mishi? Thank you for dropping by and saying hi. He says, much love, y'all. Much love to you, sir. Of course. The legendary Yobi, of course, had dropped on in here. Legendary. Always love you, sir. Thank you. You are the legend, sir. We got Delroy. What's going on, Delroy? He says, got a roll of the field, catch you all in the back, but I wanted to say appreciate you, Pong and Steel. Thank you for your time and energy in this awesome community. You all brighten my Saturdays. Thank you, Delroy. Again, I hope you listen to this in the future. We appreciate you, sir, and love seeing you drop in here. You are a busy traveling man, world traveler. So anytime you stop in, I know it's special on a Saturday. So thank you, sir. Who else we got in here? We got XBX Lord Chaos 78. What is going on, XBX? He says, Pog and Steel, good morning. Sorry to hear about your. Oh, of course, YouTube's gonna crash out on me when I was reading. It does that from time to time. It just says it failed, and I got to refresh. So I lost everything. But XBX, I was just reading your stuff, but I appreciate you, sir. I can't scroll back now that far. Thanks to that refresh. Just pops off and wait, maybe I can. Hold on. Let me see if I can go back further now. Nope. Can't go back any further. But thank you, XBX Lord Chaos. Let's see if I
did you get Dan's super chat?
Dan the Man Cunningham super chat. I don't see his super chat. No.
He says with the 5 bones. Thank you, Dan. He says, hey, Steel and Palm, thank you for helping me through my long work shifts alone. We'll miss you too. I wish you both the best.
Thank you, Dan.
Don't worry, Dan.
OG.
We're going to come back stronger than ever. Again, the channel's not going to just disappear. The content's still going to be here. I plan on still doing some free flow uploads and stuff like that. So that stuff will still exist. Again, I'm trying to power through the day. I don't know, man. I'm trying to debate whether I'm going to fucking go to the ER or not just to get checked out. But
if you're feeling it, brother, go get it done, man.
I don't know. And if you ask me if I'm feeling it, I'm going to tell you that I don't feel nothing's broken, so I would just be like, I'll tough through it. It ain't no big deal.
That doesn't count, though.
But
that doesn't count.
I just keep seeing things like you should probably do it just because it also would help insurance to take it a little bit more serious as well. I was like, you
don't want to miss out, and shit, is fine, and then all of a sudden you find out later on after the shit's all done with you can't go back. You can't say, oh, now I'm feeling no. That doesn't. Man,
I'm not necessarily worried. Like I would be able to because of how I don't know, dog. I mean, I'm hurting, but I'm not like, oh.
Stop talking yourself out of it. See, anytime I say something, you try to talk yourself.
I'm not trying. I was just, I was always taught to toughen this shit up. If nothing's broke, you good, man. Like just keep it moving. Nothing's broke. Keep it moving.
You don't have to be broke to be fine. Again, I didn't have anything broken in my accident, Steel. I didn't have anything broken, but I had shit out of place that I wasn't aware of, and then I had bone spurs that didn't show up until 30 days later, bro. I'm telling you, like it's not about it being broken. It's about shit happens in your body when you're in an accident. So that's all.
That's fair. Just spending that time, man. Spending that time in the yard.
I know it sucks ass. It's a pain in the ass. All this is a pain in the ass.
Anyway, real life, man. I can't. It is what it is. Well,
did you hear me? That Dragon's Ruins game, Steel, has 2 games out already.
Oh no, I didn't hear about the 2 games. I heard you mention
the first one came out in April 2024, so it's just launched on console. The first one, but they already have a second one on Steam. Yo, that's the crazy part about Steam, bro. You never know. You really truly never know. Well, I mean, Paul, you mentioned it a couple times here, especially off the Silksong topic. I mean, what were you hearing about that stuff that you wanted to get into? I mean, there's been a lot of conversations
what people been
around
saying.
The game. I mean, I don't even know where to really start because there's been so many different ones out there. I mean, I guess we could start here. Number 1, there is conversations going around right now, Steel, that the pricing point for Silksong has screwed other indie developers.
Everybody ain't the same. But, yeah.
Well, because there's a couple indie developers that came out and said, now what am I supposed to do? I think.
Were they planning on charging $40 for their game?
No, they're planning on charging $20. But their game is nowhere close to Silksong.
I mean,
it's a single developer. Here, okay. So
that's the price of the market.
But it's not even that. I don't think it matters.
I don't think so.
I don't know why people are worried. I'm not a developer, so I'm not sitting here from that perspective. I'm not sitting in this chair about to launch a game, but your game is going to stand on its own. Silksong's $20 is not going to stop people from buying indie games.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Silksong is not going to make people stop buying $30 indie games. Silksong is not going to stop making people buy $40 indie. Okay, it's not going to stop people from buying other $20 indie games.
Well, it's like Baldur's Gate 3, right? Because that started to had the same conversation. Oh, well, this price point, the amount of game that you're getting and everything. There was conversation had around that too, where it's like, okay, well, and I mean, again, I don't mean to interrupt, but I do think it does bring up a good point. I mean, again, if you have a certain quality game that comes out at a certain price point, I mean, that's the market speaking for itself. If people now say, oh, well, your indie game needs to be of a level of Silksong for me to spend this amount, that's what people say. But I do also believe in the aspect of a good game is a good game. And I think that's the overall goal that you should be going for anyway. If your game's not good, then people aren't going to spend the $20 for it anyway.
Like $20 nowadays is
that's like throwaway,
for
buddy.
Most people for most people in gaming is throwaway money, right? That's why I say it doesn't affect anybody. I wouldn't even think about it if I was another like that's not how this industry. There's plenty of games already that give so much more than other games, and it doesn't stop people from buying those games. Like either way, it doesn't stop people from buying short games. It doesn't stop people from buying big games. It doesn't stop people from buying 8-bit looking games. It doesn't stop people from buying, modern day looking indie games, right? It doesn't stop people. None of this has ever changed. And as good as Silksong is, as much as it's going to sell, and again, remember everybody, Hollow Knight sold 20 million copies. If Silksong does that or does even more, does 25 plus million copies, it's not going to change people's buying habits. As good as it is, people know that it's Team Cherry. This is what they present. This is the game that
they made a name for themselves. Yeah.
They're going to look at other devs and say, they're not going to say, why aren't you making a Silksong game? No, they're going to look at other devs for different styles of games. Your game is going to stand on its own. Like you were just saying, Steele, a good game is a good game. It's going to stand on its own, regardless of the price point when you're talking about these types of price points, right?
Yeah.
I just think that this conversation is kind of a wasted energy. You guys got to do what you're going to do, right? I understand the fact that a lot of indie teams did move their game out of the way for Silksong, which fine, I agree. Like out of the indie scene, Silksong is your GTA.
Yeah, this is
right?
this is big,
this is your GTA. This is your GTA. This is the unicorn, right? For the indie scene, right? This is a different level than 99.9% of indie games ever get pre-release, right? The hype level for this game was off the charts. So yeah, I understand moving your game, but the price point, when you're talking about $20, $30, even $40 for most people nowadays as a gamer, again, if your game is worthy, people are still going to buy it at that level. It's not until you get into that $60, $70, $80 range that people start, questioning and start going, what's going on? But this would be the same conversation as all of a sudden we've had this conversation in the AAA space about open world games versus some smaller single player,
or linear,
right?
Or linear games, open world games versus linear games. Yeah.
Right. This argument has been around for a while now. Like, I spend $80 on an open world RPG that gives me hundreds, if not thousands of hours. Why would I spend $80 on a game that's 20 hours? Okay, well,
I mean, it's like Mario Kart versus Baldur's Gate 3. Like, which one inherently has more value to you?
Right.
Oh, is one worth the price point?
Kirby versus Baldur's Gate 3.
Or whatever.
Because Kirby's $80, bro. Like $80.
Yeah, that's steep for Kirby.
It's still going to sell.
I like Kirby, but that's steep.
Again, it's going to be up to people. But I'm just saying, it's not until you get to that price point that we really start having this conversation with people. I just don't think that this is going to do anything. Steele, do you disagree? Do you think the $20 is going to do anything that's going to hurt the indie scene because Team Cherry created such a great experience that they should have had the responsibility for the rest of the indie scene to price their game actually more just to stay in line with everybody? Or do you think this is just a nothing burger and we're all just going to move past?
Personally, I think it's a nothing burger, mainly because, again, I mean, quality speaks for itself. I mean, that's what people always go back to. You say games speak for themselves, right? Team Cherry made a name for themselves, right? With Hollow Knight. They weren't expected for the game to be what it was. Again, there's dev interviews with that team from Hollow Knight that you can follow up again with the release of Silksong. I tuned into some of that. That's how I got the information. Again, yeah, it came from Jason Schreier. Feel however you want to feel about the dude. He does do good. He does fucking some work, right? And was able to talk to the team behind the scenes, and to hear that this team had fun creating this game, that their only thing about releasing the game was it kind of, I'm not going to say it necessarily, they said the only thing about releasing the game is that now they can focus on developing future content and having fun developing that future content. And if that is their mentality, I can't fault them for the price point that they put it at, because obviously they put it at a price point that they felt like was good for them. I mean, again, you have people, there was some stuff this week as well, where even people who pirate games were in forums on Reddit and other places, 4chan, wherever the case, saying that, hey, you know, people were going back and forth in 1,000 post fucking Reddits or whatever, talking about, hey, you know, I was thinking about, you know, pirating Silksong, but fuck, at $20, people are like, yeah, man, you might as well just fucking buy the game, bro. It's worth that. You know what I mean? And it's like, if they've made that name for themselves, I think that says enough, right? And we need to see more of that in gaming, if anything. Every game is not worth your dollar. It's not. And I'm sick of people trying to play this woe is me game of, oh, I need to feel bad for the developers because people don't have attention, or they don't have attention for their game. No, how about you just make a better game? I can't do nothing about nobody having attention on your game. Maybe it wasn't interesting enough to me. Or when you see Giant Squid come out and say Sword of the Sea didn't do what they anticipated, or whatever the case, and I would consider that more of a indie style game. It's of that ilk, right? It is what I think it's also like a $40 game, maybe more. Is that game worth your dollar at that price point? Is Sword of the Sea comparable to Silksong? Different style of games doing completely different things. But hey, as far as the indie scene goes, which one do you feel is worth more of your dollar? If it's Silksong because of the previous pedigree, shout out to the team. They did what is expected of them in especially the modern era of gaming. That's what made games unique back in the day. And I think what makes games unique today. Every game is not worth your dollar. You have to be the determining factor, because this hobby, because this passion, because this form of entertainment is completely judged off of the consumer. I don't think there's anybody else that can come and tell you whether $20 is the right price point or not. It's the right price point for the team, apparently. And they're going to sell millions of copies as such. I don't know how much it cost them to make that game. I can tell you it didn't cost $100 million. So if it's for them being a smaller team, I think they ended up saying it's a main 2 to 3 developers, and then they have other people who came in to help with some things. You're talking about no less than 10 people. Again, this is another like Expedition 33 moment where you had a small team create a game, sell at a decent price point, and it's still released in Game Pass, which completely obliterates the narrative, because I keep seeing people as well. It happened again this week. Oh, well, you know, the game's not going to do great because it's in Game Pass. The first one was in Game Pass. So what do you mean? Like, this is a stringent point of, it doesn't fucking matter if the game is in Game Pass or not. If people want to buy the game, they're going to buy the game. Just because I didn't buy the game doesn't mean that they inherently lost something. You know what they would have lost? They would have lost a player. They would have lost me giving the word of mouth from somebody who typically does not play these style of games. These are not the games that I am looking for today, point blank, period. But the fact that I jumped in and tried it out because it was in Game Pass, and now I'm able to come on my show and tell more people about it whenever they listen, or maybe I'm out on the street and people say, yo, Steel, did you play Silksong? And I can be like, yeah, I did play Silksong. Have you played it? You're like, nah, man, you know, I was debating. I'm not really into it. I'll be like, I would at the very least tell people, try it out. See if you like it. It's in Game Pass. And it's such a smart price point as well, because you're talking about a $20 game or a month of Game Pass. Pick one. What is more valuable to you? If you're questionable about the game, it's easy for me to be like, get Game Pass. That's one game right there. If in the month you decide there's nothing else of value for you in there, unsub. I think games like this obliterate the narrative of us needing to continue to feel like we need to feel bad for the devs. Again, I don't want people to lose their jobs. I don't want people to not be able to work in an industry that they love and want to be in. But this is a competitive market. Not everybody's going to play your game. Not everybody's going to have interest in your game. So you have to do everything in your power as a development studio, if you have control, because again, I know a lot of it's more so controlled by the publisher. But not only did Xbox give them a bag, but the bag wasn't so impactful to them where they still they could have easily charged you $40 for this game. Easily. And no, I don't think anybody would have questioned. Yeah, it would have been fucking a conversation. People like, oh man, price of games, this, that, and other thing. But people would have easily bought Silksong for $40. And now it makes it even easier because it seems like it's blown people's minds. Wow, $20 game in 2025? Coming off a Hollow Knight? Man, I would never have anticipated. Mind you, the original game came out at $15-20. So this isn't out of their scope. To me, that's why I think it's also important to get some of the behind the scenes information, kind of follow up with games that you do have interest in, because you get the experience, or you get the behind the curtain of the people who are actually developing the game. Do I think Silksong should have took 7 years to make, 6-7 years to make? No. As a gamer, me being selfish, me being in my own mind, no, this game doesn't speak to me, even playing it, and say, oh, wow, this is a game that should have took this long. I'm also not a fucking developer, so I don't know how long it should take. And I also can't tell people who are having fun developing a game by their own standard. And say, oh, no, we delayed it because we felt like we polished an area and we said, oh, now since we polished this and it feels like we want it, now every other part of the game needs to feel this good. Oh, now that we've done all of this, now how about we add more depth to the game? Oh, how about we pushed it back because we wanted to, not because we had to. This game was supposed to have released 3 years ago, wasn't it? Or 3 or 4 years ago at this point, supposedly.
Not quite.
Well,
not quite. It was just announced. It was just announced that long ago.
Well, people were figuring it would release in that time, right?
Yeah, but obviously the devs did come out and explain why, because it grew so much bigger than what they had originally planned for a sequel, right? So they put so much more into this game. But again, it doesn't. Small teams. Again, I'll give small teams who stay small and avoid going big like this deal. Like, I give them benefit of the doubt. If they want to take that long, if they can survive that long, to make a game, and maybe the Game Pass deal helped them survive that long, and they want to take their time with their sequel, more power to them. Like, again, that's that they don't have all the money in the world, right? They don't, some of them, who knows how many hours they're putting in per week. Some of them might have other jobs. Like, again, you never know with indie devs. Now, I think Team Cherry is doing all right because of how successful Hollow Knight was. I'm assuming
they're a modest team. Fine. Yeah, they're a modest team.
I'm sure they're just fine, but they stayed small. But I give them a little bit more break on the time frame if they want to take that long to release their next game. And obviously, according to what everybody else is saying, like, it was worth it. Like, this is a polished game. This is much bigger than the first one. So I give them the credit. I just think that the conversation point around the price point, I think is a waste of energy, because I don't think it's going to affect anybody in the long run. And I think it's going to come and go, and people are going to be like, yeah, Silksong was one hell of a deal. Thank you, Team Cherry, as a lot of people are posting right now. This is great. But at the same time, I don't think that the other indie devs have anything to worry, right?
No. Focus on making a good game. That's always what's more important than anything. If you release a mediocre game, you're going to get mediocre results. But the $20 price point isn't going to change that. If Silksong sets that bar for what people are willing to spend at $20, that's a reality. It's the same thing that people said about Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, well, at this price point, I expect so much more of a game. Y'all still bought. You bought Lost Soul Aside, it doesn't have the same amount of content. The game needs work, and people are trying their hardest to defend everything about the game. It's crazy, Paul, because the defense that I'm seeing for games like Lost Soul Aside is the same defense that people have for any other game that they have interest in. It's almost like what you find interesting matters more than anything else. But damn, not even gameplay seemingly was able to save the game. The game came out in less than a 60 on meta. Not like meta is the end all to be all, but dog, like it is something that people use for conversation. It is something that we know the companies look at. And that's not a good look. You can be as happy and satisfied with the gameplay for a game all that you want to, but if it's not received well, then it's not received well. And they're going to be updated and everything for Lost Soul Aside, but it's just like, bro, you have to find out. I think it goes right back into the point that I always make. Know who you are as a gamer. Know what you stand for. Know what your interests are. Know what you like. I wasn't anticipating them fucking jumping in this game, but it was accessible to me. So I jumped in. And guess what? As the guy who typically doesn't jump into a next iteration of a game, if I haven't beat the first game, I'm enjoying myself more than I did the first one. Maybe I'll end up completing it. Maybe I won't. But they did get a player and they did get somebody to speak on it in a good light, where if anybody else, that word of mouth is going to work. And that just goes back to make a good game. So I don't think it hurts anybody. $20 is $20, man. If it's $20 for Silksong, or if it's $20 for whatever other game. I mean, people buy skins for $20 for Fortnite. So it's like, I can tell you, a skin in Fortnite is way less valuable than you paying $20 for Silksong. Just my personal opinion. But people buy every skin that comes out in Fortnite. So what is $20 worth to you? You have to find that out. Me and Paul did it. We spent $20 in the first Ascendant easily. Probably spent a little bit more than that on skins.
Oh, I've spent way more than that.
So it's like I probably put 100 bones in. I put 100 bones in. I put 100 bones on the first Ascendant. It's free to play games.
I got more than 100 bones in the first.
But I'm just saying, like, when you put things in perspective,
yeah.
If this is what we're paying for, I can't say that this game is less valuable. This is more value. But what is it worth to you? And I think that's what it really comes down to.
I think that's what it comes down to. And Team Cherry obviously, again, could have sold it for more, and they chose not to. They obviously have a standard for pricing that they wanted to hold themselves to, and said that they were going to give their community a great value on this game, beyond great value, right? From what people are saying. And again, that's what devs can do. Like, devs have the ability to choose that destiny themselves, and they chose to do it. Again, I just don't think it hurts other devs. But some of what you were talking about still goes into some of the parts of the other conversation. There's a conversation again about these indie games and them showing up third parties, or showing up the big boys, right? Showing up the AAA space. And there seems to be a growing amount of people that want to throw themselves in front of the bus for AAA developers and the big publishers.
Oh, what now?
And there's a growing sentiment out here that, yeah, that's cute. These indie games are cute, and there's some prominent people out here who talk about these games like this. That's cute, but they're not the same quality as PlayStation First Party. You know, they're not the quality of a big developer's game, right? They're not of that quality. They're cute, they're nice. They certainly give a lot of people good experiences, but they're just not of that same quality. They're not the same ilk, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people starting this conversation now, and it's a growing sentiment again because sheep fall in line, and people, hear a good explanation from somebody who speaks well, and they run with it, and they start this conversation. But this has drummed it up again, saying that sure, it took them 6-7 years to get this game out. However, $20 price point for what a AAA developer, had they developed this Metroidvania style, which we've seen, there's been other developers that have developed 2D Metroidvanias, they would have charged $30. They would have charged $40. They would have charged $50 for this type of game. Potentially with the hype, there might be some third-party developers that try to charge $60 for this game with the hype surrounding it, knowing that a lot of the fans would have paid for it after they sold their first one for 20 million copies, right?
Right.
And so it might have taken them a long time to do it, but a small team has come out and put out a Game of the Year quality, probably going to win some awards, probably will be in the conversation with Expedition 33. They put out a game of the year game for $20. And it's showing up the big boys. And it's showing that the way that they used to make games is still viable, and that you don't have to spend $100 million, $200 million, $400 million, $1 billion on a game to make a good game. And you don't need 1,000 people to make a good game. And I think this is a valid point, because I think that we've talked about this at length, so this is nothing we have to deep dive again, because we've been talking about this conversation since it's been brought up for a while now. But I think, Steele, that it is a perfect. And you can say, well, they don't have to go through all the hoops that you have to when you're underneath a big third-party developer or publisher, right? Or you don't, when you got a AAA budget, you gotta get a lot more approvals. You got more people in the way. Well, that's the problem, though, that we've been talking about. That didn't used to be a part of the AAA space overall. Sure, there was companies that ran themselves that way back in the day, but for the most part, they ran the teams internally inside the biggest developing and publishing houses, like a Microsoft, like a Sony, right? They ran themselves as a small team, and they didn't have the red tape to go through like they do nowadays. But that's something that can be eliminated, Steele. This is not something that's required. This idea, I think, for me, and I'll let you take over here, because again, I don't think we need to rehash everything here. But this idea that gets into, seemingly, again, I'm not inside, so I'm just saying from the outside looking in, because of the resistance to any type of change from these publishers in these AAA spaces, the idea that they get in their head, Steele, that, oh, this is the way we do it now, so this is the way it's got to be. And this idea that no, it does take 500 people. We need a specialist to just do the chair animation. We just need the specialist to do the leaf animation. Like, we have to have that. That's just how the business is run now. That's how this industry is. And so we're going to hire these many people because that's what we need. And we need outside consultants to come tell us whether we are being accurate with every piece of information in our lore, based upon whatever society we're going after in this game. Like, we just can't change, right? This is the way it's got to be. The fuck it does. No, you don't need 3 middle management teams coordinating groups of 50 to 100 people. And everybody's got to sign off every step of the way with every single thing. You don't need, 7, 8 groups of people working on the same game that never talk to each other and come together once every 30 days or once every 60 days, compare notes and make sure you're kind of making the same puzzle, and then try to stitch it all together. Like, these are the stories we've heard. Now, I'm not pulling this shit out of thin air. I'm saying we've heard a lot of these stories.
That's what's going on.
Done now, right?
Everybody's separated.
It's not everywhere, but this is what's going on. But this idea, and there are people out here defending this. There are people out here saying, "Oh, well, yeah, but it's just not possible nowadays. It's just not. You want high quality games, right? You got to have big teams. You got to spend the money. That's just the business now. That's just the industry now." Okay, no. That is the wrong way to look at it from my perspective. If you're out here, and again, we'll take the gamers out of the talking heads out of it. Talking about internally, the amount of interviews that have now been done and the amount of conversations that the higher ups at these publishing houses and these dev houses are having now about the problems that we've consistently gone over. You got to start looking at it from that perspective, right? And I think that some are, obviously. I think that we're going to see this. But I think that every example that comes out, Steele, of a Silksong, of an Expedition 33 should be celebrated. Oh, 100%. Should not be put down, but should be celebrated for showing the industry exactly what people are saying. You don't need to do it that way. You can have high quality production. Yes. Does that mean you got to change how you're doing things right now internally? Yes. Do we know that you as a big, massive corporation really hate change and really hate, thinking about actually becoming efficient instead of just throwing more money and more people at a problem, actually redesigning how your workflow and your design goes around games and getting back to the 360 era type teams that were all encompassing, that all did multiple roles within the dev team and all talked to each other on a daily basis and all were helping each other and whatever the case may be, and there was some crunch and there was some of this and some of that. Yeah, I think you probably should be. And I think it's great for the industry, Steele. It's healthy for the industry as we have consistently beat the drum about the double A's and the indies now that they have access to many of the same exact tools that the big boys do that is very cost efficient for them, which used to be a roadblock for the smaller dev teams. Back in the day, they used much less powerful equipment. They had a much bigger
Yeah, you had to make it work.
They had to make what they had to make work, but you could tell that the quality, wasn't the same. But now you got these teams who do have access to the same tech, who do have the ability to program the same way, except they're doing it in the old manner where they've got less people that are multitasking on a game. And we're seeing massive high-end results from some of these teams. I think is healthy for this industry as we go towards contraction, as we see the big boys start paring down again. Again, it's not what I want to see as far as the human element goes, but I think it's necessary that this industry contracts at this point because of how big it's gotten. But I think it's great that as that happens, the AAA teams can turn around, Steele, and say, we have examples. If we really want to get serious about fixing our problems internally that are hampering us or that are increasing the risk to the point where we're playing it safe, right? We had there was some more further talk around the Dragon's Dogma 2 director Itsuno, right? Itsuno.
Oh, what did he say?
This week because he had more of that interview from Mitsu.
All right.
And he admitted he is not making the games he wants to make, Steele, because they won't sell very well.
I mean, you go off the first Dragon's Dogma. I mean, I guess I can see why you don't feel like
and
that.
And he's saying the only thing that he's doing is he's bringing elements of stuff that he would do if he had the choice. He's bringing them into other games like Dragon's Dogma 2, right? He's bringing that kind of ideas in, but they're not the exact games that he'd be making if he had 100% free choice. But that's the difference. Back in the day, they were allowed to take chances. There was a lot of Suda-51s from Grasshopper manufacturers around. There was a lot of guys out here trying risky shit, creating weird shit out here, right? Now the AAA space is like, oh, whoa, no, it's way too risky, right? We're not going to drop 50, 100 million, 200 million on a game that we have. No, you're not going to get that kind of money.
I mean,
so if they got the indie games though, Steele, if they got the indie and the AA scene, proving that it can be done, maybe as these big teams and these big publishers start to pull back and contract a little bit, they can look over. Not all of them are going to do this because again, they hate change. But maybe they can look over. The more examples they have, they can look over and say, hey, we could divide our employees up into smaller teams like this and create great experiences. And we don't have to put the risk at the level that it currently is. We can reduce our risk.
Mm-hmm.
We can increase our efficiency, reduce the amount of time that it takes to make a game, and maybe we can get a little taste, and maybe we can allow some teams to go try some riskier stuff if we can pull that off, because they're not going to be putting the whole idea behind the publisher, underwater if they fail. It's just going to be, okay, well, your team just didn't pull it off, but maybe they hit something big that they've been working on in their brains for a long ass time that we just never see anymore because we don't want to take those type of risks. I think the more examples, the better chance there is that happens. But anyway, Steele, go ahead. I'm done. What do you think about this idea, Steele, that again, we have people defending the AAA space. We have people saying that still games like Silksong, games like Expedition 33 are not of the same quality as, first party titles from, especially PlayStation. They always like to pull out the PlayStation. It's just not the same. It's just a cute little experience, but they're not the same. They're not the same. Expedition 33, it's a great example of a mixed blended JRPG with a Western style influence, but it's still not Square Enix, Steel. It's still not Final Fantasy, bro.
Okay.
It's still not that.
See, if they're saying that, that's a little bit
absolutely.
more confusing. Because I mean, again, I understand the perspective of people who look at indie games or look at 2D side scrolls and stuff like that. Again, when you compare Silksong to, even if I want to use Gears Reloaded, right? Just visually looking at the games, right? Outside looking in, inherently, I do think we're talking about two different stratospheres when we're talking about games. What goes into them, everything that you got to consider, and how they overall come across. So I get what people mean by, oh, well, there's a difference between the AAA games that get made and the AA, the single A, or whatever in indie games that get made. I get what they inherently mean. But I always thought that was more so just because of how when you look at a game, again, I do it all the time. It's like, if I look at the First Descendant and I look at Silksong, it's like, well, inherently, because of where we're at and how and the games that I'm interested in or what I'm looking for as a gamer, I think the First Descendant would be a more appealing game to me, right? And it has been, and it would traditionally be. But the thing that I don't like when people do is make it seem like these games, the indie games, the smaller games, whatever type of games that it is, don't have inherent value or should not exist when we're getting certain styles of game. It's like, to your point, I do see people make the reference of, oh, why would I care about a game like that when I got Spider-Man 2? Oh, we're completely two different universes. Like, what are we doing? It's like, so I don't think that's okay necessarily either. Although I get what's trying to be said, but it's like you're putting down one to lift up another, and it's like not everybody's interested in what you're interested in. And I think you should just speak on it that way. Now, as far as everything at the end of the day is going to be subjective, but again, to what you're speaking to, it's like inherently it's always just going to go back to whether the game is good or not, right? You know, we always go back to the thing that people always go back to is a good game is always going to sell, no matter what. A good game is always a good game. And I think that is the number one thing that the industry has completely pulled away from, and what the issue is. Trying to fit into too many narratives, because when you mentioned the whole, you know, the historical thing and people trying to get all this information right, and I believe it was Fahim. He was like, hey, but people do want their culture and everything represented, right? Yes. If that is the goal of the game that you're making, and you say that, hey, that is the goal. Like I use Assassin's Creed Origins or AC Shadow. Yes. Or AC Shadow.
Even though they hired the worst consultant of all time for that. But anyways.
Again, there are internal questions that should be had. Like that, but that is the problem that I think Pong is also speaking to.
Yes.
Like, what? Okay, if you want to do that, why are we doing haphazardly? That makes absolutely no sense, right? And then you get games like Ghost of Tsushima, which again, Ghost of Tsushima is a solid game or whatever. But for people to have to say it's such a separation from the Assassin's Creed formula, and it is not. Outside of, oh, well, they paid better homage to the area and to the people and to the culture, and that's what really mattered. Okay, well, I mean, the game didn't sell 30 million copies, so sure, playing into that is great, but when you have games like Assassin's Creed, who from the very beginning have always said that their games are not based on 100% historical accuracy, and then they shoot themselves in the foot by saying, oh, but we're trying to make it as historically accurate as possible. Or we're trying to play into these certain things instead of standing your ground, because you have creatives that are afraid, or you have these devs who, again, because they have to answer to the publisher. They have to answer to the board and everything else. And the board is trying to see those numbers go up. They're afraid to put their foot down to create the product that they want to create. And again, game development is obviously expensive. But like me and Pong have mentioned for weeks and weeks on end, and we will continue to say even into the future, there is something inherently broken about the AAA gaming space. It is. You guys they have no clue what the gamers want, and shit, half the time gamers don't know what the hell they want, and that is a problem. But you know what? That's why you hire people or bring people on board who can siphon through all the BS and find out what you're trying to. That's what the importance of a creative director is for. or these people in upper management positions that are supposed to say, hey, I am the person that's getting in all this information. What am I trying to create? Instead of worrying about everything else, hey, how about you focus on the gameplay mechanics first? Great. Right. From there, you can flush everything else out. Now, if everything doesn't match what you've brought gameplay-wise, because again, people tell you all the time, oh, gameplay is everything. If I got good gameplay, it's a good game. No. Unfortunately, as we've progressed into the future, and as we continue to progress, you have to have a complete package. It can't be one or the other. That's my problem with these story-driven games. You have more story than you do have gameplay. Again, there's certain games that you can give some room to, like a Metal Gear, right? Metal Gear, from what I've always heard, has all these movie aspects to it, and you put the controller down, and you're watching for hours on end, or for time in periods at a time, instead of playing the game. These things exist, but you know what people still say? That those games are still good games. Even with the movie-esque nature to them, they were still good games. So it's like one doesn't have to exist without the other. And I think that they're just the AAA space is having a very hard time finding out what that fine median is because of the amount of money and investment that goes into it. And then you're trying to get these attention to gamers who are not looking for your game. Final Fantasy, again, everybody can feel as good as they want to about Final Fantasy 16 and say it's a great game, it played well, great. But the fans are obviously telling you that it is not Final Fantasy. I can tell you it's not fucking Final Fantasy. The core concepts of Final Fantasy do not exist outside of on a visual aspect. On a gameplay level, they do not exist. So what is the point of the IP then? Because I thought that's what made this unique. So you completely diverted of making something unique to say, oh, we're going to make a Devil May Cry-esque game without even understanding what makes those games what they are. It's more than just combat. Again, like, there is an obvious disconnect that I do think that the AA studios and smaller studios, indie devs, whatever, are going to be able to continue to expose, as we move into the future. As technology gets better, as AI gets better, hey guys, I guess I understand that you don't like that shit, but guess what? It is going to help people make better games. And we are going to get to a point, if AAA, the people with the money, that's the other thing that's super weird about this, because you're talking about people who have the capital to spend hundreds of millions of dollars creating video games. Biggest form of entertainment that is out there in the world. But you have smaller studios who take half of that, a quarter of it, a tenth of it, and are able to create something that means so much more to the gaming community than this big game that you're trying to create. So much so to the point, there's only a few games that stand above all of that. GTA is, I think, one of them. And GTA is has become one of them with what they've done with GTA 5, especially. GTA wasn't what it was before that, not to this level. Because of the innovation, because of everything they're doing, I think GTA 6 is going to be somewhat special. I don't think they're excused of not releasing on all everywhere day one. Again, how many excuses can we make? Oh, it takes time to do ports and all this stuff, but it's going to be the first $2 billion game. Really? So with $2 billion, you couldn't make sure that the game was going to be everywhere? Or you could have make sure that you have the widest audience as possible? Again, like, certain things to me don't add up, and hopefully it does work out. Again, we also found in the recent news that GTA 6 apparently they spent almost $250 million on wave physics, water physics, and it may be an integral part of the game, but really, that's not what I was expecting to hear. You know what I mean? So it's just like, at some point, the industry is going to have to correct itself. Or, like we mention all the time, there is going to be more contraction. Because not everybody's going to play every game. More games are going to get released. The quality bar is going to have to rise up. And again, if Silksong is going to be the game at $20 that people use as the baseline for their anticipation for an indie game, then guess what? That's the baseline now. And other indie devs are going to have to look at it and say, hey, well, this is the bar that we're going to have to uphold now. This is the goal that I have to meet. And guess what? Silksong ain't pulling shit from what hasn't been done before. I saw people making comparisons to Castlevania. Oh, well, Silksong is using the same animations from Castlevania back in the day. So, it's working, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a nod to Castlevania. Again,
this is how you pay homage to what has existed before and still create your thing. That can exist. And it's working for them. It's not a knock.
Is good. Why not reuse it? Like,
if it worked then, that is what is supposed to happen. And I feel like we move into the future and people are trying to do things that are like, oh, we're going to go way beyond scope, and it doesn't work for them. How about you create something to the best of your ability the first time, and then if it does well, maybe you implement some of those things in the second game. Maybe you get enough interest and now you get other developers of talent and they can pull them in. It's just, again, it's always going to tie down to what are people expecting? What are people looking for? Because right now, I don't think that the AAA industry knows exactly what they're looking for. And if that is going to continue to be the case, if you're just looking for money, at some point, things aren't going to quite add up for you. And what are you going to do from there? So, again, I think Silksong is another hats off for Game Pass, especially proving value, right? Again, another iteration of a game that doesn't impact anything. No. People need to stop acting like just because Game Pass exists. Like Pete Hines apparently came out this week, recent, saying that it impacts. I forgot exactly what he said. Let me see if I can get it pulled up here because I think we got it in the DMs. If I don't have it in the DMs, because somebody had mentioned that to me as well, and I found that funny. No, it was in. I think you might have it in the other DMs with Boom Pong.
I'm finding it right now. Hold on.
See, he just posted it. Because he made a comment about it.
Yeah, here. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got the article.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and send that to me. Because I find this interesting as well because, I mean, Silksong kind of pushes back against that idea. So it says, Pete Hines, Bethesda former senior vice president of global marketing and communications, has some thoughts about gaming subscription services like Game Pass, saying they are worth jack shit without the developers who make games for them. Fucking duh. What else? Because it was something specific. He says you need to properly acknowledge, compensate, and recognize what it takes to create the content and not just make a game, but make a product. He elaborated. The tension is hurting a lot of people, including the content creator themselves, because they are fitting into an ecosystem that is not properly valuing and rewarding what they are making. Huh? Nobody's forced into doing this.
Well,
outside of first party.
Well, that's what he's talking about, right?
And even first party.
When he left.
Hey, yeah. Xbox. The problem has been the quality of games.
Listen. Shout out, by the way, Kirk McKeon. We should give proper credit. Kirk McKeon from Double Tap is who got the interview, so that everybody's picked up on. So I just sent the original interview to you too, by the way, in there. So, yeah, I'll let you finish up if you want to.
No, that was pretty much it. Go ahead. I just wanted to throw in there because I just wanted to throw that in there.
Well, no, it's a whole topic. I thought we were going to talk about because it is a whole topic, right?
I mean, yeah, it's a jump off point.
Yeah. About the conversations around Game Pass are stale and old, right? And unfortunately, they're going to keep popping up again because you do have some high-profile people. Sean Layden, of course, famously right? Christopher Dring's out here finding anybody who will have anything to say about Game Pass. And then you got somebody like Pete Hines, who is from the inside, right?
Yeah.
And again, I know people were upset with Dring on his latest one. It wasn't his quote. That was from obviously the guys over at Machine Games, right? So, and I didn't find any offense with that last quote, but a lot of people did. So let's just talk about it, because the quote from Machine Games director was, and I forget who specifically it was. It was the Indiana Jones director. I forget the name. But his quote was, "Well, we know that people jump into a game for 5 minutes and then jump out in Game Pass." And he was talking about, how do you develop around the idea that your game's going to be in Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have any offense to it. Again, I don't.
I didn't take it
I
offensively
know
either.
people instantly see Drang, and I know he used that quote as clickbait. Like I understand it, but again, why is this is all of the journalists out here, this is all they do. So I don't why people continue to give their energy to this shit, because of course they're going to use clickbait headlines. The nicest journalists in the world out here use clickbait headlines to get people to click.
Yeah, you got to get your attention. Yeah. I don't see a problem with clickbait. Yeah.
But anyways,
that's what it is.
The Game Pass stuff is stale, because again, the core concept of Game Pass has shown that it is viable, that it does work. Otherwise, I can guarantee you now that Microsoft is in charge, if it wasn't working to any type of degree, the CFO would have nixed this and they would have gone back to traditional launches.
Keep hammering on that.
It would have already been canceled. Okay. That's my opinion. But again, I think that we all know they very easily turned themselves and directed everybody to turn themselves into a third-party publisher within a matter of less than a year. They made the decision to flip the entire script of what type of company they were, a video game company, publisher, and developer that they were. So I don't think it would be any question that if this was still an issue, that Game Pass was bleeding money and bleeding Xbox dry, that the people who are in charge of the money would have said, nix Game Pass immediately. We're going back to traditional sales. I do not question that at all in my head. But of course, you got high profile people who are going to have something to say. Why do people have something to say about Game Pass? And why are some very positive and some very negative? Because it's not a one size fit all type system.
Yeah, it's not.
The subscription service was never meant to be a one size fits all. Would Xbox have loved it had people, gamers, turned into Netflix and they had 100 to 150 million subscribers, right? Absolutely, of course they would have. But that's not what happened. But as far as the devs, the people, since we're talking about P. Hines and his quote here, no, not every dev, even first party wise, are going to make games or feel like they are given the credit due when they make games for Game Pass. It's not going to be a one size fit all for everybody. But this concept that continues to go around that somehow Xbox forces devs into outside of first party, forces devs into Game Pass is ridiculous. That's the premise that most people take. Also, the idea that never comes through that you could still buy games, right, is never brought up in any of these articles. And they act like it's Netflix. They act like it's flat out Netflix.
You can't buy shit on Netflix.
You can't buy movies, right?
It's not an option.
So it's not an option. The option is still here on Xbox. I don't have a problem with the concept of people want to say that games sell less. Of course they sell less, right? The overall idea that Xbox gamers don't buy games is bullshit, right? That's where I go, nah, that's not true. Again, Xbox gamers have more to play, right? So from a time standpoint, could you suggest that maybe they don't go out of their way to buy as many third-party games? Sure, but then there's another group of us who buy more third-party games because we don't have to pay for our first-party titles. I wind up spending more money on gaming now than I did previously because I have the subscription service, which, sure, it's a part of my budget, but I still look at it and go, meh, whatever. It's whatever. It's Game Pass. I get more value out of it than what I pay monthly by a log shot, so I'm like, whatever. But I go out and I am able to go buy an Everybody's Golf Hot Shots. I am able to go out and buy a Hell is Us, right? Yeah. Again, FOMOing in when I don't normally FOMOing in, but those moments I have FOMO, because I didn't just spend a bunch of money on Xbox first party titles out of my pocket outside of the subscription cost, I can look at that and go, okay, I can squeeze that in, right? I can squeeze that in my budget. There's a big group of us that do that. right? So this idea that is a cause, like I think that's silly. But what P. Hines is speaking to, of course, there are going to be devs internally that are unhappy, right, with the idea of Game Pass, because the traditional way, even from first party, that they would have gotten paid, that they would have gotten recognition, came from sales. That's the oldest story in the book, right? Your games sell well, you're living like a king internally, right? You're the kings on top for that month or those 2 months or whatever the case may be. Now with Game Pass,
Well,
even if the metrics are, but I'm saying, Steel, from it's just like the exclusivity conversation.
mhm.
For certain devs, Steel, they're going to feel like their game does not get the recognition that it should through Game Pass. They're going to feel like they themselves do not get the bonuses, they do not get the recognition, they do not get all the benefits that come with creating a top-selling game. Even if you say, well, monthly active users wise, that's what they look at now, and it's huge. There's still going to be devs who have the old mentality, right? And Pete Hines is one of those. He's an old school guy. Sean Layden, old school guy. They still have that mentality. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying that Pete is completely correct here.
Mhm.
And obviously, we don't know. He has more internal knowledge.
Yeah, he has
than
more
we do.
information. It's valuable
So maybe
information.
there are
but-
more devs inside that do have complaints about Game Pass, right? After they were acquired and they understood what Game Pass was going to be and that they were going to put their games in there. Maybe the regular dev, I'm not talking about the higher ups who got the payout from the purchase, right? I'm just talking about the regular old devs. Maybe some of them do have some Game Pass concerns about how their games perform in Game Pass, etc. I'm not going to sit here and try to tell say that P. Hines is lying here. I'm just saying that it was never meant to be a one size fit all. So not everybody is going to be happy. Not every dev that signs an agreement into Game Pass is going to be happy with the end results, even if they get the money up front. We've seen that. Not every dev is going to be happy with Game Pass in general if they don't take deals, because we've seen obviously devs say, hey, we don't get as much visibility without being in Game Pass as we normally would. Like, this is not a one size fit all. But Xbox was trying to do something different. And again, as much as everybody hates change, to sit back and to absolutely blame Game Pass for all the ills in this industry, as some people like to do,
it's not,
is ridiculous. A 35 million subscription service is not killing gaming. Again, we got to get back to the conversation about the black hole games that are killing.
That's
gaming.
killing, if anything.
Right. And we got to talk about
like
the younger generations and their habits changing. But again, nobody wants to come out and crush Fortnite and say Fortnite should not exist because it's harming gaming. Nobody's going to come out and say that.
I don't see nobody having that conversation. I don't see nobody.
Right. But I'm just saying the vast majority of these guys are not going to come out and say, well, hey, Warzone shouldn't exist because it's just sucked up too much energy from the gaming industry. Like, nobody's going to say that. So what's an easy target? An easy target, of course, is Game Pass. Something that has been divisive since it was first created. Something that, to a lot of people, cost Xbox their vision and their goals, right? Even though we all think that they kind of had to do something crazy like this, and that's how Phil got Xbox still alive, sold the idea of keeping Xbox alive. So again, I always give him credit for doing this. But at the end of the day, there's going to be this divisiveness around Xbox Game Pass because it is a radical idea that was attempting to change things within an industry that had been set in its ways for decades. Right? The same as the exclusivity concept, right? The same as all these other things when change comes along. Again, Fortnite and Warzone or changes. And I'm just pointing those two out. There's plenty more black hole games that we know about, right? But those types of games came and people didn't realize at the time. They just saw the players playing and were like, holy shit, this is great. They just saw the billions of dollars being generated and we're just like, holy shit, this is great. We're growing the industry. All these kids are hopping in now. But they didn't realize at the time that the kids were never going to play another damn thing in their lives. Like that's what all they were going to do.
Nobody would
Minecraft was going to be somebody's life. That Roblox was going to be somebody's life. And they were never going to, even as they got older, try new games, right? That's a concept that obviously took time. But now, of course, they're not going to attack that stuff, right? Of course, yes, we see articles from time to time talk about black hole games. We've seen some of the higher ups talk about your black hole games, but everybody's still hunting them down. Everybody's still trying to create one steal. Nobody has, like everybody, this is the Fortnite killer, right? This is the Halo killer. This is the Call of Duty killer. Like, EA execs, we're going to have 100 million people at least playing Battlefield. That's our goal. Like,
okay.
They're all looking to do this shit, right? And more free-to-play games come out now, right? We got First Descent, we got all these other games that have come out free-to-play, AAA quality, that are also sucking up people left and right. We got gotcha games now in the console space and the PC space, right? We got all sorts of shit that is draining this industry, that is taking away massive amounts of sales and attention of these big group of gamers that we got out here. The industry's the biggest it's ever been, but it's taking away all that attention from all these other great games that we come 100%. On here in our shows and talk about, right?
100%.
And that we love
every time.
But again, it's just easy. Game Pass is an easy fucking target for everybody because it's not liked by all. It's not a highly popular thing. If it was 100 million, 150 million subscribers, and Xbox, that was their identity, and they were the Netflix of gaming, I can guarantee you these conversations would be coming up anymore, Steel. I'd be guaranteeing you if Xbox every month was reporting, hey, we're making 15, we're making, I'll just throw out a number. We're making $3 billion a month off of Game Pass, right? We're making $36 billion a year off of Game Pass. And we got 100 million happy customers month in, month out. These conversations wouldn't be the same. It would be, holy shit, Xbox found the magic bullet. Xbox actually pulled it off. But no, since it didn't do what they thought it was going to do, since Xbox, was in third place, quote unquote, since Xbox did transform their entire, business model into becoming a third-party publisher, the first really major one to bring the walls down and start making their games for everybody and putting their games everywhere. Game Pass is an easy target. It's an easy target and will continue to be. People just want to blame it for all the ills of the gaming industry right now. And it's not even close to being the case. No 35 million, subscribed subscription service, customer subscription service is killing an industry. Okay. That's just not happening, bro. That's not. Anyways, it doesn't have enough influence like that.
Yeah, I don't think it had, it definitely doesn't have enough of an impact, especially not yet at least. And even if it did, I mean, again, having the option to still buy the game at the end of the day, again, it's like I mentioned a couple shows ago, it's like, it's so the conversation around Game Pass and this sustainability and how people feel about it is so contradictory in so many ways. Because people will say that it's killing stuff, and then other people will say, oh, it's doing all these other things, and it's like, okay, well, which one is it? Because it can't be working and then also not be working. Like that's confusing to me. Because again, at the end of the day, let's take Doom for an example. The Dark Ages. I thought the Dark Ages was better than Doom Eternal for me personally. I enjoyed it more. Sure. A lot of other people didn't, right? They felt like it was a downgrade. People are saying, oh, because of Game Pass, the game didn't do great. I can tell you right now, if it wasn't for Game Pass, I wouldn't have played the fucking game.
Right.
You do with what you want with that information. Because I do think that there is also the reality of, if people don't find value in something or don't want to spend money on something, they're just not going to spend money on it. And if you are given an option to access something without having to spend additional ducats on it, additional dollary dues, whatever you want to call it.
Dollary dues, I like that one.
That is more appealing to the people who are taking part in that ecosystem than it would be otherwise. Silksong's, again, to tie in with Silksong as well, I think it's a good example. You try, hey, Silksong's not for me. Oh, I see all the hype around it. I get Game Pass for a month. Damn, I finished Silksong because I don't anticipate people taking 30 days to finish it. Maybe you do if you're busy. It is what it is. That's a reality as well, too. If you don't find something else that pulls your interest at that point, then Game Pass didn't complete its goal for you, which is absolutely fine as well. But if you end up buying the game because you enjoyed what you had, not only did they get the $20 from you to try it out, but then they get the additional $20 from you purchasing the game. And guess what? They even give you discounts on the games that are in the Game Pass service, 10 to 15%. So you're getting value you're getting inherent value to yourself that you're not constantly thinking about. The $240 that I'm spending a year on Game Pass, because I'm subscribed to Game Pass on a monthly basis. I don't look at it at the end of the year and be like, oh, I spent $240 on Game Pass. I look at it as, what did I play in Game Pass this year? If I am adding up to more than $240, then I beyond got my value out of Game Pass. And I think that that's how people should look at the service. But again, people don't look at all the other subscription services like that. You'll subscribe to Netflix all year long and won't watch a single fucking show on Netflix and say, oh, or watch one show and be like, man, I got my value out of that. You don't even know what the value of that show is without them coming out with a box set, Blu-ray, whatever for the season. So now you have an idea of what's that worth. And most of the time, the box set or DVD for the season is like, what, 19? It's like $20. So was that worth your Netflix subscription for the year? Probably fucking not if you only watch that. But it's not valued in the same way. And again, you can't buy shit on that service. If devs internally have an issue with Game Pass, especially from a first party standpoint, then you need to focus on what made your game not successful. Why didn't people want to buy your game? It wasn't because of Game Pass. I tell you that. Because people who want to try your game are going to try your game. People who want to buy it are going to buy it. Again, we're also in this space of where people are, oh, I want things to be in my library. It's digital. You know, if I buy it, I just want it to be there. I don't want to have to worry about a just rental service that, you know, it may go away at some point. Although we know first party games aren't going to go anywhere as far as Game Pass goes. Second and third party is different. And even then you still get a deal if you end up wanting to buy the game at some point. I think all this continued inside conversation about Game Pass, I think is focused on the wrong thing. Because again, at least from my perspective, at least from the information that I continue to gather, I'm just finding it very difficult to understand how it's an issue unless the devs are not being taken care of. And at the end of the day, it ties in what I mentioned earlier on. You are at the mercy of the consumer at the end of the day. If the consumer decides that it is not worth their time to get off of Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, whatever other game that they're currently invested in, World of Warcraft, whatever it may be, to play your game, that's a you problem. Guess what? That's what you're fighting against. To Pong's point. Black hole games are the issue with the industry. And honestly, it's hard for me to say that they're an issue because they're good. Right. I had to bend the knee to Fortnite when they released no build.
No,
I had to bend the knee.
They're a black hole for a reason. They're a black hole for a reason. If
something's working.
Nobody fucking play them.
Something's working.
Right.
You can't just say, "Oh, well, it's a trash game." Like, you can't say that because why is it getting all these people's attention? Why does it work so well in the mentality of the younger generation where they will buy a pair of Nikes on Fortnite? I think it's dumb. I get it though, because I like cosmetics in my game. I would rather my cosmetics be in the actual game though, for me to be able to unlock, right? That's my preferred method. I don't like paying for cosmetics, but I will if it's enticing enough. And that means something to some people. But inherently, it has to be a decent game, or not as many people would play it. People make millions of dollars playing Fortnite. As an example. People are creating games in Roblox and are able to make some money. Minecraft, same thing, able to make some money. People have whole YouTube channels based on these games that are ever evolving. Game Pass isn't the issue. The quality of games is the issue. Bad storytelling is the issue. Chronos: The New Dawn as an example. I'm not as interested as I was because I think the fishbowl character head doesn't work for me. And me seeing, I didn't see any additional cosmetics that I can unlock in the game that makes me enticed to play the game. And people can say, Steel, that's dumb. Oh, because you can't get a better looking helmet, you don't want to play the game? Yeah, because I played Dead Space. And I think the character in Dead Space is cooler than the character in Chronos: The New Dawn. Yeah, I'm shallow like that. As a gamer, I am, for sure. I care about those things. Because that's what's pulling me into... That's what's pulling my interest. I have to look at this motherfucker the entire playthrough.
Right.
Maybe I don't like the vagina face. You know, but that's a me thing. And that all that does at the end of the day is reflected back on the devs who created it. Did you make a cool character? Maybe, maybe not. Is that a reason why the game may not sell great? Maybe, maybe not. It's a reason why you won't get a sell out of me. If it was in Game Pass, maybe I would try it. What's 100% of zero? Zero. It doesn't matter what number that you throw in there. Zero is still zero. Having a player is more valuable than having nothing. Somebody that can, like I said about Silksong, if I never buy the game, and this can go for any game, if I never buy the game, but I was able to try it, if I was able to play through it, that's why I think demos should be more important than ever before. Like, I'm tired of the excuse, oh, we got to make another vertical slice. No, it's fucking time gated, dog. Especially on console, time gate the shit. Let people experience what they're going to develop. If you don't like Game Pass, then PlayStation, how about you create more demos? That's your way that you can fight back. Every game that you release has a demo. 2 to 3 hour demo. You know why they don't want you to release demos? Or why they have a problem with Game Pass? Because these devs, really, I'll say more so the publishers, they want you to play a game without you having full understanding of what you're buying. They have admitted as much. That's why they skirt around reviews. Oh, we're not going to do reviews because, you know, it's going to devalue. Oh, you know, you just don't feel like it's... You can come up with whatever excuse that you want to come up with. If you got a good game, then you have a good game. If you do not have confidence in your product, just say you don't have confidence in your product. But consumers are obviously sick and tired of something being delivered to them and it not being of the quality that it needs to be. And it is not my fault, Game Pass's fault, that you didn't get that value, that you didn't get that dollar. So, viability, sustainability, again, we're at the point, like, again, I keep hearing contradicting things. Does Microsoft have the ability to just close down whenever they want? Obviously so. Yeah. But if that's true, then why haven't they shut down Game Pass yet? So you're telling me they just got random faith in Game Pass? They're just random faith. They're just whatever.
And if they do steal, again, what's going to happen? Nothing. The game is just going to move on, bro. The game industry is going to move on. There's going to be a bunch of pissed off Xbox players, but the industry is going to move on.
And then people will have to buy games. And you know what's going to happen? I've said it here before. Yeah. If I am paying full price for games, it doesn't matter what that price is. It could be $20. If I am paying for games, I will look at every facet in the game and I will buy much less.
Of course. Yeah.
Guaranteed. And I think that's going to be reflective on everybody. If Game Pass didn't exist, I wouldn't have played half of the games I've played. Point blank, period.
Right.
Because of what's valuable to me.
Which some people would argue that's better, which is crazy to me. There are some people that will argue that.
Then you're going to end up having studios that aren't going to ever get a leg up.
That has been my point. That's another issue that people avoid. This industry is being so big with so many games out here. Just take out even the black hole games out of the equation. There are so many more games and so many more things taking people's attention now, choices to be made, that inherently there are going to be more games, even if they're good games. To your point, Steele, there's a lot of good games that didn't do well sales wise, right? There's a lot of good games that just never got the spotlight that they should have. There's going to happen more and more with how big this industry is now. There is not enough time in the day, even for the most hardcore of us, the biggest enthusiasts of this industry. There's not enough time in the day and enough days to play all of the content and games that come out now. There just isn't. Right? So there are going to be more games nowadays because in general, there's more games that fail, that don't get the sales they should have, blah, blah, blah. But that's just pure and simple because of how big this industry is now. Like that's another set of ills that comes along with being the biggest and baddest hobby, entertainment hobby in the world. There are going to be, again, when movies were in their prime, Steel, when Hollywood was pumping out movies, there is whole swaths of 80s and 90s movies that I would point to that are great fucking movies that hardly anybody ever saw, or very few people saw, or considered cult hits because so few people saw. Why? Because look at the pictures people post of what was playing in the theater on any given weekend back in the 80s and 90s. Bro, you got like 5 freaking Hall of Fame level, GOAT level, S tier level movies every summer playing in the same theater at the same time. But Hollywood is pumping out a ton of movies, right? And a lot of them got missed, and a lot of them weren't watched by as many people as that should have watched them, right? That's what's happening in the video game industry right now because it's so damn big. That's another part of it. Like, it's just, again, you can blame whatever you want to. Game Pass is an easy target. Again, yes. Are there people in our community, right, that sit around and go, I'll just wait for it to come into Game Pass? Sure they are. Well, how small a percentage of people is that? And then of those people, right? Now we're this far in a generation. Everybody knows that not every game comes to Game Pass. And it's actually gotten less and less. Microsoft isn't going out and buying the biggest third-party games, right? So, and now how many people that actually say, oh, I'll just wait for it to come on Game Pass, wind up and going buying the game anyways at some point when it goes on sale? Again, whether it shows up in Game Pass or whether somebody waits for it on sale, there's plenty of us. I'm one of them who refused to pay full price for lots of games back in the day, Steel, before Game Pass. I would wait for sales, right? Yep. What's the difference? They're not getting my full price sale up front, right? They're not getting that day one sale from me. There's all these different instances you can point to and you can shift blame to, but it's a culmination of everything. But Game Pass is pretty far down on the totem pole as to an ill that's causing the industry overall harm, in my opinion. When I look at the big picture, and I look at all the other shit that's going on, Game Pass is pretty far down the list of things that could be harming this industry.
Again,
pretty damn far.
Give me demos of every game. Other than that, then shut the fuck up.
Right.
If you're not going to do that because you're afraid of how people are going to feel when they try the game out, that tells me everything that I need to hear, bro.
Right.
Again, if these things aren't going to exist, you see how it's going. You see how it's going on the PlayStation side of things. The only other company that shit works for is Nintendo. And it's for other reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's because of what the expectation that they have set. It has been and will continue to be different. Nixie says Game Pass harmed the console in his opinion. Nixie, if that's how you feel, I don't see how. I just don't. Because if everybody's in Game Pass, I still don't think that it would matter because there's other games that release on your platform that you would want to buy. Game Pass is not inherently the reason. If you know what else what would hurt the console? If I bought less games on my ecosystem, that would hurt as well. Which would have happened if Game Pass didn't exist. I guarantee you. You would have had 35 million consoles, 40 million consoles, however many Xbox has at this point, and people buying less games than ever. Still, which is we know to be true. If less than 5% of the hardcore audience is buying games on a month-to-month basis, who buy more than 3 games a year, is where we're at as far as metrics go. What do you mean? No, there's a deeper problem in Game Pass affecting the console sales. And we have games that release again. Helldivers 2, we could transition again. What another great transition. Helldivers 2, apparently, and again, you take this stuff with a grain of salt.
Grain of salt, yep.
Because the information that is coming from has been proven that they are not the complete and most accurate place either, and have used reviews to be part of numbers, whatever. However they form the metrics. If it is believed to be true, and I'm just going to take it at face value, if it is believed to be true that 900K people bought Helldivers 2 within its first 6 days versus PlayStation's 600K in the same time frame, Why didn't those people buy PlayStations to buy Helldivers? They played it where it was available to them. Why did Forza Horizon 5 go to PlayStation and sell all the copies that it did? What was it, 3 million copies in a month? Why didn't those people just buy Xboxes? The game was good, obviously. 3 million copies in a month is nothing to snuff at for a game that was already in existence. People pre-ordered the game to get early access for a game that was already out. You could have streamed the game. You couldn't do that on PlayStation, but it became available where people wanted to access it at, and it sold more copies. What does that tell you? People want it where they can get it. I don't think console hardware, again, Sony can sell 80 million consoles. What does it matter if your base isn't buying? You have 3 times the amount of consoles that Xbox does, but more people on an opposing side are buying more of the game than they did on your side? Apparently.
Well, at least the first week.
At least in the first week. But again, vice versa. It doesn't matter which way that it goes. If these games aren't good, like people have said for years, for decades, Xbox games aren't good, then don't buy the game on your platform. But that's not how it works, because gamers like games. There's nothing like Forza Horizon over there. So they got excited and bought it. Nick said Helldivers 2 Xbox numbers at launch are expected. The Helldivers community was only interested at launch. It makes sense. Since the Xbox release, the IP has become a phenomenon. It was a phenomenon before. When it dropped on PlayStation 5, it wasn't. Nixie, that's inaccurate, because it was a phenomenon. It was such a phenomenon on PlayStation 5 and PC when it originally released. It literally took over social media. That's all you saw on social media, on the big social media platform, shorts and all of that shit, for at least 3 months. At least. Up to the point where they started having issues. And the community started pushing back on them. Oh, it's not available in these different areas. Whether it was a factor or not, or whether people cared, it did have an impact. The content slowed down. They weren't delivering enough. Helldivers 2 blew up in the first 2 weeks. It was a thing. I'm not seeing the same traction now with it being on Xbox that I did previously. Not the way that people were interacting with it. I'm not seeing it. And again, I'm consuming gaming content, right? I'm not seeing it from other people. But it is an Xbox coded game, as we have mentioned, if others mentioned. Hey, this is something that the Xbox players would be interested in. Hey, it's smart that ODST got implemented in. Maybe the tie-in to Halo is what made more people interested. Shows how strong of an IP Halo still is. That you can implement something from a whole different IP into a game from your competitor. And it worked for this new audience. And it has more content than ever before. Now people are playing it in its best light. It does nothing but to actually benefit the consumer at the end of the day. Now everybody who might have fell off on PlayStation now has a reason to jump back in and be able to shepherd around the new players, and it causes a whole other thing. And maybe it ends up causing more traction. I haven't seen it. Not saying that it can't be there, but at the end of the day, it's also been proven that PC gamers bought more of Helldivers than the PlayStation guys did.
How about this?
But it's
How about this? Why do any goalposts have to be moved at any time? Why not just say, hell yeah, like it's doing great.
It's doing phenomenal. That's what matters.
And yeah, Xbox players do buy games. Like I just don't know why it's so difficult to defend these hills that are worthless when it comes to sales, right? Yes, you're going to get the pushback and people are going to push on the sales because for years now, right? They've heard the same shit over and over again in this community from one side. So yes, when anything like this happens, is it going to be dramatic and overblown on the other side? Of course it is. You know, if you came here, you heard us saying that we thought it could do really well. I said, I don't know if it's going to sell 500,000, a million copies, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But that's going to be good. So if this number is real, and again, I'm not taking this number as real. It's a grain of salt. I don't really care. But no matter what, the numbers speak for themselves as far as the players and as far as the engagement. I go by seeing online people posting stuff about Helldivers 2. Yeah, a lot of people on Xbox bought this fucking game. A lot of people. We knew that was going to happen. But why not just say, yeah, it did fucking great, right? Yes, you're going to have the loudmouths fire back and say, haha, you've sold more than on your own platform in the first week. Of course you can have that, because they've been hearing people for fucking years go, nobody on Xbox buys games, which is bullshit lie. And everybody knows it's a bullshit lie. And yet you still got people out here peddling it as, oh no, it's literal fact. We have the stats. It's just a literal fact that nobody on Xbox buys their games. It's not a fucking literal fact. Again. So yes, you're going to have the other side celebrate it more than necessary. But how about we just say, fuck, yeah. Well, Arrowhead designed and developed a fucking fantastic game that has a ton of mass appeal across the board, did an amazing job with their marketing, overcame tripping up and falling and PlayStation with the requirements of login and all that shit, they're not having it in certain countries, all the missteps that happen, some of them Arrowhead's fault, some of them not Arrowhead's fault, all of those problems, through all of it, they stayed steady. They brought the game through the ups and downs and created an absolute phenomenon that people want to jump into, and then started doing these partnerships and started doing these skins, but then found the ultimate partnership, the one that makes like the most freaking sense out of Starship Troopers directly, which already has a game, but the one that just made the absolute sense that everybody said, hey, get this done. And they got Sony to approach Xbox to not only launch it on Xbox, but then to have Xbox give them the okay to launch an ODST pack. Like, it's just, that is genius level marketing that takes your game to the next level. They have earned every bit of these players, whether it's 900,000, whether it's 500,000, whether it's a million new X players from Xbox. I don't care. They've earned every single one of those fucking players, man, because they created an amazing experience that people are enjoying. And the best part is, most of the people playing that game that are playing crossplay with PC players, PlayStation players, and Xbox players, they're all helping each other, which is what that community was built on originally. They're all helping and welcoming people in and showing people the ropes, and more people are having a better time in that game because of the community as well. That's all I got to say, man. Again, now, Xbox players do buy games. They bought a great game. It appeals to them in a lot of ways on top of the ODST shit. The ODST shit appealed to PlayStation players because there are Halo fans that play on PlayStation. There are Halo fans that play mainly on PC. So everybody was on board with the ODST shit. Yeah, that bumped all the numbers. But Xbox players do buy games. You put something good on this console. That's why this argument that single player PlayStation games like Spider-Man or God of War won't sell on Xbox is laughable at best. You put a good single player game over here and it's going to do numbers. Is it going to do massive numbers 2, 3, 4, 5 years later? No, it's not going to do that because, yeah, some of the hype has died down. Some of the people have already played it elsewhere if they've had the opportunity to play it elsewhere, whether on a PlayStation or PC. But the fact to sit here and say you're not going to get any sales if you put that great a game, well, Final Fantasy 16 didn't do so well. Final Fantasy 16 was not roundly celebrated. Final Fantasy 16 was divisive because it's not a straight, true Final Fantasy RPG, right? It's not this crushing game of the year quality. I know some people want to say it's a game of the year quality game. Okay, I played the demo. I loved it. I'm going to play it eventually. But it's not going to appeal to everybody over here. For sure, it's not going to. And again, Square still has not fixed it. They have to build up the fan base again. Talk to Sega. Talk to Atlas. Listen to what they've been doing when they started bringing Persona over here. You have to cultivate that fan base, right? So again, Final Fantasy 16 isn't going to be a massive seller just because you plop it over here and say, here you go, Xbox. But if you bring a God of War, if you bring a Spider-Man, you're going to see significant sales. Now, if you plop Horizon over here and go, well, see, nobody bought Horizon. Bro, as a Horizon fan, listen, y'all, I don't care how many numbers they claim they've sold 30 million plus on that franchise or whatever the case. That is not a beloved franchise everywhere. That is another divisive franchise. So you can't pull that shit out. Like Days Gone coming over here this late. Is it going to sell some on Xbox? Yeah, but I can hear it already, Steve. If they put Days Gone over here and everybody go on Xbox and it sells, 200,000 copies, 300. Oh, can't. Bro, come on, man. Put your big franchises over here, and I guarantee you it's going to sell. It's going to sell well. It's not going to be massive, but Helldivers 2 just proves you put a good game over here, even a game that's been around for a while, people are going to go freaking play the game, and they're going to buy the game. And that's exactly what happened.
I mean, yeah, it is. And of course, Dixie always throwing in the interesting subverse. He says Xbox players generally don't buy games. Everyone says these companies love money, so why would a publisher skip a platform? Let's just think about that for a minute. Too many people don't listen. And I'm actually gonna pull something that from Pong that he says. I thought developing for one platform makes it easier to develop games. So wouldn't that be a reason as well?
But Nixie, all you see is Xbox players saying they'd rather wait for games to land on Game Pass. That's anecdotal, and you know that. You can't take the slice.
And you know what?
You can't take the slice of this community as all Xbox players.
And you know what's funny?
You can't take all PlayStation players as the loudmouths. As I always say, small percentage of loudmouths in this community does not represent the entire community as a whole.
Yeah,
right?
Even we don't.
Again, this is all. It's a small slice, right, of a very vocal minority, and you got a vocal Xbox fan base. Two that are fanboys of Xbox that always make everything else more dramatic because they've had to put up with the PlayStation side of shit for a long ass time. So yes, that's going to happen. The back and forth is going to happen. But again,
gamers aren't buying games.
There is no way to sit back and go, well, every single person who says, I'm just going to wait for it to come in Game Pass, when we know that it's not even close to a fact that every game comes to Game Pass. We know that. Everybody knows that. You can't sit. It's a luck of the draw if you're going to sit back and wait. Unless something's been announced, it's a luck of the draw if it comes into Game Pass and it was a game that you wanted. How many of those players actually do wait? They go buy the game. And again, all the publishers, all the major publishers would have bailed on Xbox a long time ago. All the third-party publishers would have bailed on Xbox if Xbox players didn't buy games.
And all you're seeing them is they're opening up more. They're saying, oh, we need to deliver to more platforms.
Right.
But hey, guess what? As great as Helldivers 2 was for PlayStation, Arrowhead has decided that they're going to develop their own game and fund their own game. If the deal was so great, if y'all did so well, if PlayStation was so great for you, why would you do that? That makes no sense. So it has to be something in the middle that is missing as well. That it was a phenom. And as far as Game Pass goes, if people are waiting for games to come into Game Pass, they didn't have genuine interest in the game in the first place. And it goes right back to know who you are as a gamer, dog. You don't have to wait for Game Pass to do anything. But if you're telling yourself, oh, I'm gonna wait for ABC thing to happen, then you didn't have general interest in it right there in that moment. Like I say all the time. And sure, we can use whatever as a baseline, but again, when the factual numbers are less than 5% of gamers, hardcore audience, are buying games on a month-to-month basis, gamers aren't buying games. They're finding games that they like. Again, I have even said this to y'all. It takes one game for me to set aside everything else that is in the space. For 3 years, I played Black Desert Online. I'll wait for Pong to come back on this because I think it'll be good to have him on the back end of it as well. But Pong, I was about to bring up, I said, it takes, and I've mentioned this before, it takes one game for me to put everything else to the side. For Black Desert Online, I played that fucking game for 3+ years. I didn't buy or play a single other fucking game.
Of course. Yeah.
One game. That's all it took.
Sure. Black hole.
So, I mean, so if I'm not buying the games, there's other games that are like, that's a small sample size. That's a very mediocre, I would say, a very small game in comparison to all these other games that have much bigger of an audience. Gamers aren't buying games. And the generation behind me don't care to fucking buy games. They're not looking. They're looking at so many other things.
You got a whole group of gamers that refuse to pay full price and only buy on sale. So again, like
I do it too. If it's not
that's
of
how
value,
Steam's made its business is by its freaking sales, bro. Like, come on.
Nixie, Arrowhead is fine with Sony. What's the hyperbolic fabricating talk? It's not fabricating talk, Nixie. Do the research, brother. We've talked about it on the show, dog. Hopefully you was listening. I'm gonna give you some smoke now. I'm not gonna play this passive aggressive thing with you, dog. For all the knowledge and things that you bring to the table here, why can't you also understand the concept of why would Arrowhead decide to fund and develop their own game without Sony's backing? Why? Why would they even make that an announcement? If the partnership with Sony was so great, that doesn't make remote a bit of sense. Something isn't adding up. Is it the players? Maybe they wanted to put it on the Xbox sooner, and maybe the experience wasn't as great as people always assume that it is for as far as some of these publishers go. And yeah, for him,
control their own destiny,
and that could be also part of it. Yeah, if you want to control your own destiny, great. But what does that say about PlayStation? They don't give them that option, even though they were successful as hell for them for a live service. Maybe not, but isn't that something that you also have to consider as well before the conversation? As bad as people say that Xbox is with developing games and their quality and all this other stuff. Oh, okay. He said, still, I'm referring to somebody else. Smoking gaming is not something I relate to. Everyone has a perspective. I accept it, no problem. And I don't react to it. I think you're being like, that's hyperbolic though. Because you do say a lot of things that I do think you were coming with your own opinion about as well. And I do think you believe in that and why what you say.
Steel's in pain right now, bro. He's a wounded animal. Don't mess with him today.
That too. I'm gonna get extra. I'm gonna get extra passionate. It's the last episode, and I'm gonna get passionate as well.
He's about to snap.
But no, it's just
a little bite.
There's so many contradictory factors that are happening in gaming right now. It is hard. We're moving in waters that are completely murky. We don't know what the next direction is. We don't know how the digital future is going to pan out. We don't know how game development is going to continue to go. What's going to work, what's not going to work. What I do know is I'm getting more value as a gamer for ever before. Shit, part of the reason of me taking a step back is because there's too many fucking games coming out. And if I don't do something now, by the time fucking more good games come out and I can see some great time-consuming games releasing, I'm not going to have the time for it. So I'm not going to be able to consume the content the way that I want to. I would like to be 60 years old, getting some gaming in still, being in whatever black hole game. And maybe even by then, I'll be able to play games that I missed out on. You know what I'm saying? Because of the inherent value that we're getting.
Turn-based JRPG player.
I'll be back on mouse and keyboard by then. I'll be back on mouse and key.
We'll have good motion control by then, Steve.
Probably.
We'll probably have good. Like
if I don't have arthritis,
or something,
because I already have early signs of it. I already have early signs of it. Between football and fucking throwing cases in the warehouse, like literally throwing cases with fucking working in the wine and liquor industry. You know,
Elon will have a chip for you. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. He got a chip there. He'll fix my all my bone problems.
Bro, you're gonna have so many chips in you. It would be funny.
Gotcha. Yeah, probably. But yeah, I mean, again, value is always going to be in the eyes of the beholder. And I do think that other things have to be considered. Again, the only answer really is to continue to hold these devs' feet to the fire. I think one place we could start with is Nintendo. But until we get to a point.
People aren't ready for that conversation, bro.
Until we get to a point where games are releasing day one, even if you need a patch day one, I don't care about you needing a patch day one. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is having the optimization issues. What bothers me is you focusing on ray tracing when you're not focusing on the quality of the game. You're focusing on all this other shit. You're not. Now we got devs coming out, or the Battlefield devs. Oh, we're focused on because they had metrics to show, hey, there was a lot of people on the lower tier hardware who were playing Battlefield. So now guess what? They're going to make sure that they optimize it as best they can for that hardware and just let it scale up. That's what should be going on across the board. Fuck all this 50, 80, 40, whatever, trying to put the newest implementations. That's why I don't like upscaling. That's why I don't like frame gen. That's why I don't like all this additional shit, because they want you to buy new technology without fixing the fucking pipeline. Optimization is a clear issue in games today, and it's consistent. It's not like, oh, it's a one-off and, ooh, it was just this game. No, it seems like every game that releases, we're having a conversation about optimization. Why? Games are hard. I get it, but why? Team Cherry should be a good example. We optimize one area of the game. This optimization needs to be across the board. It needs to be this good, play this well, everywhere. And when you got bigger teams, again, you're talking about a 3 to 10 man studio or 3-man studio with 10 people all in total who probably helped to make this game versus these studios who have 100 plus people. Are you telling me we can't fix the pipeline of how this stuff is getting made? That indie devs have to come out and show you how to build a game with a community? You're making live service games, but don't ever want to involve anybody from the community. Huh? Marathon, you couldn't, ooh, there had to have been an internal issue there. Why didn't you find out what the issues were beforehand? These things are problems. And until those get addressed, again, Game Pass is on the lower part of that total bowl as far as things we need to be concerned about. Because you still have options. So, interesting. It's going to continue to be interesting. It's going to even get more interesting as the year progresses. Again, Ninja Gaiden 4 comes out, next month? Just the lineup is just continuously getting better and better. As far as games that are releasing, the quality of games that are coming out, the types of games that are coming out, people are getting back into certain bags that we thought maybe went to the wayside. Again, especially with RTSs and stuff like that. We're seeing more RTSs being made. Seeing RTSs getting more support. Age of Empires seems to get fucking DLC. That game is fucking old as hell. It's on console. So, hey, great. But goddamn, another black hole game. Because you don't just play a match of Age of Empires and then say, oh, yeah, I've had enough. Or you understand how to play that game now. Nah. And that's the thing with a lot of games. You can't just play a game and be like, oh, I understand the game now, unless it's meant to be a shorter experience. So it's going to continue to be fun, man. Nixie says, Living SplitScreen. That is why all the topics is not fitting for everyone to discuss. Just look at the chat about live service games. Nobody wants to do the research to be enlightened. BT Maverick says, S7 is going to paint all those chips in red and gold. Iron Man. Yeah, that's 100% right. You already know. You already know I gotta get my Iron Man flair to it. He said, Live a split screen. Why do you think publishers release broken games? Time and not having good management.
Broken
not
pipeline.
Not setting a good expectation. Again, like I mentioned, it's a completely broken pipeline. It shouldn't exist. It's people not holding people's feet to the fire. You want to appease everybody and you're appeasing no one. And then when the shareholders come to the table, they say, oh, why did the game fail? Well, fuck. You can't fix the issue the last year. So, Tim says, why SIE didn't stick with Factions 2 is beyond me. That was my best multiplayer experience on PlayStation platform ever. Again, yeah, don't get me started on that.
Oh God.
Again, that'll forever be. Again, you want to see why I don't have faith in that platform? I can paint it for you very easily. Because certain things don't make sense. Why can modders create up to 16 players in a fucking Spider-Man game in the first iteration of Spider-Man, but you as a $1 trillion company or $1 billion company can't do the same thing, or can't put a tap on the shoulder and say, hey y'all, we need to bring y'all in because obviously you have an understanding of the engine that we don't. I say the same thing about fucking Bethesda. Now they are known to tap a modder on the shoulder or two, but I don't think even they value the modders as well as they should. And most of these modders, you don't have to pay the fucking same budget that you pay other people. That you're paying your devs that are on payroll. Modders are fixing games, are able to do things with game. FromSoft, they don't get the pass either. Why can't a modder add co-op that has balance in everything else in the game, but you can't? It's absurd to me. It's insane. I get things take time, but goddamn, a modder does it in 3 months. You can't bring them in and say, damn, man, obviously you understand something better than we do. Spider-Man and Factions, two IPs that they could have fucking went beyond the moon with. Spider-Man could have been the fucking, especially with the Spider-Verse, that could have been their Fortnite. People buying skins, traversing the city, playing with your homies. Yeah, you need content for it, but it'd be so much easier to create content if you're bringing people of talent in that can help you flesh out and make things easier across the board. So if Factions dev story is public information, their story is no excuse. Nobody asked for a game to be bigger than what it needed to be. So much so to a point that you couldn't even release a base form of it. So, man, I'm not gonna get down my whole diatribe about that. I will continue to tread those waters. Have treaded those waters. It is what it is. If you want to give them whatever excuse, you can give them whatever excuse. Hey, we didn't want to become a live service company. You're chasing live service right now. So what are you doing? You could have made a team. I thought Sony was good at creating teams. Nah, we're gonna let this other dude fuck off and make a movie. We're gonna let this other dude fuck off and make a TV show where the second season didn't even do as good as the fucking first season. So what are we talking about? Obviously, the story wasn't that great. Obviously, it proved a lot of people's points right. And again, if people understand, if you understand why things, I get you. I hear you. It'll never make sense to me. But I'm a PvP focused gamer. And I put some good time into it. I saw the potential in it. You're looking for something and you had it. We have that conversation all the time too. Division. Oh, Division 2, now you want to ramp up survival and implement this in the next game and do all these updates and, oh, now we're going to ramp things up. You said that before. Why would I believe it now? Oh, now you want to bring the mobile game back. I don't give a fuck now, bruh. Division 3, where it's at. How about you do that? That's more important. Put survival in that. Or just make a game called The Division. Stop putting numbers on shit. Take it back. That's the other thing that these companies can also do. Stop putting numbers on shit. If you think you have the potential of expanding this game out, that's what Destiny should have done. You don't need a Destiny 2. Call it Destiny, give it an underscore name like you do with all your other DLC. It could have just been Destiny. I don't know. Worked back in the day. It doesn't work now when games fucking take 6+ years to develop, and then you don't get it until that 7th year, and by that time the end of the generation is here. The pipeline's broken. Yobi says, in creating your own Spider-Man or woman or iteration, man, the game will sell itself. Character customization. Oh man, what a fucking Marvel concept. Stanley Francois says, have a heart still. Division 2 is still good. No, Division 2 is good. But we know Ubisoft isn't. Ubisoft has internal problems. They didn't spin the team up quick enough the first time they said they were going to bring the game back. What makes you think I'm going to believe you the third time? Sure, and it may be good. But it's a game mode being implemented into something that already existed. And I thought the Brooklyn DLC that they released, so I thought it was solid. I didn't play through, I didn't complete it. Again, I got newer games on my playlist. But again, if you're going back and playing Division 2, aren't you part of the problem for these black hole games? Because if you're playing Division 2, you're not playing the newer games. That's a missed sale. If you're buying an expansion for a game that existed already, you're not buying a new game. And that's what most people do. So, Decado says Lumen and other things are resources hog without severe optimizing memory leaks and crap frame rates are here to stay. Again, the focus being in the wrong places. Monster Hunter Wilds, that is their issue. Monster Hunter Wilds has a mostly negative rating on Steam specifically due to performance issues. It has hampered the game. It has not continued to sell great. It started selling really well, faster than Monster Hunter World did. Then it fell off. And now you're trying to implement updates or play catch up or now trying to optimize and do things down the road. Again, Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be good years from now. But that's also Monster Hunters. That's how they develop their games. There's always years, 3 to 5 years between their games, maybe more. So will the game be better later? Well, shit, Monster Hunter World was great when they released fucking Monster Hunter World Iceborne. It did a big update. A bunch of people came back, sold a bunch of fucking copies. Wilds can do the same thing. I think it also exposes engine issues. RE engine is great, but like we saw with Dragon's Dogma 2 as well, it's not great for open world games apparently. You saw it for Monster Hunter Wilds as well. There's optimization issues. And I love both games. And they both offer something that most games don't. So, Stanley Francois said, I'm playing AC Shadows too. And that's my thing. Like, Ubisoft has its issues, but they got games that I do like playing.
Yeah, they're being stubborn with the pricing right there.
Oh, yeah, they're not trying to drop the price.
Sale.
They're not trying to drop the price.
Yeah, that Outlaws is still, especially the Ultimate Edition, is still hanging way too tough, bro.
They'll probably drop it down
80% right now.
They'll probably drop it down by Black Friday.
Yeah, I know, but it used to be.
It used to be like within 6 months.
Days.
Yeah, like within 6 months.
Days,
yeah.
You used to have that nice 75% sale on the Big Boy Edition, and that just hasn't happened yet, man. And it's Shadows is the same, so I'll eventually pick up Shadows too down the road, but just nothing on sale.
And that's the other crazy thing. Like, they're trying to figure out their own path. So.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Back says that was the hope Destiny was just contained in one space like World of Warcraft or ESO. It should have been more confident in what the product they have. I mean, again, I know they had to make big changes or whatever, but you didn't have to add it to. You could have just. That's what I'm hoping they do with Forza Horizon. I hope the next Forza Horizon isn't called Horizon 6. You should just be called Forza Horizon wherever the place is. Forza Horizon Japan, Forza Horizon Australia, Forza Horizon United States, for whatever it is. Let's get rid of these fucking numbers, bro. If you want to be able to develop the game for however long, remove some of the expectation, it's one of the easiest ways to go about it. Hey, I'm available for hire. You can hire me, $100K a year. I'll start. We'll get everything back on board, guys. I'll tell you right now. We'll get all your development processes right back in line. I will be the studio head you need. Everybody's going to be in a Slack chat, chopping it up. We're going to have meetings every Friday. Everybody going to have to stay late. I don't care. If you can't stay late, I don't need you. I need you for at least an hour, 1 hour. We're going to hammer out some of these ideas, maybe 3, because we need to get this shit figured out.
Oh yeah, Ubisoft is going to put everything they possibly can on Switch 2.
A lot of these. And Outlaws is running well on Switch 2, apparently.
Oh yeah, no, again we're back. Yeah, because everybody compared it to the original Steam Deck and said, "Look, Nintendo Switch 2 is so much more powerful." So, but yeah, that caused a whole nother controversy too, because the Ubisoft dev came out and said that they couldn't use the cart. So
that's not even in the game.
No, they couldn't use the.
Okay, I got you.
To put the game on it because it wasn't fast enough. It wasn't fast enough to transfer the data. So for when you use like the speeder and stuff in that game,
makes sense.
It's not fast enough, so they had to go with the code system that Nintendo's got. So
it's just digital.
Yeah, it's just digital. Yeah, yep. But they did get it to run great. I mean, it's locked 30, so I mean, whatever. That's cool.
There we go. Again, at some point they're gonna have to figure this stuff out. And get stuff situated. Our gamers going to continue to talk with their wallet, and I think more people are. I think that's just exposing itself more and more as we move into the future. More people are going to speak with their wallets. Either your game is good or it's not, and the people always decide. So, There's a apparently a Call of Duty movie deal that's supposed to be happening here. Call of Duty movie being done. I think this is something that's way past due. If this is believed to be true, Paramount signed a deal with Activision to develop a live-action Call of Duty film, aiming for blockbuster scale and cinematic storytelling.
For what?
It pushes one of the gaming's biggest franchises into film, could either redefine interactive media IP or highlight how games struggle to translate narrative. Again, I think
war movies.
I think this is something you could have did. This is something you could have did a decade ago if you wanted to do this. And again, what's funny about this is if you don't, I don't know. Your easiest thing that you could do is adapt the story that's already there. And I think the easiest story for you to adapt is the Modern Warfare story. But again, we do have other war movies.
We got other war movies. What are you going to do? Have respawn? No, the only way they do this deal is the zombie side of it.
You think so? Zombie? You think they do the Black Ops route?
Right.
Where like in the second movie you could have a crazy twist or something, or in the first movie.
The only thing you're going to differentiate yourself from any other military movie. Like
I think the story with Captain Price and all that. I think that with Soap and all that was interesting as well. In Modern Warfare,
but we've already got it in the game.
But there is the aspect of delivering it to an audience that hadn't played those games, right?
I mean, maybe
because people do for whatever reason. You put it in a movie, and now people are like, "Oh wow, this is a fucking pretty good story."
I'm just saying, there's not a whole lot more expansion you could do, like Fallout and that kind of stuff. You can expand, like even look at now Last of Us problem, right? Look at they're trying to expand Last of Us, and look at they're losing their audience. They lost their core gamer audience because they changed the story and because they changed shit up too much, right? They did a terrible job casting, in my opinion, anyways, but whatever.
Oh,
it doesn't matter. Yeah, Last of Us. What I'm saying is that they tried to expand it. They're trying to stretch it out, right, Steele? Because the story's been told. Like, they're following the games, but they're trying to stretch it out, and it doesn't fucking work.
Well, it doesn't work because obviously there's flaws in the story.
Well, there's flaws but the flaws become bigger when you try to stretch.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I
TV series.
I think the Black Ops route would be the only cool route to go because then you could bring in some weird shit, right? And you could really go down that road. And I think that would be kind of dope in movie form because there's a lot of different stories you could tell within the weird shit. I just think that I mean, it's a great story. There's no doubt Modern Warfare's got a great story. I'm just saying it's already been played, like it's already been done, but. To your point that other people might go watch it that haven't played it, you're right.
For a military movie, I think it's the easiest win, right? Yeah. Now, hearing that apparently Steven Spielberg, I believe it was.
Oh, that's bullshit. No, that was
was it BS? I was going to say, because that's crazy if that was true. I was just taking it at face value.
Yeah.
Completely I was going to say, if Steven Spielberg was wanting to do this and he got turned down, I was like, somebody's smoking crack. Because that might have been worth doing.
But still.
But again, Spielberg also has to be the most consistent either.
Well, but he was tied to Halo originally, and that never happened too, right? And that's true.
Which
right? they had big directors
that would have been
and Xbox
phenomenal.
nixed all that shit. So
that would have been phenomenal.
Yeah, but again, stupid decisions at the top.
And again, I mean, even EAM. So you said the same thing with Halo, the Halo TV show.
Yeah.
Again, you can play into making Chief more human-like by just taking him back to the beginning.
It's garbage.
And even what you could also do is the first season, introduce it in line with the first game, and then take it back, and then go back and say, okay, well, this is who Chief is as a character. You saw this badass; he did all these things. This is why he's doing what he's doing, instead of doing it the route that you did it.
But 85% of that movie, 85% of that show.
Yeah, they're not armored up.
Game,
yeah,
the sci-fi action.
I agree.
Game.
I agree.
You could bring the humanity little bits, not turn it into a fucking adult soap opera.
When he was in boot camp, that when he was transitioning over, that is how it was. But again, and there has been the fan made movies that have portrayed that well.
They purposely did not play the game Steel when they made that.
No, and that was dumb.
Again,
that was
the
just
showrunners.
Stupid.
The showrunners. I can't stand when Hollywood types get involved that have zero interest in the game. That's why Fallout works so well. And again,
because they played the game.
Because
even the main actor, the chick, played the game.
Fans of the game, right? They played the shit out of it.
Homework.
Right, and it works because you get the quirkiness of Fallout. That's how they nailed the quirkiness of Fallout. That's how, even though it wasn't the greatest show of all time to me, it was good. I didn't get everybody's hype for it. I thought it was a little over the top, the hype for it. But anyways, doesn't matter. It's all personal taste. But they did capture the quirkiness of that world in Fallout. Like you could tell that the people behind it understood what the games were, why it had such a big fan base. So, but this Call of Duty thing threw me off guard. I'm like, what? Like, I get it. Like, I get it from a sales standpoint. Like, you know, obviously the Call of Duty is a gigantic name, you know, and they had success with Minecraft, which wasn't a great movie, but it still found its own meme worthiness. So
it did well.
Succeeded.
So
it did well. Yeah, no, sales wise, obviously they were making a number 2. So hey, I guess try Call of Duty. I just think Black Ops would be dope. That's the only thing I think of when I was wrong.
I guess we'll see how that ends up playing out, man. Apparently there's a rumored Nintendo Direct that's supposed to be happening on September 12th. This report is coming from Reliable Insider that indicates a Nintendo Direct is planned for mid-September, potentially right before Mario's 4th anniversary. And it could be Nintendo's last big Direct before pushing Switch 2 for the holiday hype investor expectations. This is coming from a source from VG Charts that reported this. I don't have anything to say. Again, we already talked about Nintendo on a very minimal level. Typically, when we do talk about Nintendo, we're fucking complaining. So, you know, to each their own.
Well,
where's Metroid Prime? Maybe they'll be shown here.
We could combine it with the PlayStation State of Play that's supposed to be coming out. That's been rumored as well too. That's supposed to be happening this month. Jeff Grubb is saying it's still on. Obviously, they just had the
007
State of Play for 007, but that's not really. They did this before with like what game? Oh, Borderlands.
Yeah,
they held the Borderlands State of Play, and then they had.
Well, matter of fact, yeah. Essentially, I mean, bringing that up, I think that's a good transition as well. I mean, how did you end up watching the full demonstration for 007, or did you only watch like a little bit of it?
No, I watched it.
How did you feel? How did you feel about 007 First Light?
Great.
Liked it?
I can't stand. This is where I just feel like that I'm watching the same screen, but I'm seeing something different from what other people see. People are talking that this is a Hitman reskin. What the fuck are we talking about, bro? Have you guys ever played Hitman? Like, sure, there are going to be absolutely elements of Hitman from IO Interactive in this freaking game. That's why it was so freaking amazing when we found out they were doing a James Bond game, because it just made fucking sense. Like Helldivers and ODST make sense. IO Interactive and James Bond make sense. So yes, there are going to be certainly elements of Hitman, but the atmosphere of the trailer, the original Bond story that they're trying to create here, from the beginning before he is actually 007 when he's a young agent. Like, that's phenomenal. And I thought that the storylines already in the game sound and look great. These, you know, the set pieces with the large explosion, all that kind of stuff look great. I heard you and others talk about the performance. I don't fucking care. IO Interactive, their Hitman releases, Steel, have had minimal problems. IO Interactive is one of the least people, not to say that they can't put out a bad game, not to say that if you are noticing performance, which a lot of people notice performance problems, you can't say something about it. I'm not saying that. Just to me, not a worry in the world. IO Interactive gets their shit together, doesn't, you know, if they say they're going to hit that March timeframe, then I think they will. And I think that the game will perform because Hitmans have all been really good when it comes to bugs and performance and optimization. So I don't think we're going to see any problems. You know, I'm not worried there. As far as, again, action, gunplay, all that shit look great to me, Steel.
Yeah, I like it.
All I saw was people bitching, oh, this is a reskin of Hitman. What are we talking?
I haven't played Hitman in a while. So, I mean, as far as like getting information and all that stuff, I get you. If people want to make that comparison, I hear you. But look where it's coming from. It's coming from the same people who made Hitman. In 007, we've said that from the very beginning as well. Like 007 makes sense for them to do because it is very Hitman-ish in a lot of ways, except different, right? Because 007 is more of the smooth character. You know what I'm saying? He's the kind of, he comes across player like he's on a mission. You know what I'm saying? Like there's more tact to the way he does things as well. I would say. That was the only thing that I think was missing from what they shown, but they also said that this was an early James Bond.
Right.
So considering this is an early James Bond, early in his career, I'm not expecting for him to be the ladies' man. Yeah, he still had his moments
of cockiness, and he was still pulling off the one-liners in the movie.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Now again, we could talk
liked
about
all
whether the girls that I saw were good looking or not.
Yeah,
again, Western devs.
But I will say the way
Yeah.
that the people looked, though,
yeah,
the game looked beautiful.
it looked great.
It looked
great.
beautiful though.
It looked great.
I'm not even going front.
Acting sounded great, Steve.
Yeah,
like
same.
again, IO was going all out for this. Like they love. That's where the Hitman was influenced by James Bond. Like that. Like this is IO's core. Like this is like of course, but I think it looks fantastic. So I was all about it. So anyway,
Nixie says what turned me off was the scene where Bond goes Gears of War, ducking cover shooting, while also taking several bullet shots in civilian clothes. That ain't Bond. It's a game too, though, bro.
Well, yeah, it's got to be gamified.
It's still gonna be gamified. You know, I'd be sad if after I get shot one time I die.
Yeah, no, you guys remember the Bourne? You guys remember the Bourne games? The Bourne games.
I didn't play any of the Bourne games. Actually,
oh my god,
I didn't play the Bourne games. Were they
Talk
good?
about amazing adaptations from the movies, right? Amazing.
I love Bourne the movie. I love the fucking movies.
You felt like you were Jason Bourne, but obviously it was still gamified. Like you take shots.
Was it third person or first person?
Third person. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I'm gonna have to look at it. I'm gonna have to look at that. See if they got some mods or something for it
it was fun as shit.
to bring it up.
I mean, they had.
Was it cover based or?
Huh?
Was it cover based? Like, could you get in cover and stuff?
Could you get? No, I mean, it was. I'm trying to think. Could you get cover? No. No. I don't think so because you were fast paced because you were running up on people. You were trying to because you were doing Jason Bourne shit, right? So it was like Wick, right? So you were pulling off John Wick shit and Jason Bourne shit. I don't remember that. There was quick time events because of course it was during that time period of game. So there was QTEs in there. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat remembers if you had cover based combat in Bourne. I don't. There was cover, obviously, but I don't know if it was like a mainstay of the game. I can't remember. But they were fun.
It kind of reminds me of Pax Payne in those games from at that time.
Yeah.
Has a similar looking aesthetic to it. Watch a little bit of a gameplay now. These dudes, they throwing hands with each other. This NPC is fucking beating this man ass.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's good shit. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Nah, I completely missed out on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Again, playing black hole games, man.
Yep.
Gears and Halo, man. It was deep.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, The Matrix. Yo, Path of Neo is still a fucking phenomenal game to me.
Oh yeah,
Path of Neo.
They should redo.
I need a remake.
I can't believe WB hasn't licensed it out or hasn't found a developer to do a Matrix.
Yo, I need another. I need it.
The MMO is actually really good.
I never played the MMO, man.
They should bring back the MMOs.
Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I did. That sounds regularly familiar.
Yeah.
But Path of Neo, that's a fucking classic, bro.
And anybody could do a lot with Matrix now. I mean, again, you could pull. I can't believe.
Yo,
again, this unused IP shit.
That is such a memorable fucking game to me, bro. Oh my god, especially the airport fucking the airport side. Oh my god, what a great fucking game. That fucking game did the movie so much, just did Neo so much justice as far as you make it feel like the character, the combat felt good, gave you the Max Payne vibes, just like everything was so perfect in that fucking game. Oh my god, I need that. Damn, that just brought back a lot of fucking memories. I played the shit out of that game. God damn, Trinity. It played so much faith to the fucking movies, man. All the characters look good for the time. Anyway, that's another one I need to look at because I need some more recent memories with that one. Let's see what else we got here. Real quick, another, we were talking about movies and everything like that. Or were we talking about something else?
We were taking double. Oh, I mean, we're talking.
We're talking about 007.
We're talking 007.
Because I don't think I implemented my side of it. Yeah, for 007 First Light, the only complaint that I have, and it's good, again, it speaks to what I was just talking about earlier, is demonstrating games not in their best light. The game was on PlayStation. Apparently it was on a PlayStation Pro, or whatever. It was on PlayStation 5 being demonstrated. And anytime you have big explosions, multiple things happening at one time, that shit was chugging. I just don't think that that's the best way to sell your game, right? I get that people don't always like their game being played on games being played on PC and giving people this not a realistic expectation. But again, dog, if you're trying to sell your game, it needs to be in its best light. And you having these scenes where it's visibly chugging, like this isn't like, oh, it's a connection issue. It's just like, it is something that people can pull away. Now, as far as everything else goes, I thought it was pretty goddamn solid. I'm more interested in playing this than I have been Hitman. And I mean, again, if that doesn't make sense for Steel, like, oh, well, Steel, if you like what you saw at 007, you should play Hitman. Well, to be honest, I have more of an affinity for 007 than I do for Hitman. I just do. So, again, okay, you can say that's nostalgia, whatever it is. I got tons of movies to back up by my nostalgia or the way that I feel about 007. So, as an IP. But I think for their first foray, I thought the driving was interesting. It looked smooth, looks, very slidey. It looked, arcadish in a way, but it felt true to a Bond movie, right? I'm not expecting the most realistic shit ever. I like the use of some of the gadgets and stuff. Some people were complaining that about the explosive barrels being very well placed throughout the game, right? Oh, these bad guys always got explosive barrels all over the place. That's very convenient. Again, to me,
go back and watch Bond.
To me, it also is like, it's a game, bro. Like, you want it to be boring, you want it to be bland, and again, it's an optional. They want you to approach it a certain way. If things got to go live, the thing about 007 that works a bit better for Hitman, 007 can get live. You know what I mean? And it doesn't feel like completely out of place. Where in Hitman, I feel like the more of the intention is for you to be more methodical and work through everything without really being noticed and shit like that. And again, 007 does some of that. And again, that's why it works so well in tandem with each other, where it's just like, I don't get the complaint. Like, if it's not good enough for you, don't buy the game. But I think there's, again, people are saying, I also did see people were comparing it to Uncharted 4. As well. I mean, again, hey, shout out to Uncharted. I've never played an Uncharted. If that's kind of the expectation from what you guys gotten out of Uncharted, shout out to y'all. I don't have general interest in playing Uncharted currently.
Fantastic.
Maybe I will at some point, and maybe I should at some point. It's just not in my docket of things. Did they include 2 in the Legacy of Thieves edition? So it's like that's another one of those.
That's something we talked about. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It's PS3. Yeah, it's.
That's another one of those where it's just like, damn, I don't want to just pick up in the middle of the franchise. If y'all saying the game is as good as they are, I'd want to start from the beginning. So, but I'm not gonna buy a PlayStation 3 to fucking do that though.
Right.
Legendary Yobi says, I'm playing that game when I get home. You talking about Path of Neo, Yobi?
Yeah, he was talking about it earlier. So he loves that game too. I've seen him post about it before. So
he says, plus Steel and Pong, how is your mental doing? I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier. As far as mental goes, I'm okay. A lot is going on. Behind the scenes, family wise, having kiddos, there's always something that's interesting that's happening, any given week, right? Otis being in high school, sophomore, she's, getting out there more. She's also trying to get more involved with school and stuff. We're making some really positive changes that I'm really proud of. But when they get more involved, you get more involved, right? It's something that you got to also take in consideration. There's time that gets put into that. And even if I end up getting busy, I still have to take that in consideration, right? Because I want her to be able to expand out and do the things that she would like to do in the time that she has it, while she can still be a kid in a lot of ways, or be a growing up to be an adult. So there's that. The accident that I just had yesterday from the motorcycle. That's the main thing. I mean, doing the show has helped me. Doing the show today has helped me kind of subside a lot of that. You guys have almost convinced me that I should just probably go to the hospital. So there's that. But I mean, I am still shaken up by it. Getting into an accident is never a good experience. Still frustrated, still upset in a lot of ways. but I'm thankful. I am very grateful to be here. And there's just a lot of things that I want to change and be in a different space, and I want to be able to travel and go to events and be able to focus on gaming content and flesh out things at some point. So yeah, that's kind of where you how you feeling, Paul? With Bob Yobi asking.
I feel good, Yobi. So just got a lot going on, but stay busy, and I'm I'm at that age where I've been through a lot, so it is what it is. And like I said, I've got a lot on my plate and a lot of stuff coming up, and time's running out. Seasons are changing, and that's my mark. It's my alarm clock going off that I got a lot of shit to get done around here. And then but looking forward to the future, of course. I always get that anxiety, that nervous when you're going to make big changes in your life. Some people are very lucky and live that quote unquote perfect. Nothing's ever perfect, obviously, but live that life where they, fall in love, they get married, they have the kids, they buy the house, the dream. I know that's not so realistic anymore in this day and age, right? For the younger generations, but my age group, a lot of people that I know got to live that dream. And while their lives may not have been perfect, they kind of fell into that whole thing, became a dad, kids grow up, kids move off. You're still with the same person, and you kind of live in the same house, and you just kind of get into retirement age and all that kind of stuff. Mine's had portions of that, but yeah, no, we've blown that up a couple times now. So you know what I'm saying? So looking forward to the next step. This is my act 3. That's the mentality I'm taking in. I'm learning a lot of shit right now. I'm actually, again, getting into a lot of new stuff as well, on top of all the stuff I got to get done, which keeps my mind busy. I haven't been as focused on gaming because I'm way too busy. But learning how to invest, learning about crypto, some of this future stuff that's coming real quick, and starting that process as well. So yeah, it's a whole new ball game. But mentally, I'm Gen X, man. I know that's cliche to say, but there is some truth to it. Even in the worst of times, I'm still doing okay. I've had my dark moments in my life, but most of those were in my younger days. Since that point, even when shit got really tough, I'm one of those people who just says, "Hey, it's all temporary. Gonna get through this. It sucks, but just gonna plow through it and gonna come out on the other side." And that's the kind of the mentality I take, whatever it takes. So that's where I'm at. I'm doing good. Thanks, Yobi, for asking. Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, big ups, man. That's much love, and why we are appreciative of y'all coming on week to week. I mean, again, like people like Yobi and people like who hit us up in the DMs and stuff like that, and and they ask the hard hitting questions and actually care. And again, like Yobi, sending me essentially the action figure of myself. I mean, it's one of the coolest things that I've ever received. And it's something that I will cherish moving into the future, man. It's been really dope doing this, man. Especially for as long as we've been doing it, the time we do it. Again, very off base of how typical people would recommend, hey, you should do a 90-minute show and keep it at that. It's like, we like to play catch up. We like to do a lot of things and just have fun with it. So
yeah, like I said, Nixie, that's a possibility. I am, the plan is to move south again. I can't just move and then look for a job. So that ain't gonna fly in my line of business. I have to find the job, and the job's going to dictate where I go. But right now, it's anywhere from Texas to Florida. So Texas East in the South. So yeah, there is the potential I could wind up in his name, neck of the woods,
backyard.
Right? I could wind up Mav's backyard. I could be wind up there. Or I could wind up in Steele's backyard, right? Or I could wind up somewhere in the middle, right? So, but yeah, job will dictate that. So that's coming. The resume, getting that out, and starting to see where people are at and what's going on. That's coming over the next couple months too, as well. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting, man. Like I said, it's gonna be an adventure. I've never been out of this state as far as moving. I've always lived here. I've traveled, but I've never. Yeah. I've never moved or lived anywhere else. I've moved a bunch of times within this. So yeah, this is 50 years of history here, but 50 years of winters that I want to get away from. And like I said, the weather's already turning, and I'm already like, I love fall and I love spring. I love when the season turns, but I hate winter. I love Christmas time. I love the white. I love the snow at the time. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, man,
Dealing with
it's
it
already
is
pushing me.
yeah.
I'm like, nah, man, I'd rather be somewhere else. I love heat. So again, I'm not one of those people that are afraid of heat. I love heat. So I'd rather be hot than cold. So that's just how I am. So I'd rather have less layers of clothes on than to be bundled up. So that's just who I am as a person. So hopefully I'll get close to a beach one way or the other. That's my goal, is to be close to the beach. So I do want to see I do want to have the ocean close by. So, but we'll see. Again, job is going to dictate everything.
100%. The only other thing that I had on my list was a new Rayman game being confirmed by Ubisoft. Ubisoft's Milan and Montpellier teams are actively developing a new Rayman game to celebrate the 30th anniversary. Why it matters? Legacy platformers may be staging a comeback, signaling nostalgia spending that could test market appetite. Again, typically nostalgia doesn't work on me in many ways, but Rayman's an exception, you know?
Oh, shit.
Rayman's a classic. I've loved every fucking Rayman except for more so. I like the more recent. I thought the 2D one that they did as well, the platformer one they did more recently was good. But let's get back to the 3D Rayman. Those games were cool as fuck back in the day, man. Like traversing those worlds, fighting the enemies, everything dealing with like music and stuff like that. That's another one that it's just like it's GOAT for me for sure. I'd probably put those games in my top 10 as far as Rayman's definitely a top 10 IP for me, especially as a gamer. Was extremely impactful. Taught me a lot of things about how games work and stuff like that. Makes you think outside the box. And I had a lot of fun with those games. So a new Rayman coming out, as long as it's done right, they can even just remake the first game if they wanted to. And I would probably check it out at least. But it's gonna be interesting to see. It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out.
I mean, I think it's cool. I liked Rayman. Again, this point in time, I'm not going to be a Rayman per se buyer, but it kind of saddens me that they're going to use this as the measuring stick whether or not they make a new Rayman game. Like we've seen a lot of returns, reboots, remakes, remasters of older games this generation. Like I've been absolutely surprised, pleasantly and shocked by how many of the old classics we've gotten back. But none of those have really dictated outside of Dead Space whether or not we got another one. And I have a feeling that the expectations for Rayman
was a cool character then. I don't know if he's as cool of a character today.
I mean, it's going to depend what they do with it. It's going to depend when they launch it. It's going to depend on what kind of marketing they put behind it. Like, it's going to depend on a lot of things, but I kind of hate to hear that this is going to be like the deciding factor whether or not because I think there should be a new Rayman because I think it has potential. But be that as it may, the fact that they're going to bring it back one more time, at least as a reboot for the big fans like you, Steel, and that kind of stuff who still want to go back and play some Rayman, I think that's dope. You know how I feel about this stuff. The more the merrier. The more games you're going to bring back, as long as it's done well, as long as you respect the IP for what it is, then I'm cool with this. Like, I love this. Like, we're getting Puzzle Quest. I got a surprise announcement that Puzzle Quest, they're rebooting Puzzle Quest. They are doing a remake of the original. Puzzle Quest is one of my guilty pleasures. Match 3 games in that genre, of the RPG genre, that they created back then. I've got hundreds, if not thousands of hours between all the Puzzle Quests, and like Galactics, which was the sci-fi version. I love Match 3 games with the RPG mechanics in it. So we got a surprise announcement that's being released for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox, September the 14th, I think it is, next week. That's gonna be another one I'm probably gonna FOMO into because I love Puzzle Quest. But I'm saying with Rayman, I'm all for these older games coming back. I'm all for the nostalgia. As long as you treat them right, I'm all for making them available for modern gamers in this generation, especially now that we know Steel going forward. Like pretty much everything is going to carry forward. Like we're going to have backwards compatibility. So when these do come back like this, I love them because that means they are going to carry forward that, people can discover it down the road. Even if it winds up not being that big a seller, they don't go back to, they don't make another one. People 10 years from now probably will still be able to pick up this reboot and go, hey, Rayman, I want to try this out and try it and play it for the first time and enjoy Rayman. That's what I love about this. That's why I love backwards compatibility, but that's why I especially love remakes and remasters. Again, as long as they're done right. That's all that matters to me. Rayman had some of the most beautiful hand-drawn
It
animation
really
back
fucking
in the day.
did. Yeah.
It was amazing, bro, to see that on your screen for the first time back in the day. The
Yeah, there was nothing
smoothness
like
of
it.
the
There was
animation, it
nothing
looked like a
like it.
cartoon. Nah, there was other
Jesus.
games. Earthworm Jim. I saw somebody bring up Earthworm
the
Jim.
Yoga.
Earthworm Jim.
Earthworm Jim was good.
Fantastic. Spot from 7-Up. They made a game out of Spot. His animation was dope back in the day. Astral, which was another dope ass hand drawn animation game that a lot of people are not going to recognize on Saturn, Sega Saturn. Those types of games blew our minds when they showed up because it looked like cartoon. All the Disney games, right? Aladdin on Genesis, right? They did their hand drawn animation. Disney did. Aladdin, what was a Lion King? Those looked freaking amazing. When we started seeing that smooth ass animation, it was different from anything we had seen before. And Rayman was a perfect example of that. Loved it. Yeah.
100%. I agree. If you're interested in Borderlands 4 on Steam, apparently you can get the standard version for $59 right now on Game Billet if you want to save some dollars. They got the deluxe at 83 and super deluxe at 109.
Previews have been spectacular. I'm sad Randy ruined it for me and that I'm going to wait on it because the previews Steel, I don't know if you've been reading them.
No, I haven't.
Again, take it
I've
with
been
a grain
hearing
of
good
salt.
things, but
These are journalists, but take it with a grain of salt. But to a T, a lot of the journalists that have been that have been able to preview the game were fans of the original and 2 and had a lot of the criticism for 3, right? Which a lot of people did. Again, I still enjoyed 3, but would I put it in the class of 1 and 2? Hell, fuck no, of course not. But the people that are reviewing it are saying this is actually the sequel that 2 should have gotten. So if that holds up, if they've brought Borderlands back, right? And I have heard that the loot is freaking amazing, the guns are amazing, that the level design is amazing. I've heard that the jokes are all there. If they pulled this off, obviously because I said when it goes on sale, I'll pick it up. I'm looking forward to this experience. Like I said, Randy just ruined the day one purchase for me. But from what they're saying, Steel, this is going to be a damn good Borderlands.
you don't think
I can't wait.
$53 isn't good enough of a sale, Paul?
No. I said half price because I'll buy the big boy edition because I want everything. I want,
it's gonna
Steel,
be,
I like the big boy edition.
Yeah.
So it'll be everything. So no, that's got to be 50%. When it hits 50%, I'll buy it. So if it's Key Shop or wherever, I don't care. If it hits 50%, I'll buy it. So we'll see.
I bet. Hell yeah.
Yep.
That's pretty much all that I had on my list of things here. Paul, was there anything else that you would like to add on as well? Anything else that's crossed your timeline, your fancy, or anything that you want to touch on as we wrap up this finale?
No.
For now, or the hiatus, I should say.
Hiatus. We start the hiatus. Yeah. No. I think I'll just scroll through everything here and just see if there was anything else. I think we covered pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, we flowed through a couple different, I would say a few different topics in one conversation. It was just kind of hit the nail on the head as far as transitions goes.
Real quick, Steel, if you still got a few moments, let me touch on this
no rush.
because we had a conversation in the DMs about this, and I'll just state my opinion on it. It's been talked about. We've seen a couple. I was just talking about everybody's golf hotshots getting a second life, and Sony, licensing it out to Bandai Namco to create a new game. Well, we did find out this week, Steel. This came out in Bloomberg this week that the initiative was trying to have 2K take over Perfect Dark. And it fell through because I guess, according to Bloomberg, and again, take it all grain of salt, whatever, but obviously there's enough smoke here. It fell through because the rights of the franchise, they could not work out an agreement for the future rights of the franchise. And, there are people who say, again, the opinions are going to be all over the place on what if this is just Bloomberg dumping on Xbox again or whatever the case may be. I don't really care about that shit. When stories like this come about, I think you take them at face value. I don't care who it's about. I'm going to take it as face value. Okay. And my point being here, Steel, is this is an industry wide problem. And I hate this. with a passion when I hear stuff like this. This is up there with the cancellation of games. When I hear about the cancellation of games, Steel. And you know, again, my point being is I don't care. I don't know if the game was ever going to be good or bad. I'm never gonna say it's okay to cancel a game, especially when you're really far. Game cancellations happen all the time. Again, I'm not an idiot, but when you're really far in production, like ZeniMax's online game, like within a year away from, and the game is polished and it's looking great, and you cancel that game, I don't care what the reason is. I hate it. It is a missed opportunity for another adventure, another potential hit IP, not in our hand. And as a gamer, pure gamer, I hate it. Okay, when I hear something like this is up there, Steel, with that. And this is across the entire. I've talked about this before, and actually it came out too, Steel, in that interview that you sent of Dara, who was talking about Anthem.
Oh, yep.
It was actually in that interview as well, Steel, because somebody asked him about why don't they sell off the IP if they don't want it. And he said because they won't get enough money for it, because, and this has been my point all along, ego-wise, you do not want to be the guy who sold the IP to another company and that company takes and does with it what you would not fucking do and makes it a hit. It's a bad look and it's a bad ego trip, and obviously might cost you your job if you do it. This is a problem in this industry. These big publishers, Xbox, PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
Nintendo, go on the list. They all have IP sitting locked away in closets, collecting dust, having nothing done with them. And not every one of those is going to be a hit. Not every one of those is going to be worthy of coming back. But there are many, many, many freaking IP having nothing being done with them whatsoever. And they refuse to sell them. They refuse to license them out. They refuse to do anything with them. Locking them away. Entire fan bases never going to see another game again in that IP simply because the company doesn't think it's valuable enough to sell off. They're not going to get enough money for it. And because they don't want somebody else to make the next big hit with an IP that they had control of. Even they would rather just not do anything with it. I think this sucks. I think this is bullshit. Okay. And this Perfect Dark thing is even worse to me. You are abandoning a game that you were bringing back, an IP that has been dead for a while, that you were bringing back, that you created a whole entire fucking studio for, that you went out and hired the best of the best talent to do. And then when that failed, you still kept it alive and you went out and rented a well-known dev team to try to finish this fucking game for years. And it's been beloved. You hyped it. You have a fan base ready to play Perfect Dark again. What you showed as a vertical slice looked beautiful. But you weren't willing, according to the article, to sink another $50 million into it, is what it was going to require. So you cancel it. But you are in negotiations with another publisher, 2K, with a obviously grand track record, right? Who is willing to pick it up and create it. You are not going to come back to this franchise. You are never going to do anything with Perfect Dark after this failure. You guys all know it at Xbox. You all fucking know it. You're not going to touch this IP again, right? This is going to be a $300 million write-off for you guys. You wasted everybody's fucking time, including your own. You're not going to do shit. So this is going to go in the closet forever, and it's never going to be brought out to light again, at least anytime in the foreseeable future. You have somebody willing to take it on, willing to take down the franchise, all because of ego, because you won't give up whatever rights it was that they wanted down the road to the IP. Fuck off. You bought this IP from Rare, kept it sealed away, finally say you're going to do something with it, and they go, nah, came all this way, but now everything's changed. We just can't pump any more money into it. We're done. Sell it off. Give it to somebody who wants to work with it. They could have finished this game in the next year and a half, 2 years, could have gotten the entire fan base of Perfect Dark, a game that they all waiting for, excited for, and guarantee it probably would have done pretty damn well for 2K. That's why 2K was interested. They don't take on projects just to take on projects. 2K is pretty selective. They can be selective.
They got the
at
money
this
for
point. They got the money for it. It could have been done right, but no, because you don't want to see them take over an IP that you chose to do nothing with, and then when you did choose to something with, you fucking failed. Okay, flat out, you failed. Okay, there's no two ifs and about it. And again, I don't care who it is, but this one right here still irks me. We had some people saying, whatever, it's spilled milk, whatever. I hate this about this industry in general. I'm just using Perfect Dark because this is the latest.
Yeah, I mean, it's the latest one. I mean, there's
it's
other,
the latest one.
It's
a very glaring one because it's almost done. And I just hate this about this industry, locking away this IP and never seeing it happen again. I put in our DMs and I'm dead serious about this. One of the reasons why I'm excited about AI. It's one of the reasons why I'm excited about entertainment on demand. Because of things like this, I want to see it to get to the point, and we're probably five years, maybe closer
depends,
to 10. It depends.
Yeah, depends what happens.
Where I can sit down at my computer, and if whoever's not using an IP, I will be able to make a game on demand for myself based around that IP. Whether or not I ever sell it again, Fuzzy came in the DMs. Fuzzy was funny. He's like, as long as you weren't selling it for cash, there's a lot of ways you could probably.
I mean, you can also call it something else.
You could call it something else. But the point being is, I will be able to go back and create games that I want to play based upon IP that is no longer being used, that I have missed for a very long time. Like, there will come a time and point in my lifetime, I believe, unless something dramatic happens, I will be able to sit down on my computer with no coding experience whatsoever, with a story in my head that revolves around the franchise Shadowrun, which I have been asking Xbox to do something with. Now, again, there was games made around it, but I was talking about taking it to a cyberpunk level. There will come a time or point where I'll be able to create an entire game with AI by myself around the Shadowrun franchise, like a Cyberpunk 2077 style game. And I will be able to make that a reality when they don't want to fucking do it. And I will have on-demand entertainment. And is that going to hurt the industry when this all comes about? Absolutely it is. Right? It absolutely will when this starts getting to that point. It's going to hurt the industry. But that's why I've said this industry is going to contract. And I don't think that's a bad thing. And I think this industry is going to be much smaller, and it's going to get back to the core values because they're going to compete. They're going to have to compete still on a whole new level with instant on-demand entertainment at our fingertips from anybody who wants to sit down at the computer and take the time to lay it out to the AI and get the AI to generate a game based upon whatever their idea is. They're going to be competing with all those people at the same time. Even if that person never puts it out in the wild, even if it just sticks on their home computer, but they create the ultimate RPG or the ultimate first-person shooter that they want to play, they're going to have to compete with that. And I think that's going to change the gaming landscape for the good overall, because these companies are going to have to consider finally what people are looking for and what people want to see versus what they want to take a risk on, what they want to put out to the masses, right? It's no longer going to be about how many people can we bring in. It's going to be like, holy shit, how do we get these people to stop playing their own favorite games on their own computers? They're going to have to think about the hardcore, the enthusiasts. They're not going to be able to think about the masses so much and trying to appeal to everybody anymore. It's going to be much more specific. And of course, they're going to have the power of the AI at their fingertips, helping their devs as well pump out more games, right? So I think it's all going to come about. But man, this one made me mad. I was like, just sell it, bro. Just sell it. That's my rant.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I made the point about Perfect Dark that I didn't think the game is what I think people were, well, the IP was going to be what I think people were expecting with it. I do stand behind that, but I also don't like this aspect of it either, where there's someone else who is interested in the IP, who has the pockets to pay you and is willing to take it over to deliver the overall product. And you say, nah.
Right.
That's the same thing that it's the same issue that we've been having with companies licensing out their IP. It's like, why wouldn't you do that? If for whatever reason another studio overshadows you with their licensed version of your game, I mean, you're getting more money regardless, but like as well, shouldn't that just reflect for you and tell you that you just need to do a little, that you need to do better with your own IP? If they make a better product than you, just do better than what you with the IP. That should put a light on you. That should raise the expectation. That should raise the bar. That should get people excited. That should get the devs inside like, damn, they outclassed us. How do we, that's competition. That's internal competition. That's what gets people hungry. That's what makes people thirsty. That's something that Halo has missed out for a couple generations at this point. Right. Halo should have been licensed out. Hey, if we're struggling we can't do all these other things. Hey, this studio can do this. This studio can do this. Let's do more than just ODST and Halo Wars. And yeah, let's make a third person. Let's do this. Let's do that. Make it a side scroller. Make it they did the top down with Halo Spartan Assault or whatever. It's like, do more with it. But again, if somebody is willing to pay you ducats and you're scared of them making a better product than you, and hopefully that's not what it is. Like, I really hope that that's not just what it is.
Yeah.
If it is, dog, it just proves more of a point of where the industry is at this point. Y'all are so stuck up in your own ass, like you want money, and it's not like you wouldn't have made money from it. If you couldn't finish the development on the game again,
right? What's
50% of zero? Zero. You're not getting nothing from it now.
Right.
Now, would this have affected you writing it off on your end? I don't know. Yeah. Maybe that's the reasoning why they did it, so they can make sure that it is a complete write-off for them. Where if they would have made some money, if they would have sold it off and made some money off of it.
Again, I was just going by Bloomberg saying that it was about the future rights to the franchise. That was the only hang up. Like they had it all done except for they were hung up on the future rights of the IP.
And if Microsoft was being greedy, like, oh yeah, we'll give it to you for X amount of time, but then we got to get it reverted back. And it's like, but dog, I mean, it's been dormant this entire time. Mm-hmm. You're going to make one game. You don't even know if the game is going to be successful. If somebody else feels like they can make it successful, why not?
Obviously, you don't believe it's going to be successful. Otherwise, you wouldn't care about investing another $50 million. So you obviously don't believe it's going to be. So you don't have faith in it.
So forfeit it.
Right. So give it over to somebody else.
That's on a business standpoint. Again, on a business standpoint, I understand if you're doing it for a write-off, because again, you are going to see a bigger tax break versus you selling it off. You are. It is what it is, and that's unfortunate. But again, now we're going to get another IP that gets put in the vault that people were excited for, that was demonstrated, that was made to seem like there was going to be a finished product. And you had all these great people behind the idea, and look where you're at. Quadruple A. This is the first game that we have this whole quadruple A mantra that stood behind. We can't even get triple A right, but we worried about quadruple A. We got all these great people in there. Again, another situation where there's apparently too many chefs in the kitchen.
Right.
They can't get the fucking idea down. Can't progress it. It's going to take more work. Just fucked up.
Like I said, just pure gaming. I can look at the business side of shit all day and say, sure, I can understand from a business side for a variety of reasons why you wouldn't want to do it. I was just looking at this pure from a game.
Yeah, no, I understand.
That's where my opinion, because again, it's another lost game that will never come back around and we won't get. And again, I've still got a bitter taste from ZeniMax Online's game being canceled. Like there's just been so many cancellations. The game's close to being done. Again, games canceled early in production happens. I get that. Like they make early decisions on games. Like I totally understand. Like that stuff doesn't bother me. We've just come about to hearing more and more of the games that are so close. You know, like Factions was very close.
Yeah,
to coming out, right. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit just bothered me because it's a lost opportunity for us gamers. As a gamer, I just hate it. I think it sucks ass. So, anyways.
100%. Tim says, Legendary Yobi, other words, BioWare is dead for graybeards. Yeah. I'm going to give BioWare the chance with Mass Effect 4. It's either going to land or it's not. I'll try it. Again, they messed with Andromeda. That was my intro to the franchise. It didn't hit. All the things that people said about Mass Effect, I played Andromeda. I was highly disappointed. The combat was good, and I liked the movement and traversal and stuff, but like as far as the depth goes, playing Mass Effect 1, I was like, oh, this is what people were saying. I get it now. It didn't take long. First few hours, it gets you. Andromeda, not so much. So can they do it with Mass Effect 4? I don't know, man. We'll see. I mean, you teasing with Liara again. It's working for me because I played the Legendary Edition, and that was the path that I chose. She was the one that I've essentially what made my mainstay. So it's interesting. So it is intriguing seeing her presented in Mass Effect 4, the tease of Shepard possibly coming back, and continuing that story as well. Also depends on how you ended Mass Effect 3. So what do you call the canon ending then? It only leaves you but so many choices. If you do it that way. Are you going to let people progress forward? Probably not, because it's been so far removed at this point with how that is going to be demonstrated. I'll give BioWare that chance. If it's in development.
Only saving grace is that Veilguard turned out to be such a say whatever you want, failure. Such a failure that they look at that and they go, okay, even if we were going down that road with the right, we got to scrap all the right. If the writing wasn't up to, if they
Mass Effect can't be that. Mass Effect can't have any of that,
bro. They've got to at least that's a little bit of hope that they looked at that and said, okay, yeah, no, we've got to make sure our writing and our story is in line with the first 3 games, and like we have to make sure like that is 100, and we can't play around. We can't fuck around with this. It's not going to work out if we try to change too much shit. So hopefully that is the case. But again, I'm not holding my breath. I'm not holding my breath on Mass Effect, new Mass Effect, and I'm not holding my breath on the new BioShock. Right? Those are the 2 franchises I'm not going to hold my breath, because those studios are not the same studios. No matter how many people they say they brought back and who's in charge,
we'll see.
It doesn't work.
Again, my expectation is up here as far as that goes. Yeah. I thought Veilguard was decent. Was it on the level of a Mass Effect? Not even remotely close, especially as far as.
And now people are admitting that all the bullshit, right? All the return to form shit that put up.
It's not that.
Everybody's admitting.
I don't think it's as bad, but
it's already forgotten, bro. But it's already forgotten.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about Veilguard anymore. Nobody cares. It's on Game Pass right now. Is anybody playing it?
Not that I know of. I haven't heard people talking about it, trying it out.
I mean, I'm just. It's a forgotten thing. Again, that's the same with Andromeda, and like I said, I started going back and playing Andromeda as long as I don't think of it as a Mass Effect game.
It's hard to do that, dog.
It's a generic sci-fi RPG. It's a good generic sci-fi RPG. Like it's got, like you said, movement wise, combat wise, like powers wise, like there's a lot of cool shit.
But they make so many references to Mass Effect though.
I get that. No, I understand, but I turned off my brain when I was playing it, and I could do it because I was just like, nah, I'm just gonna ignore it. Like Dragon Age, Veilguard, the same thing. If you can ignore all the writing, skip all the fucking talky talk, and just
that's what made Mass Effect what it was.
Right. That's what made Dragon Age too.
The relationships,
right? The writing of the stories and the relationships. Right. They took all that. That's what I'm saying. But as core, is there still some things that why people found both of those games okay? Absolutely. I'm not stupid enough to say they're complete garbage. It's just that the main parts of those 2 games that were the main parts of the franchises and why they were so big and popular, you just completely hollowed them out and they're complete fucking trash. Right, you just hollowed those 2, the major portions of them, trash. But you still got some good stuff around in there. Like it's not awful, but yeah, no. So we will see. We will see, Stu. BioShock and this new Mass Effect, man. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but I'm not gonna say there's no way they're gonna succeed. I will wait, but I'm just not gonna hold my breath on them. I'm not gonna have high expectations on either.
Gogol says, Dragon Age Veilguard is awesome. I'm playing it. He says, but the writing in Dragon Age Veilguard isn't bad, but I get why people don't like it.
Oh my God.
Gogol, again, I don't think it's absolutely terrible. I didn't also get far enough in the game to start experiencing some of the weaker sides of the writing. I have seen people talk about who have completed the game, who have made it quite clear that the writing does get worse over time. Again, Dragon Age Veilguard's strongest point is the combat. The combat is good in that game. Whoever the combat designer is, hats off to you, bro. But it's another good example of gameplay doesn't carry certain IP, bro. Like it's not good enough. Like as much as people will say, oh, gameplay is everything. As long as the gameplay is great and the game is good. It doesn't work that way for all IP, bro. So
No.
And I mean, again, and even in Veilguard, I mean, I found some characters that I liked. But again, there was another one of those where I was just like, these companions is ass. Like I just, again, my
modern talk
bar
in a classic Dragon Age game, the constant reassurance that you're doing a good job at every fucking turn. No decision.
Yeah, I need more questions.
Any effect on anything.
Yeah.
No way to be.
Yeah, I don't like that
at all. Kind of angry with anybody or make
fake angry
or fake. Everybody's friends. Everybody's asking each other how they're doing. Like it's all. And then every single turn being told exactly what I need to do next. Like like it is just like. Holy shit, bro. Like, hey, we need to go over there now. Hey, look what that opened up. Oh my God. Like Atreus and God of War.
Yeah, no, I can't stand that
like,
fucking shit.
Bro,
I don't like it.
All Dragon Age.
I don't like it.
Like, holy shit. Every single time. I was like, what are we doing? And then you did a great job. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I don't need that either.
Oh my God.
How about you maybe give me some feedback how you felt about this again? They had some of that, but it was done lightly. It wasn't done. It's like there's nothing worse.
The characters, and they had modern conversation steel. They talked like modern, like kids. Now, bro. You can't do that in a Dragon Age game.
I just you can't just make the characters bland either. Whoever the shorter chick was, I guess she has history with previous Dragon Age games. The orange haired chick, but even her, like she wasn't a good companion either. Then you're trying to make me care about her because she's getting some innate abilities, and it's like, I could literally care less, bro. I really do.
I just don't know how I'm gonna handle this. You're fucking adventurers saving the fucking planet. I don't expect I don't expect you all to be godlike. I don't expect you all to be the most supreme confident people in the world. But holy shit, there is no way a group of you ragtags are gonna save anything with zero self-confidence. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just not feeling too sure about bro, shut the fuck up, man. No way you're on an adventure to save the world and you're talking like that. I'm sorry. You're not having conversations.
See, Gogo says most people skip story anyway. But I feel like I don't think that's necessarily be true.
Dragon Age and Mass Effect were built on their story.
And anybody that skips story, I think that's dumb as well. Like, why are you playing the game then? I ain't gonna lie. Why? For me, it's just like, I mean, why are you playing? There's certain games that I give a little bit of a pass to, but
the action is so good because the rest of it is so good, right?
So. But it's part of the inherent experience. But there are certain IP like Mass Effect. Again, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't, you can't just.
I'm not finishing games, so
it
doesn't really matter, right? So I'm not finishing games, so it doesn't.
I mean, from that perspective, I definitely hear you on that. Which I mean,
again, there are games that still draw me in, and I still have to hear. Again, the Hell is Us right now. I'm reading lore, which is rare for me too. I'm reading all the lore, like I'm getting into it.
I think that says something as well.
Yeah. But there's plenty of games where I don't need the story to be good. The game itself is so damn good, right? It's just so good. But
I would say that for
that's
Veilguard.
What got me into Avowed. That's what got me through Avowed, right? I was not sucked into the story of Avowed. Right, but that's what got me to 80 hours of Avowed, right? I kept playing Avowed because of the exploration and the combat, right? But the story was absolutely trash.
The companions were complete garbage.
Trash, bro. Trash. You got one old lady standing guard at the most important bridge in the fucking entire world. I'm supposed to believe that? Like this bridge is... Yo. I can't steal. I just can't. Like, there's been so many other games done with high fantasy trash games that have presented a world with such better characters and like more believable. Like that's the modern writing that I talk about. That I'm just like, how did anybody say this passes the mustard? Anybody that's read any type of high fantasy, anybody that's watched any high fantasy movies, anybody that's watched any kind of high fantasy, played any high fantasy games, how do you let that slide and say, yeah, this is totally what this world would be like? What? Like what's her face that showed up in Avowed? Like we talked about that. Like the
menacing lady, the main bad guy.
Bro, it was like a cartoon villain.
No, it was. She lost her menacing edge very quickly. Her whole back and forth with old buddy.
Yeah,
I was like,
yo,
like I felt it when she walked in the room. I was like, oh, okay, cool. She looks kind of dope, whatever. You know, she's kind of menacing. And they had this back and forth. I was like, huh?
Worst villain in history.
It's like, okay. I mean, I was like, okay. I mean, I guess.
People are all cowering and scared of you. They all talk in hushed tones about her. And then she shows up and they just have like a normal conversation and she walks out. What?
The passive aggressive fucking attitude.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
okay.
What? Yeah.
I guess so.
I get. I love the exploration and the combat was really, really good. And that's what kept me in for 80 hours. But then I was in that third zone or the fourth, whatever, the last zone. I was like, yeah, I just can't do this anymore, bro. I can't care. And again, the loot got less and less important. The leveling up was so draining. And it was just like, yeah, I just can't do this thing. Anyways, whatever.
Again, Gogo says BioWare is a socially progressive writers, but I get the force woke. And again, like none of that stuff would matter if you just told good stories. It literally wouldn't. I mean, no matter what, who you got in the game, what the sexuality of them, none of that shit matters, dog. If you were just telling a good story.
Yeah.
It's when people can tell that you're trying to force something. Like you're trying to get people to understand something that you're obviously, anytime that, especially on the other side in any form of entertainment, anytime that you leave the person that is hands-on with that form of entertainment, especially in gaming, you give them a feeling of like, really? Like, this couldn't have been done better? Like, you couldn't handle this? Like, again, I don't think people care about none of the extra shit. And some people, again, I know some people do. I don't care. I really don't. Do whatever, be whatever, however you want to do it. There's been shit that's existed since the beginning of fucking time. But how it handles, the writing of it, it's not done well. And that's just been proven more and more as the point. There's more and more, you get games, again, Lost Soul aside, where I was right about the characters coming across doll-like, or having very little life, or there being a lack of expression, or like that actually exists in the game.
Yep.
And it's like, come on, bro. The story had to be rewritten when Sony got involved, which was like 3 years ago. It's like, you didn't have a baseline for this shit. What are we doing, bro? Like, there's so many other examples. That's the thing about it too. There's so much media out there that you can pull from, take ideas from, that people don't acknowledge. Like, there's so many games who pull from movies, from older movies especially.
Yeah. That
people don't realize.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
And because it's done well, nobody's questioning it.
Right.
So.
Yep. Absolutely.
Tim says, I never heard of Sweet Baby before this podcast. It's something. I mean, again, it's something to be aware of. It's important to know stances on things and how things can affect and what really matters, right? And for me, it just comes down to what is your intention, bro? What are you trying to get accomplished? Are you telling a good story or are you not? Because if you're not telling a good story, then people are going to criticize you, and you're deserving of every little bit of criticism that you get.
Correct.
And nobody gives a fuck otherwise.
Right.
I can't tell you how, bro. I was cool with gay people before it was cool to be cool with gay people, dog. Like I never had a problem with that shit. I never looked at somebody who kissed another dude or girl kissed another girl was like, oh man, that's weird. And it like, so like it ain't got nothing to do with me, bro. Hey, you happy? I'm happy. That's all I care about. So, like, you know, again, I get people trying to expand out and get people's different. You have to do it with some tact to get people to care. So, Gogo says, just don't buy into the grift of all those woke channels. It's just a grift. Hey, man. Again, I'm so fucking tired of that word. Especially if how bad it's been fucking demonized now and how it's been completely twisted into fucking something else. Like, whatever. Neither here nor there.
That list of words is long and deep. Sir.
There's a bunch of words. Yeah, there's a bunch of fucking words that are like that.
That
Like,
list is long and deep. The pendulum swings. Pendulum swings.
so many things that are like that. It's like,
Yep.
I can't even say the F version of gay folks without there being a fucking problem. Like I'm being a fucking offensive. And I mean, like I get it, but if I'm not saying to somebody who like context matters, that's what makes the English language so fucking unique, because there is so much context that you can add depending on how things are used, and not everything has to be this fucking overly offensive shit. Like I whatever. All right, Tim with the €2 bones. He came in here and says, "Damn, I'm gonna miss the gray beard education here. I'm getting some grays in my beard, man. They're spreading out. They're spreading out here. Might get a couple more from that fucking accident yesterday. Might get a couple. Might just start shading in just a little bit more. I like the grays. I know a lot of people kind of shy away from it. I like that shit. But I'm also somebody who's like, when I make a custom character, I'll make my hair white. I just think it's fucking cool. Let's see. Let's see if anybody else is saying anything that we could touch on here. Back says, all that F word means is you want to bum a cigarette. What's wrong with that? You're in a different place. Yeah, for sure. It's the same way you can't throw up the peace sign in certain countries because that's offensive. So, I mean, again, and we're just talking about America, like,
yeah.
In different places it means that, but then, that's not how it works here, man. I used to say that shit for people who are just doing gay shit in fucking games. But again, you gotta. I do believe in somewhat being. I wouldn't say gentle. I don't think gentle is the good word. Is the word for it? Being tact, I would say. Trying to be somewhat respectful. I'm not a comedian, so.
I mean, again, at this juncture too, that though again, my bar for humanity is so low, it doesn't matter. But again, a lot of the people that you would give respect to would not return that respect.
Oh yeah, so no, that's 100%.
That's where I'm like,
I see that all the fucking time.
Yeah, that's where it's like a lot of it. Like, no, I'm not going to play by any rules when you don't play by those same rules. Like, we're not doing that anymore. Like, I'm not going to take the higher road. We're done with that shit now. Like, I'm not. I'll
still take the higher road. Unfortunately,
in
just
some situations, I'm just saying it depends on it. But I'm saying when it comes to words, like generally speaking, the people who have a problem with the word that you were just talking about would use a whole lot of offensive words towards other people if they didn't agree on the same opinions, right? So that's where I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Again, I don't go around doing it. I'm not one of those people. So to your point, Steele, I'm not that dude. So I grew up in a household that, again, we didn't swear around each other. We didn't do anything. Again, hell and damn is the most I heard out of my mom. Rarely heard the F word out of my dad unless he was out in the garage. And
that's common now.
Yeah, that was, he was a mechanic. So again, but even in the house, he watched it because my mom wasn't for it. Right. So I just grew up in one of those households, and I never did it around people. And even when I went to friends' houses where it was cool, like I just never been that way. So that's
how it was until I got out of high school.
Yeah, I have a pretty extreme filter. And I just don't make it a habit to go around saying words that people might find offensive.
Again, that's the thing. If it could be potentially offensive, why say it? Like, again, that's like, what? Just use your fucking brain, bro. It's not difficult. It doesn't need to be some brain experiment. We don't need to take it to the nth degree. If it's offensive, bro, all right, bet.
But things like retard, like I'm glad that's normalized.
Somewhat coming back,
yeah.
Because again,
kind of stuff is like everybody knows what you're talking. Like nobody.
I'm not literally talking about slow folks, bro. Like that's not
right. That's the whole thing. Nobody, like, again, when those words were used, nobody went around thinking, "Oh, you're making fun of people." Like, again, that's just wasn't the case. It was social, and so stuff like that's coming back around now. I'm cool with, but again, I'm not going to go out of my way to use it. Like, it's not. Like, but if I wind up using it, I'm like, oh shit, that's retarded. Like, I just don't want to feel like, oh shit, did anybody hear? Like, no, that's not how we should be either. Like, I just, whatever. So I'm glad certain things are coming back. But yeah, I'm not disrespectful. That's not my nature normally. So
Eastside Vandal says, Steele, do you feel the same way about being called ninja? Which I know what you mean, Vandal. Vandal also said, because if you say ninja in front of me, you're having problems. Gay folks deserve that same respect. Let's see. Overall, when I'm having conversations with the homies and shit like that, I don't mind it, right? Now, I also am somebody who grew up under the understanding that people don't get passes either. Like, that's just not something that's given, because now you're tainting it. You're ruining it. You're ruining the whole perspective of the reason or the defense that we have. Nixie, Vandals referring to saying nigga. We say ninja when we're trying to be more politically correct, so people understand what you're trying to get across. That's just
I was
laughing because
like,
it was good, my ninja.
Like, I was laughing when we were at that party with your brother, and I
he's
literally talking about being a ninja.
He's unfiltered.
I was literally, because we were being stealthy, and I was like literally being a ninja because it doesn't even cross my mind. And your brother was like, "Hey, Pong, what ninja are you talking about?" And of course, I knew
my
then
brother's
what
funny.
Titanium
My
was talking
brother's
about.
funny,
I was like,
dog.
"Bro."
No, my brother, I had to get on to him the other day because we were streaming, and he drops the. I'm telling you, dog. It's like most people don't care, bro. Like, nobody's thinking about it like that.
But
But again, I had to put him on game too. It's just like, you just got to be careful with certain shit, dog. Especially when we're online and stuff. It's just how we handle each other, how we handle business and stuff like that. It's just. But for me, like, I don't mind it from the homies and stuff like that. But even for me, I've slowed down on saying it over the years, just because it's just, I'm of two aspects of it, man. Like, again, I've been dealing with this thing my entire life. This whole me being in the middle of shit. You know what I mean? From getting it from one side or getting it from the other side. Now, I've never had anybody question me on shit like that. Like, I've seen other light-skinned folks get questioned or mixed folks get questioned about that shit. It is dependent on how natural it comes across, because you can tell when people feel like they're forcing it. You know what I'm saying? Or certain shit. But again, back to the point that I was making. I also, when I was coming up, people weren't given passes. You know what I'm saying? If it was wrong to say, then it's just wrong to say. You know what I'm saying? If it's coming from certain people that it shouldn't be coming from, then it shouldn't be coming from. It doesn't matter if they're Spanish, white, whatever the case. If you weren't from the culture, then it's just like, nah, that's just not how we move. Now, again, I do agree with Paul on some level as well, that, hey, if the word is bad across the board, hey, let's, try to pull back from using it. And again, it also doesn't help because, well, I say it also helps because I have daughters who also mixed, and they sometimes, always be trying to throw it around. It's like, girl, like, you don't even sound right saying it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I still think that within the culture, I don't necessarily have an issue with it, but at the same time, you have to decide what's best for you. For me, I just call my homies my homies. Do I still get back into what's organic for me with certain conversations? Yeah. It is what it is, because it's what I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? It is part of my culture. It's part of what I've been around. It's part of how I grew up, all of that shit. But I was also taught by older black folks why it was not okay to say, who did have issues with it, right? And again, you can have that conversation all day that you want of us trying to take the power of the word back and all that. Good, I get you. I hear you. I understand. But those older black folks weren't trying to hear that shit either, because they actually had parents who are getting called that in the very negative connotation, and it doesn't matter how it was used, right? So with that aspect, I try to hold back from it, and just continue to be better about it. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, right? But at the end of the day, it's one of those things that's the least of my worries. Now, somebody pull up and you trying to say it to me, again, I also believe in words are just words. Unless you're trying to approach me with true hate in your heart, you want to put your hands on me, just say that shit and then try to push me or some shit. Say that shit and try to put your hands on me, or continue to come across disrespectful to me, and put me in a place to where I feel like I have to defend myself. then we're talking about something different. But luckily, I've only had a few instances of that. There's been, I've been at gunpoint with somebody, with a white person who called me that shit, right? I've been through this shit. Like, certain things, you got to evaluate, man. You got to evaluate certain things. So I don't necessarily mind it, but I do think that we should be better about consistencies, right? In that aspect. Again, it's still used in music a lot. You go to concert, you watch concerts and shit like that. Everybody in the fucking crowd is saying it. And they don't say nothing. The person on stage ain't looking at everybody else and saying, "Hey, you shouldn't say that." Kendrick Lamar, one of the most influential people of recent years in the culture, latest couple of years in the culture, had everybody at the fucking Super Bowl saying this shit. Said it loud, and they said it loud. He still do shows. He wasn't offended by it. It's not consistent. How we feel about it isn't consistent. So, again, it's twofold for me. It's not just a one size fits all. Don't come to me trying to be disrespectful. I'm not gonna be disrespectful to you. So, Vandal says, I grew up with it too, but I also grew out of it and see how it's harming the communities. Yeah, man, it's just like, if we want better, we got to do better. And again, around the homies, again, shit still flows, right? Can't help what happened to the homies. But again, people also aren't just giving passes. And I've seen some crazy shit of just people being giving passes because you're cool. Like, nah, bro. Like, what are we doing? Nah. Yobi says, my brother and I, when we was at Marriott years ago, we had to check our coworkers who were not us skin, refrain from using that word in his comment. They got mad at us and we told them, when y'all get y'all ass whipped outside these walls by strangers for saying that, don't be surprised. We just want to educate them. I mean, yeah, there is that. But again, I also don't think that we need to answer everything with violence. I just don't.
Words should never incite violence. Sorry. That's what I always.
I
don't care what anybody says. I really don't.
It also depends. It also depends on what you grew up. Again, it all just depends on intention. Because if somebody does that shit and they're pushing on you and they're doing all the extra shit.
Well, yeah, that's.
I mean, violence is never okay. But
if they're getting physical, but again, name calling. Nah, bro. As much as people say you should be able to control your words, you should be able to control your violence. Like,
yeah, some random fucking person saying that shit, dog. Again, it never bothers me unless people get in my face with it. As soon as you get in my face and you pushing me and shit, and I've had those instances happen. That's something completely different because now I'm going to fucking defend myself. I'm not playing with you about this shit. You think this shit is a fucking game. Like, you saying it over there is cool, but I'm not about to chase you down and be like, oh, what you say to me? I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna go home. I got better shit to be doing than to be worried about you trying to get a rile up out of me. Yeah. I'm good, dog. Yeah. But again, and maybe that's something that I've been able to have through understanding, but I was raised by older black folks too, so it's like I have that, right? So
yeah, nothing's too deep.
Just be kind to each other.
Like I said, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, again, it's not the place, it's not the show for a lot of conversations or whatever the case may be, and there'll be a lot of disagreements, right? So again, Eastside and I have already had conversations on this show, and we're on opposite sides in a lot of issues, right? But I still respect the dude. Obviously, Eastside comes here each and every single week, and again, I'd love to have him in the chat. But we would be on opposite sides on a lot of different issues, right? But I just think words in general have lost all meaning. And again, that Steel is right. I've made the point before. If a word is so bad that people can't or shouldn't be saying it, then nobody should say it ever, right? And I just think that should be across the board. I don't care what excuse you want to come up with for why you want to use it. Then it should be bad enough where everybody is shamed for using it, no matter who you are. And again, and then I have also the perspective that no word should drive you to violence. I don't believe that getting physical with somebody, like Steele said, in somebody's face, pushing on you in your personal space, like, okay, you got to defend yourself, but just spewing words should never resort to violence.
Yeah, right? Somebody just talking shit, dog.
People should be able to control their violent nature as well. I think people, as comfortable as people have gotten to talking shit online, people have gotten really comfortable with getting violent out in the world on a regular basis over stupid shit. Again, the videos that I see on a constant basis from kids getting in fights now over stupid shit, like, bro, we had fights, but we didn't have this kind of fights. And people just starting shit to start shit. People at restaurants throwing chairs and shit over service or an order.
Yes.
I think people need to learn some self-control, bro. With the violent nature. I think that's gotten too comfortable and too easy for people to go off. And again, a lot of it has to do with social media. A lot of it has to do with the camera. A lot of people just
showing out,
show off more.
People don't want to be embarrassed.
Yes, correct. And that's
and then the day, who gives a fuck?
You gotta get rid of the ego. Gotta get rid of the ego, bro. Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, 100%. Ego will land your ass up in jail, where you're killing somebody that you didn't need to fucking end their life. Again, let that fucking person. I believe in karma too, dog. What comes around is gonna come around. What comes around goes around. So you want to spew all that evil shit at me? That's just gonna come. That's just gonna come back, and it's gonna come back tenfold. And I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna make sure, because my high ups don't play. You know what I'm saying? They didn't protect me from this fucking accident yesterday. But that's neither here nor there. There's always a lesson in everything.
Well, they did. It could have been worse.
They did.
Could have been a lot worse.
No, it could. Again, that's why you got to be grateful. I could also be of the skeptical side and say that shouldn't happen, period. But, there's a lesson in everything. It is what it is.
Exactly.
You know, so it's just, that's kind of how I look at it.
And Eastside, that's where you and I you were looking at most recent history. If you're going to look at history, my belief is you got to look at all of history. You got to look at all of it. You got to go all the way back, right? And every single culture has been put into a tough spot one time or another. Okay. So you got to go all the way back through history. You can't just select the most current and say that's where history ends or starts, right? You got to look at all of history.
Americans are more so concerned with American history, right? But American history is shaky.
But you can't, because it was influenced by world history. All the world was created in bad, evil ways, Steele.
I don't necessarily disagree, but we're also in American, like, it's hard. Okay, for example, Germany with Hitler, right? They made sure to teach that in school and make sure that
they've gone over the top and they've gone too far with it. To a
certain degree, for sure. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Again,
you can't even make a video game with a swastika in it over in Germany. That's why we don't have swastikas in our video games.
And it swings too far one way or the other. There's extremes on both sides, right? Yeah. There's extreme ends. There's extreme ends to it, for sure. But I do think, again, it has been proven that they are also trying to erase certain parts of American history as well, or try to rewrite it as certain things that didn't happen or play out the way that they did. Or fearful or not wanting to teach all the things that American has done.
But it was already done that way. And again, that swings both.
But it continues, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, at what point is enough enough, and we actually deal with what the reality is, or what actually happened.
And that's fine.
That's all.
That's fine.
He says, you can't just erase history and not acknowledge why community has tried to take the power of that word back. No one should say it, and it should be felt with inside the community. So on and so forth.
There was plenty of words used across the globe,
but it's just like
that come from that way.
The reason I say
from that.
The reason I say American history is because Japanese people don't care about our fucking history. They care about their own history. The people in Saudi Arabia don't care about our fucking history. The people in other countries are not concerned with this happened in different countries outside of their own.
But they do, because if you go back, they know their entire history and where they came from. And again,
their history for sure.
Those countries,
their own countries.
But again, our country is unique in how it was formed and created.
Oh yeah, that's the difference.
Okay, so that's what brings it in, because we were influenced by the world, because we have, again, formed by having people across the world come here and assimilate into America, right? Yes, it started out as colonies.
We are the influence of the world now.
Right. But what I'm saying is you can't dismiss it, because again, then you have to acknowledge that we were one of the first countries to end slavery completely.
Oh yeah, no, that's
we fought a civil war over it.
That's fair.
Again, if you go back and look at the history, that's never taught. Again, how many people actually own slaves? 1%. Okay, so again, what are we talking about? Again, this is stuff that we have to go back and look at all the reasons why were the Marines and Navy formed, to go end slavery across the globe. Right? So again,
That hasn't happened.
everybody's history, every single culture has awfulness in it. Humans back in the day treated other human beings awful. Irrespective of where they came from, what color their skin was, every single culture has been affected by awful human behavior.
I mean, again, you see it in gaming.
That's
I
how
mean,
the world was
you see
formed.
how people get tribal with gaming and shit like that. You
Right,
can,
right.
you-
That's what
so
I'm
you
saying.
can
It's in
imagine
human
how,
nature.
how that shit goes.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, when it comes to colonization, that's not just a Western culture idea. Okay, that is not right. See, these are the things that again that you talk about. You know, we're rewriting history. We're not teaching full history. We
No,
never
we don't.
have.
Well, I mean, that's the problem.
We
Like,
never have.
That's
Right.
where we
It's
need to
been very
start.
selective.
We need to
Right.
be
It's
honest
very
about what the shit that has
but
happened.
again, we can acknowledge awful past, right? We can acknowledge awful past, but that's not what we should be remembered for. Right? The awful past should not be remembered for that. We should be remembered for all the greatness that we did to reverse a lot of the awful past, right? And what we have learned and how far humanity has come. Whereas other parts of the world still are in the past and still don't, there's still slavery.
Oh
going
yeah,
on
I mean,
right
we're
to
the
this
most
day.
forward-facing
So-
country. I mean, again.
So again,
yeah.
you can't
Factual.
sit here and punish
Although,
a country for its past over and over and over and over again when again so much has been done to move forward, right? And that's always the point of contention that I have with all of this is some people want to live in permanent victimhood forever and want to soak that up forever and want to continue to look in the past and say, yeah, but we did this. Yeah, but we did this. None of us here, right, in this chat or in this show had anything to do with any of that past. None of it. None of it. In fact, none of my entire family had anything to do with it because they all came after all of it, right? None of it, right? So I think that's the part that is very hard. We can't sit there and be remembered for what atrocities were done because every single culture has had atrocities in their history.
and it's also going to depend because, like, for an example, you said you've been in Minnesota for 50 years, right?
Yeah, correct.
And depending on where you're at in the country as well is also going to give you a different perspective than people in other places of the country, right? Like in the South, again, you're gonna have a completely different understanding, completely different perspective about shit than people from the North will, than people from the West will, than people from the East will, so on and so forth, just because of how things were done over time, right? Again, I think it's just important. Again, it's something that's happened within the 200 years of our history. Again, I do think that it's just we have to find out ways to be honest about things that have happened so that we can learn from previous mistakes.
I think
And it
that's
just
all been
seems
done.
like
Over again.
it just seems like sometimes it seems like there seems to be more of a focus on, hey, let's remove certain things versus how do we progress things forward and make sure that everybody's getting a
But
better
still,
education.
You
move on
gotta
and so
look at
forth.
why that's been done too. Again, there was a massive push to rewrite it in an opposite direction as well. And there's a massive push to continue to place blame on people who had nothing to do with it over and over and over again and continue to divide. So yes, you're going to have a counter reaction that says, screw it, then we're not going to talk about any of it. Because that's where you got to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. And you got to say, okay, well, how do we balance all this out? Because again, you can't push and swing one way without having a counter reaction. It's just going to happen. And that's why a lot of the current stuff going on has come about, is because we just want to sit and blame all fucking day, every day, and demonize people who had nothing to do with it whatsoever and try to punish them for the sins of the past that they had nothing to do. And they can't do that either.
There are people who do, who continue to play that shit out. We still have a lot of that shit's going out in the country still.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
who are living in that old mantra and try to uphold some of those standards. And again, a lot of that stuff is taught from a young age. So, if people will choose to be that way, but again, that's why.
No. East side,
People just
everything
need to
should
be
be
better.
acknowledged though. Everything should be acknowledged. You don't. Again, I'm just not for selective choosing. I'm just not for that. I'm just not for and it's been acknowledged time and time again. East side, it's been acknowledged. Right. That is. I don't know how you think it hasn't been acknowledged. It has been 1,000% acknowledged, and it was corrected by the same people that you're putting blame on. Right. In the past. Right. The same people realized this was not a good thing that was being done, and they did what was necessary to correct it. And again, was it a struggle from that point for?
I don't know if they did it for the reasons that it was bad. That it was bad. I think more so they did it for a reason because for political reasons as well. Like Lincoln, for an example, it gave him an edge.
Well, of course,
you know.
So they were saying, but
now it just turns into other things.
At the end of the day, it doesn't. But again, it doesn't matter.
And again,
this is where we go sideways. This is the same thing with colonization. Okay, this is the same story that has been retold time and time again about colonization, and now they want to make it absolutely 100% demonized that any place was colonized, and they want to make it seem like indigenous people were peace-loving people who were living in harmony everywhere across the globe until the Spanish showed up, until the British showed up, until all this happened. That these were just peace-loving indigenous people. When we have the history book, Steele, that was far from the truth, right? But what are we taught in school? Even back in my day, what were we taught in school? The complete opposite. But now it's pressured even more. Oh, colonization. That's how the world was created. We would all be still living in huts somewhere if the world did not have that happen, right? And again, awful things, right? Awful, awful things. But genocide was happening amongst indigenous people. Cannibalization was happening. Sacrifices, human child sacrifices were happening amongst indigenous.
I mean, again, people like sending their work to China because you're getting quote unquote slave labor for much cheaper on the dollar than what.
Correct.
That's why that argument
now.
is happening. That's why that argument is happening now. That's why we have the issue with Mexico.
Slavery.
You have people that are coming over from Mexico that you want their work, but you also don't want them to be. You also want them to be official, right? Again, like that's what makes a lot of this so like a lot of things so contradictory. And I saw BT say in the chat, he said the area for when they're from, he's like always surprised when Hispanics run with the N-word and stuff like that. It's like, I mean, I don't think that shit's cool. But again, shit's been set up the way that it has, unfortunately, and it's just, I don't know. Vanna says, hold up, Paul, the Indians were not committing biological warfare against each other.
Because they didn't have biological weapons yet.
Had they had biological
weapons, they definitely were.
Everybody, people in Africa were killing
this
each other.
idea that other
Tribes
human beings were at war, everything has been revolved around war. And to your point,
fighting for resources.
Legendary, who's going to judge when it's acknowledged or not? Like, this is the problem that we run into. Again, that's going to be complete. Like, and again, as far as never forget 9/11, well, now we know what 9/11 truly was too, don't we, Legendary, right?
That was a fucking setup.
So again, that narrative also has changed. And the same people who were saying never forget 9/11, but also a lot of those people have come around to the fact that not everything with 9/11 was probably black and white or cut and dry. Right?
But we villainize, but we literally villainize a whole country of people from that event, and it continues to have those effects too, right?
But
again,
there's
those
a lot
of us who look deeper into it
too. And
I'm not saying that there's not, but it's still
there absolutely was still. Obviously, we all know, those of us who dove dig or
not everybody does that. Not everybody.
We all know, right, that it's not black and white.
Yeah,
and
it's
that
great. Everything's fucking great.
Again, we all know that we are the ones who trained Bin Laden. Okay, we all, this is fact, this is history, right? We created him, right? And they wound up killing him, right? We all know what happened with Clinton going after Gaddafi. And we know that Gaddafi was not a good man by any stretch of imagination, but we now know he was holding together large swaths of the Middle East and keeping terrorism from taking over, right? But we wanted that, right? So again, we know all this stuff, but again, as far as acknowledgement goes, I just don't know how much further we can go to acknowledge everything that's happened. I just don't know where it ends. And like I said, we can't, in my opinion, again, it's just my opinion, and who cares, right? Who am I? I just, in my opinion, you can't look at Americans' history when it was influenced by the rest of the world and say, well, yeah, but we're only going to look at this. You got to look at everything, in my opinion. And again, if you disagree, that's fine. But I think you do have to look at everything, and you have to look at the totality of what's happened since that point. And again, why should we be remembered, as Eastside put in there with the triple Ks, as that type of America, when that's not at all what the majority is about, and hasn't been for a very, very long time, and never really was. Again, history shows you that that's never really how everybody felt, right? And so why should we in 2025 still be using that kind of terminology? Right. See, again, I just disagree with that. But again, I respect all the opinions, and I respect that if you feel completely different, I got it.
A lot of that is coming, but just the example with the KKK, you have people that are trying to revitalize that. The same thing with the Nazis, they're trying to revitalize that as well. It's like,
but we have literal socialists and communists and Maoists here forming collective groups in Antifa. Okay, so you actually have that in everywhere still. That's what I'm saying. You're always going to have bad.
And Vanda, I get what you're saying, and that's the point that I was making as well. If you want to keep it to American history, I get what you're saying with that. Pong's point is he sees it as across. You have to look at history in totality to get the perspective. If you're limiting it down to America and dealing with problems that we're dealing with, okay,
then we
but
are
it's a deeper conversation.
Then we are one of the
I mean, there's
not
wrong in that. You're not wrong.
But then you have to acknowledge that America was one of the reasons why slavery is ended. You have to acknowledge that. If you're only going to look at America, then you have to acknowledge that.
I mean, again, we're one of the most progressive countries. That's why people want to come here. We're one of the fucking most progressive countries in the world.
Again, there are very few countries. What's funny still is people who complain about America, right? And again, the East Side, this isn't easy, by the way. I'm not continuing our discussion.
Again, we got work to do, dog. I mean, I'm not disagreeing, but it's just
no. But I'm saying is people who complain about America, ask them where they would rather live. Okay.
Most people would want to be in America.
Correct.
I mean,
people
again,
offer free chips anywhere in the world to move away.
I give you this perspective too. Fighting game community, right? FGC. Apparently, the big event got bought out by Saudi Arabia. Now they're having an internal conversation about what's right and what's wrong. They wanted, the fighting game community wanted more of an influx of money to come into the community, but now people are worried that, it's coming from Saudi Arabia and that's a bad place. Oh, but y'all wanted more these people to get paid more as well, right? So in that case, I mean, you can't always have your cake and eat it too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if we don't believe in what they're doing, then don't support. You can't support what they're doing, and again, in turn, you're going to affect how people eat. And if people are eating off of fighting games, people are going to make the choices they need to make. Again, nobody has a fine line with anything. That's why I have a problem with like the whole console war shit. Like I get people having fun and having jest with it, but there are some people who literally make this an identity for themselves, right? And they do that with a lot of things. I think that's one of my biggest issues with religion, as an example. People make it in a whole identity for themselves, and then it turns into I'm right, you're wrong. Because we can have that conversation as well all day long, right? And I can't sit here and tell you what you should or should not believe. You have to make that decision. That's why I've chosen to be more of a spiritual person than anything, right? I've done the research on the different religions. I grew up in Christianity. I grew up Lutheran. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's also aspects of that we try to ignore, what the original testament says, and that's just what that said. Oh, it's changed, and it's like, huh? It's either this shit happened or it didn't. Like don't that's what I mean by like rewriting. You're trying to rewrite history, and the Bible's one of the easiest examples of history that was rewritten by a man who could create whatever story that they want to create. Not saying that there's not good stories and good ways to live your life and all that good stuff in these teachings. And I think that's the thing about a lot of these books, right? But there's a lot of these things who also teach you that people who are trans, something that is who they're like, for as an example. And again, don't want to get into a whole diatribe and dialogue about this because, again, it's not a conversation that you can have with me. There's people that existed this way since the beginning of fucking time. There's guys who are born with a vagina. There's dudes and girls who are born with a dick. Dog, like I can't. It was, again, a small percentage, but it existed. That's my point. This is something that it has existed. And they were always ostracized and always demonized as well. But again, but it is how I'm not saying the way that that's not my point. My point is that this is something that has existed and has become more of a thing. Whether the people are born that way, or whatever the case, whatever's fucking happening, right? Again, whatever people do when they turn 18, whatever they fucking decide they want to do, hey, great, man, that's you. But if you were born, if whatever you were born is what you're born with, and there has been a history of these people being ostracized, demonized from birth over something that they couldn't control. Again, most people come to find out as an embryo, like you start off, everybody starts off as a girl. And then you form into boys, form into boys because how the genome works and everything. Again, I'm not the person to have this detailed ass discussion with because, again, like it doesn't fucking bother me. Just be good to people, dog. It's not that hard. But again, that's why I also feel like us, like as mixed folks, are going to be a step forward, at least for our country, especially because I've seen less, at least from in my perspective, being from the South and everything, I have seen less emphasis on that versus trying to treat people somewhat equally. But again, I can also admit there has been this oversensitivity about certain shit as well, where we can't call shit like it is and say, hey man, I don't know about that. I think that's doing too much. So, I mean, it's always going to be an interesting conversation, but it's like in a deep conversation as well. But it's like, at what point do we just live by the mantra to just be good to your fellow man? Like, if people aren't being evil to you, then don't be evil to anybody else. And again, I saw somebody write on Twitter, it's like, oh, everybody is some form of a bigot. No, they're not. I'm not. I don't hate nobody except for pedos. Point blank period. Or if you are an abuser or whatever the case might be. Those are the only people that I can't stand. Other than that, if you have other internal trifes or shit that you're dealing with, that's shit that you got to deal with, big dog. You got shit with most of you got to do with other people. Vandal says to bring it around. I don't use slurs, and if one does use slurs, at least think about how it can affect your neighbor. That's my point on the top. Yeah, that's literally it. Just be good to fucking people, man. Not everything has to be fucking this overly deep thing. But again, I also appreciate, for an example, us being able to have this type of conversation, because again, I can tell y'all since the beginning, I've had to deal with the middle of this shit from one side or the fucking other side. I've seen both ends of it. Complete racism, and then complete racism from some people that should be considered my own people. And at the end of the day, my own people is people. Shit, half the fucking people think that I'm fucking Spanish. I don't even look like a Spanish, I don't think. But because I'm a certain skin tone, that's what people assume. Or they try to write you off and do all these other things. Like, I've received it from both sides, dog. We also can't do it to our own people. Like, it just doesn't fucking make sense. You make people feel like they're not welcome when we're all Americans. We're the only country as well who wants to segregate everybody into different races on a pamphlet where it says, oh, are you black? White, German, Native American, Spanish, where it's just like in Germany, as an example, and I can only use this example because it's something that my mom always demonstrated to me because she didn't understand it, although she has seen racism firsthand, especially when she got my pops. It's like, in that country, if you're German, you're German. Now, not to say everybody's perfect in that way, but like in America, not everybody's American for whatever reason. Like if you're an American citizen, people look at you and be like, oh, you're not American. It's like, but again, that could also just be location, what you were shown, what you were exposed to, and that is going to shape how you see and do things. I mean, again, for what I hear from Paul all the time, it seems to me like he has had an upbringing that was more open. I can tell you from the stories that I've been told over the years growing up in the South, that has not been the thing, right? It just hasn't. I've seen it firsthand way too many times than it should have ever existed in every facet in the South. And I've been from Florida to fucking California to into Georgia. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I've been exposed on it at every level. I've heard all the stories, like, and I get it. That's why I try to, for lack of, I'm not even gonna say for lack, but that's why I try to somewhat be in the middle, although I do feel like in some points it's just fucking unfair. Like, what do you want me to fucking do? I can't solve this fucking crisis. Fucking treat people normal. I don't look at a certain type of person and be like, oh, this person's like this. I don't give a fuck. It's all about how you carry yourself. If you look like trash, you look like trash, dog. Like, that's just what it is. If you carrying yourself away, people are going to look at you a certain way. Now, them going above and beyond, that's some whole other shit. Like, I just love it. Just love on each other, dog. Nam says, they do the same to me still. They think I'm Cuban, but I don't have a lick of it. Both of my parents are... Dog, it's like, what am I supposed to do about that? and people feel like you can't be, it's not offensive. It's like, you're just assuming.
Let me know if my mic's better, everybody, by the way.
I was going to say, your mic has been fine for me.
Yeah, everybody else was saying no. I was botting big time. So let me know if it's better now.
Nixie says, you're half Dominican. Stop. Well, I'm not. That's what's crazy. I'm the closest thing that I am to any of that is Filipino. I'm German, black, and Filipino. That's a fucking crazy mix.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, no. Yeah, Eastside, like I said, well, you and I will disagree on a lot of things. And again,
I think y'all still have a fucking blast of a conversation, though, as long as y'all don't fucking stuck on either side.
Well, no, because again, you start getting into deeper points, and it's going to go, because Eastside does stand on his hill, just like I stand on my hill. Like, again,
you from the Southeast side?
I will never, he's from Georgia.
So if he's from, again, that it is going to have, it's going to have an effect on how he looks at shit. Life experience. He's older than me. I mean, he's y'all age. So it's like the shit that you were exposed to. Again, they have grandparents that literally went through, who experienced it, who are still alive, great grandparents. It's like there is that reality of it, to where in certain areas of the country, there was more progression than the South, for example.
And I'm not, and that's never my point.
No, I'm not getting that. I'm just saying.
No, but again, that's the conversations that happen nowadays. Like Eastside saying that me looking at all of world history is deflecting from America's history. I don't know how that's even possible, because the acknowledgement is already there. That's my question. Is like, what else? Again, the people have nothing to do with it nowadays. This all happened long before all of us were born. You could say that there was ripple effects and repercussions. We know all this, right? The civil rights era is well documented, taught everywhere. Again, there's lies in that, a lot of that as well. That have been rewritten, all sorts of stuff. But it's all well documented. It's all well acknowledged. The struggles that people have gone through in America's history to get to where we are, right? That includes us fighting the Revolutionary War, not us, because we weren't around, we weren't a part of it. My family was never part of it, but that includes the original Revolutionary War to get away from the British government, the British crown, right? So, but I'm saying America's history has been well acknowledged. It has been talked about. Nobody's saying it didn't happen, right? Nobody's saying that. Again, the point is, what do we do now? Like, they can't be any more. And 2025, even if you down south, Steel, I don't take away from anybody being in a different part of the country. Bad people are everywhere. There are neighborhoods across this entire country, no matter what state, that I could not walk into.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I mean, that I can't walk through.
Right. So the majority of us, even black folks, can go. You can't just walk into Compton and think that you're gonna be good to go. Like, it don't matter.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm so. But again, that does not take away from the real experiences that all you guys have had in any way, shape, or form, right? And that does not take away from the past at all. What I'm saying, simply stating, is there's always going to be shitty ass people in this world. If you're talking about straight up America, there's always going to be shitty ass people of all colors,
shit, it's happening right now,
creeds, that treat people differently because of a variety of different things, whether it's skin color, whether it's hair, whether it's whether it's your religion. It don't matter. There are going to be shitty ass people out there. There always will be, right? And that's never going to go away, no matter how much acknowledgement on a certain topic or subject that we have. It's not going to change anything. To steal to your point, the point that we've always had, and this is why I say the 80s and 90s we were doing so much better in my eyes. Now your experiences might be completely different, but again, we have to get to the point where that is no longer a thing, as far as most people, where we don't even think about it. But this hyper focused situation that we now have on race, of going back and re-examining all of history of America, and having all of these things, like, this is all we're known for. like I said, East Side, you putting America with the triple Ks in there, right? Again, this hyper focus on that is not bringing it about better. It is actually making us go back. Now we've got people on all sides talking about segregating themselves. We got people on all sides trying to create towns of their own kind. We are going backwards because we are hyper focused on what we were as a country long before any of us were alive, instead of where we're going. And again, the 80s and 90s, we were trying to change that when everything was taught to us to not see skin color. Does that work for everybody? Of course it doesn't, right? Does that erase your trials and tribulations in any way? No, it doesn't, right? It tried to teach a whole generation, right, to not judge people by that first the first look, right? By judging by a book by its cover, which is human nature to do. We start doing it when we are kids. You instantly pick out the weirdo kid in the class when you're a kid, right? Whoever looks different, whoever sounds different. Again,
that's
going
going to
go down the list,
depending on what your parents taught you. So
right, exactly. But it's human nature to stereotype. Again, that's again, you got to go back through history. That's how we figured out that tigers were bad. We learned striped big animals were bad and dangerous, right? Again, it's human nature to stereotype. But again, we started as kids, but we were starting to be taught not to do that anymore. Right? We were starting to be taught to not see skin color, to judge people just on their merits, to judge people on their character, right? And to judge people how they treated you.
It doesn't fucking happen all the time.
Right? Well, but it did for me, Steele. Right? Again, it did for me. Yes, there are always going to be inherent biases and stuff. People judge books by cover all the damn time. Again, it's very tough to get away from that. I don't care who you are. You can lie to yourself and say you don't do it. To a certain degree, you still are going to do it because you're influenced by society. You're influenced by what you see. You're influenced by all the things you hear. You're influenced by everything around you. So it's going to happen. But there was a case in point because, again, that's how I was raised. That's how I was taught. And that's how I've always lived my life. Again, if you're an asshole, I don't care what color of asshole you are. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. Now, I'm not giving you my time and my energy, right? And if you're a good person, I don't care what color you are. If you're a good person, you got my time, right? I'm here for you.
I mean, again,
so I just think that
I think
this hyper focus on the past and this hyper focus on what once happened here, and getting back to hyper focused on that we have to acknowledge people's race, that is a part of their life experiences, which is a part of what you guys are talking about, that I have to acknowledge that, right? Or otherwise I'm disappearing you or I'm taking away from you. I don't see that doing any good, right? Because now we're racing up the victimhood ladder. And again, that is a literal fact that we're racing up the victimhood ladder. Who's the bigger victim? And you see it all the time. And that is not going to help move us forward. That it's just not, in my opinion. And again, completely wrong, but that's where I see it.
God Emperor says what Drewski did was funny. Now, this shit was fucking hilarious.
Again, I am totally down with all of that, but it better be good. No, but it better be good all the way around. And you know it wouldn't be.
I mean, that's not true because Robert Downey Jr. did it, and it was done great.
Oh, no. Robert Downey Jr. is given a pass because he was making fun of the whole entire thing, right? And because it was so well done, that's what I'm saying. It
was well done. Again, when you have tact and you have when you're able to do it right.
Theo Vaughn could not go out in blackface.
No, because he wouldn't be able to do it right.
He would be able to do it right.
Theo Vaughn wouldn't be able to do it right.
Why not?
Because he doesn't have the tact. At least from what I know of Theo, he doesn't have the tact to be able to do it. Right.
I don't think Drewski has the tact, but he pulled it off. I mean, Drewski went to the extreme with it. Again, I could see why some people were offended by it because he took the worst of the worst. Again, I could freely acknowledge that we have rednecks.
I see it all the time in the South. Yeah. So
right, but I can acknowledge that that's not the best side of us, right? That rednecks aren't always the best side of us. Like, that's the funny part, is that cultures have a very hard time of knowledge of what the worst of the worst are. And they don't want to admit that they have sections of their people that do not represent or in the right way. I have zero problem saying that a lot of rednecks do not represent white people the right way.
I mean, people did the same thing with GTA, showing people fucking GTA 6, showing people twerking on the car. It's like, I mean, people felt the way about that, and it's like, I mean, again, I'm not saying that motherfuckers should be twerking on cars and shit like that, but it's like, I mean, again, that's People have a good time in Miami. I can't do nothing about Miami's a whole different fucking world than it
But I'm
is.
just, but I'm saying, Steele. But I'm saying, like, overall, is that the representation of culture? Is that the representation? Like, again, I would never hold up a redneck and say that's the representation of white culture. Like, never.
I don't think that's it either. I mean, it's a sect. I mean, it's a band it's a Vandal's point.
But people see it.
It does play into the history of blackface and all that shit too. But either way.
But East Side, again, if one thing is bad, the opposite is not okay. If we have determined that's bad, that is totally fine with me. But then the opposite cannot happen just because it doesn't have any history. Just because it's not the same. You can't, bro, you can't, again, in my eyes, you can't do that. That's where you and I will always disagree then, Eastside, because you can't do that. Again, this turnabout that people have gotten very comfortable being racist towards white people. And Eastside, I know you will say that's because there's no history. We don't have a history of this and this and this and that. That's not okay. People are very comfortable saying a whole lot of shit about white people. Right? In my eyes, that's not okay. If we're going to go down that road and say we can't have that, again, it's not okay. But people are saying, hey, no, nah, it's different. So anyways, whatever. Like I said, it is what it is, man. Appreciate the conversation because there's not too many shows you can go on and have this type of conversation anymore. And that's the one thing that Steele and I have always done because we've had plenty of these. Steele and I have had a lot of these conversations in the background too. So about a lot of different things. So you know,
and again,
I'm a whole lot of chats I would feel comfortable coming.
Again, I'm in the middle of this shit. So it's like I don't care if in the example of Drewski, if he was able to do it phenomenally, hey, if somebody's going to do it in reverse, to Vandal's point, understand what the history is or whatever. If you do it tactfully and you're able to get away with it, we also are in more sensitive times. So it would just depend. I mean, I see people offended by it. So again, it's also comedy. The whole comedy thing is a whole thing in itself too.
Yeah.
So it's like you can't. That's why comedy's not as good as it was either, right? It used to be free range, but it also was like under the understanding that this isn't to be taken serious.
At Eastside, I hope that you understand, or I hope that you would think, and again, I'm not going to assume anything, but I would hope that you would think that there's a difference between the blackface that Robert Downey Jr. did and the cartoonish blackface that was used to represent black people back in the day, that was used to degrade. Right? I would hope that you would see the difference in that, even though Robert Downey Jr. was still making fun of the idea, the concept of a white actor putting on dark makeup to portray a black man, and then
that shit was funny.
Going through the whole thing, right? And again, there is a group of people who are still offended by it too. Steele, that say that
I thought that shit was funny.
Right?
All the homies and everything I've ever had.
Most people did, but I'm saying there is a difference between that blackface and the blackface that was done back in the day as well. And I'm not saying that even when I brought Theo Vaughn, I would say that he dressed up more realistically like Drewski did. Drewski wasn't, he took all the attitude, the tattoos from rednecks and that kind of stuff. Right?
Yeah, it's a reflective.
He did the haircut, right? But he didn't go over the top. He didn't paint himself pure white and try to make a cartoonish white person, right? He tried to do it realistically.
Yeah.
If another comedian, a white comedian, tried to do a realistic version of a black guy, I still think it would never fly. People would be up in arms. But that wouldn't be the same as the type of blackface that was done in history.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Again, I mean, fuck. Drake did blackface, and that made me feel some type of way. So I ain't gonna front there. So, and he's mixed.
Right, and he did the comedic version, right? If I remember, he did the cartoon.
Yeah, he did the cartoon version, and that was more offensive than anything. And as a light skinned dude, like I can't defend that, dog. Like that's fuck. You had the red lips and everything. Like, are you fucking serious, man?
Right.
And it's like, So like, I get it. Like,
yep.
Stuff, man. Decado says, come for the game, stay for the real talk. I mean, that's how it goes, bro. Like, again,
Hey, why not? Episode 199, we're going to take a hiatus.
hey, you know, why not?
If everybody wants to cancel me, hey, go right ahead.
So for
I'm out
Emperor, I get that he did it for film, that Drake did it for film, but there's no excuse, bro. You can also turn down roles. You don't have to do that. Again, you could have did it. You could have did it. You're already black, dog. Like, you don't have to do much more. You don't have to subject yourself to certain things. People can say no to things too. That's what makes Denzel such a dope actor. He's said no plenty of times as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's certain shit that he doesn't go for. I mean, shit, fucking people didn't feel the way about Leonardo DiCaprio saying they all fucking through the Django.
Well, but they had interviews about that, right? And
he was uncomfortable with it too.
He was uncomfortable at first, right? And obviously that was again. This is where the conversations break down, though. Steel. Again, actors should be able to act.
Yeah, I mean,
should be able to play whoever
I
they
thought it
want
was
to
fucking
play.
fun. Leonardo killed that shit.
It was done for a reason. Again, Tarantino has gotten away more than most.
He does. He has. He's pushed the fucking
because of the type of movies he makes. It was a good movie because they are very popular. Yes, correct. But he gets away with a lot of shit that a lot of people would not let another movie director get away with. And he does it. And there's some people who call him out and say that that's bullshit. That he, again, to me, it's like, no, man, he's doing it. He's doing it in a way that is for a very specific purpose, right? It's not to bring back any type of racism or anything like that. It's very specific to the time frame that he's trying to come across, and he's trying to be very realistic with it. So, anyways, be that as it may, I think this conversation, there's a lot of nuance still that I don't think you're gonna get. Huh? Which one?
Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
that's all hell forever be a fucking classic.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I just think there's a lot of nuance that a lot of people aren't willing to have the conversation or just say no. There is no nuance to a lot of this stuff, but I agree. I mean, we've got a lot of people. Again, we're back to a lot of people lightening their skin right now. And there's been lots of that going around again too. And it's like I just think that
it's just like girls getting fucking tans and fucking putting all their fucking shit on to be darker. It's like.
But that's why, right? Like, when somebody wants to identify, right? Still, what if somebody wants to identify, right? But I'm saying, like, that's a realistic conversation because we're allowing kids to identify as dogs in class, right? So, again,
fucking stupid.
Right. We got kitty litter boxes in schools now. I just, again, that's why I like these conversations. I wish that people were, I wish we could have more of this conversation in the real world, and I wish more people were willing to do it. I truly believe as somebody who grew up in a different era and saw a lot, but also didn't experience everything that you may have experienced or anybody else has experienced. And it's going to be,
and that's what makes it hard.
I just, these discussions and which way it's turned now, to me, is a clear wedge driving between all of us. And I think that's exactly what the powers that be want. And I think that everybody that buys into this is playing into that fact. And it's very easy because everybody wants to be acknowledged. Everybody wants to have more than what they currently have. Again, that's in human nature. That is part of the ego. That's part of all of it. And this plays right into that. And it is very easy to get swallowed up in that to become your identity overall. But I do think that we're all getting played by public.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, again,
this is believe what they want. This is what they want.
That's why I don't like the system the way it is.
Right. But to have people at each other's throats and for us to be going backwards to the point where people on both sides are talking about segregation again is a good thing. So I think that that's ultimately, until we all realize that as a mass of people that we are being played right now, we're not. It's not gonna correct. It's not gonna get better. So, because this is what they're pushing down our throats. This is why you can go find all the clips of the news saying the exact same thing across the entire country at the exact same time. It's all propaganda. It's all planned. So again, that's my ultimate thoughts. But anyways,
I think we would probably if we ever watched Pulp Fiction on stream, that stream would have to come down. Yeah. I don't think they would allow us to do that. I think that'd be fun, but I don't think they would allow that. Not on YouTube at least. That's something you have to do on Discord.
Bring out the Gimp. Gimp's asleep. Wake him up.
Fucking full. It's so fucking good, bro. Vandal says, conclusion, just don't call me a ninja or any other slur or marginalized group in my presence. I mean, it's the same thing I do. It's the same thing for me. I don't go around calling people crackers, chinks, all whatever. Even if somebody said, I mean, I've had plenty of white homeboys who was like, yo, you could call me that. If I could call you the N-word, it's like, nah, dog, I don't care. Like, just don't say that shit around me. Like, I give a fuck less. 'Cause I can't protect you from everybody.
Right.
And what people get offended by, I have no control over. So, but nevertheless, again, it's always it's a good conversation to have. Again, I've always been in the middle of it, so I've seen both sides of it. It's going to continue to be interesting to see how things play out, and see how things are moving into the future. So, I mean, I've gotten it from my own family, my father's side of the family. So it's like, who choose to think whatever they want to think. So, I mean, hey. Yeah, it's all.
No matter how mad I've been at anybody, I have never used that. So like that's like.
Nah, I dress you exactly what you are. You fucking dick.
Yeah, no.
You fucking stupid ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Motherfucker, whatever the case.
I use all the other words, but I've never had to resort to a slur for any situation that I've been even my most mad. Never ever, man. Again, the song thing we've talked about that too. Steel, if it's in a song. I still don't think people should have anybody's problem with saying it, but that's become a thing too. But like I said, I grew up in a different era with that too. So, but I think if it's included, I think it's wrong to say you can't say that. It's part of the song. But anyways, I don't listen to rap like that anymore, so I don't have to. But I think that's funny. I think it's a funny conversation to have as well.
I mean, again, I see.
Because it's not towards anybody.
I see artists look at crowds of people saying it, point the mic at them to say it all the time. And it's just, it doesn't.
No. Because it's not directed as attention wise.
It's not consistent. It's not consistent.
Right? It's part of the song. That's been my point. But anyway.
It's not consistent.
It's just weird shit that changed. And I'm like, what are we doing? Anyways. Good conversation.
Yeah, shout out to San Andreas.
And all love, Eastside. All love. Again, you and I wouldn't agree on a whole lot of things and, whatever. But at the same time, like, bro, I just appreciate you coming out here and appreciate the conversation.
I mean,
appreciate
again,
you at least even responding, which is, again, what a lot of people, again, normally now, or a lot of it is just name calling. And it's just shutting down and it's just over with, right? There's not a discussion back and forth, even if neither one of you is ever really going to change their position overall. Just having the back and forth without resorting to, name calling or shutting the conversation down. That's what a lot of is missing nowadays from society. Just having those drawn out conversations. So again, I think that's important for people to be able to speak their minds on both sides. For sure.
Vandal says, Paul, don't ever come to Atlanta singing NWA songs. You would not be treated. Again, that's also about being smart.
But that's the whole thing. I knew the entire NWA straight out of Compton CD by heart, right? Again, back then it was no big deal because it was part of the song. Like I said, that's a nowadays thing. Like that never even crossed our mind because we were celebrating the art. We loved NWA. Again, we were the white suburban boys supporting rap, right? Back in the day before rap was even huge, right? And we were listening to the NWAs, right? The Two Live Crews. Of course we were, right? We were getting away with something, but we weren't singing it with malice. Right, we were singing it as it was presented in the song, right? We were fans of the groups and of the songs, and that's why to me it's different, right? So, but yeah, obviously nowadays, that's what I'm talking about. It's still weird to me that I couldn't do it if I heard that song. If I heard one of those songs, it'd still be weird to me. But would I do it? No.
It's a
because I'm conscious of the fact that some people be like,
it's a respect thing. Yeah, it's just a respect thing.
But again, like I said, if the word's so bad, it should never be used anywhere. Right? That's my part. That's my point. It always will be. But anyways, it is what it is. So again, I don't go out of my way. I have no need to go out of my way to do it. I don't listen to rap like that anymore anyways. So whatever. It is what it is. But I think it's got a little hypocrisy to it. But anyway,
I don't disagree. Again.
Yeah.
And again, Vandal, I mean, you grow up in the South, you have a different understanding of shit. I know plenty of people who also said it behind the scenes. Said they never said it. I've seen them and heard them as well, literally saying it behind my back.
Yeah. And I had groups of black friends east side that didn't care that we all sang along together. In fact, I had one aspiring rapper, even in my 20s when we were living in the bachelor pad, the fourplex, that we all came down.
But that's what I'm saying, like
smoking and just.
But that's what I'm saying about the pass, about like giving people a pass. If it's okay. Yeah. If it's you're around people and they make it okay, and it's hard to just automatically villainize it. There's a conversation that needs to be had, right? And again, as long as like in this example, made it completely clear, like it's not being said in malice or whatever the case. Doesn't use it in any other time that or
in the song.
When he feels offended.
I didn't say it when he walked in the door or anything. It wasn't like that. Like I never used it. In that,
there's also context.
The R or the A.
There's also context to that shit. It's just like. Dog, you have too many people who do that. I mean, I know it's a thing in New York as well, brother. Like, it's like, too, if you're giving the passes to people, you're making that fucking area extremely gray. And just because in the South, it's something completely different for us, there's other areas, the West, the North, like, again, Spanish folks running with it, like, and even that, you get down into lineage and ancestry and everything else, and it's like, I mean, again, dog, we all come from Africa at the end of the day. We all diverted to different parts of the earth. So, it is what it is. So, anyway, good convo nonetheless. I think it was super dope conversation to wrap up, episode 199 of Living Split Screen. The hiatus episode, man. No telling when we'll end up being back. I saw somebody mention, you can't disappear on Saturdays. Nobody else is doing Saturdays. You got the Gamer Circle podcast. You can still tune into those guys over there. If you guys want to get that content, nonetheless, freely give that up. But who knows? Maybe we'll be back on a Saturday. Maybe it'll end up being a different day, depending on what's going on. You never know if work turns differently for me with how work goes. Some places say that you got to work weekends. Ideally, that's not the direction I'm trying to go. I still want to have my weekends off, right? That's that reset time that I like to have. But yeah, man, we'll definitely look to be back on a Saturday. Nonetheless, maybe around this time, maybe an hour later, who knows? But nonetheless, it's gonna be missed, man. But again, how else? Oh yeah, Vandal, you didn't know? You weren't here in the beginning. Vandal, that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, we made a post too yesterday.
Yeah, I put it on YouTube as well. But it's also why I put hiatus in the title of today's episode. We're going on a hiatus, man. Living Split Screen will be. Now again, I'm still going to be uploading random content, rain check, on my personal channel, as well as Living Split Screen. I haven't quite decided if I'm going to make it for members for Living Split Screen, for those who do decide to stay members, just so you guys know that you're getting that value there, or because again, you can always tune into it for free on my personal channel, right? But again, it's going to be random conversations that I end up having. Mostly it is going to be gaming centric, but I just may not be as diverse, right? I might not be talking about every single new game that comes out. It's going to be more center focused on things that directly correlate to me, what I may be going through. Oh, it's not even 200 yet. It's just 199, Stankmal. So, hey, 200 would have probably been more of a perfect one. But I think 200 would be good to come back to.
Yeah.
Right?
Again,
Living Split Screen, the channel's not going anywhere. It's still going to be here. Again, I did private the recent rain checks that I did and everything. Again, moving forward, I'm trying to decide how I want to do all that stuff. Again, there's certain things that people say that you got to do the YouTube algorithms with everything going on right now. I haven't decided how I want to handle all that. Again, it's just thinking about shit. I may just stop overthinking it and just leave that shit up as is. And just continue to upload it regularly like I have been doing. So there's that. And again, it's not because we haven't been getting traction or we're not at where we need to be at. Again, we could have 10,000 fucking subs right now and it wouldn't have made any of a difference. Stepping back to real life is stepping back to real life. Now, if people wanted to pay me and Pong $5,000 a month, we split it between ourselves. Hey, for $2,500 a piece, I think we can make something, man. We can make something shake. $2,500 a month a piece. I can make something shake.
Maybe a couple Saturdays.
I can make something shake, but but nonetheless, man, it's just, real life sets in. You want to make some changes, put yourself in a better position so that you can continue to have free time moving into the future to chop it up with the beautiful people and continue to have that. Who knows, man? The energy isn't going nowhere. So, you know what I mean? Even through everything that I got going on, the energy's still here. You know what I mean? So, the energy's not going to go anywhere. That's going to be consistent. But again, I do want everybody to know that we've been greatly appreciative. I know I've been greatly appreciative of you guys tuning in week to week. You guys have been a motivation for us, no matter what has been going on, to be here every Saturday, to come with the energy, to be live, raw, and uncut in this golden age of gaming, as we like to say, and be somewhat of a standout in the crowd, right? Again, I don't have one way or another to feel about the actual Twitter community. Again, I post my content the way that I post it. Twitter, the algorithm's all fucked up and all over the place. If you're not doing, again, I don't see a lot of the negative shit that people be saying. So you can tailor it somewhat. But even Pong, I mean, I interact with Pong on a daily basis, and I still don't see a lot of the shit that he fucking posts. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, the shit is wishy-washy, and the shit ain't consistent. But, I'm going to return back to more so being a lurker, being behind the scenes, and, putting stuff out there when I want. So that is that. So I'm just greatly appreciative of everybody, and I'm going to continue to work on the branding and stuff behind the scenes. Who knows? Maybe I may come back. I may have my own software or something. Steel Rain software. Who knows? I might have my own cybersecurity team. Who knows what ends up happening? We'll see. But Pong, I mean, what is there anything else that you would like to add on as we're winding the episode down before we get our outros and going from there?
Nah, I just appreciate everybody so much. Again, this was a great way to go out. Was not expecting another conversation out of the blue. Again, not too many shows. We'll swap on over and talk about what we just talked about for an hour. But that's what Steele and I do. We were wrapping up the show. And next thing you know, chat brings up something, and all of a sudden we get into a deep conversation. That's one of the best parts about our Saturday. And that's the thing that I will miss while we are on hiatus, is having these free-flowing, open conversations about, obviously, mostly gaming, but ranging wide, right? And never knowing which direction we're coming from, even on the gaming subjects, we get into things sometimes. So just appreciate y'all coming out and joining us for our last show before we go on hiatus. You guys are all special, to us, to me personally. Again, this is a part of my, it's been such a big part of my weekly therapy sessions, right? To get through real life, like Steele was just talking about. And like I said, there's been times where you guys wouldn't know what was on my plate. I only talk for myself here.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know a lot what Steele's got going on, but just for myself personally, there would be times, and Steele knows some of it. He doesn't know even all of it, but there was times over the past year or so where you would never know how much I had on the back end of my plate. But I came here and you guys would relieve that pressure, right? You guys took that off. It just allow me to forget. And that's, why I love getting here with my one of my best friends in Steel and you guys in the chat. And you guys mean so much, and the show means so much to me on Saturdays. It really is a part of the therapy, and I'm going to miss it. But now the focus is on getting a lot of stuff done. And so, a lot of the pressure that was there, a lot of the really awful shit is kind of gone now. And now I got to focus on getting this shit done, which needs action. So I am going to be using the time wisely that this is giving me to not be here on Saturdays, but I'm going to miss the hell out of this. And, like as Steele said, maybe we'll pop in from time to time on Saturday,
do some game
especially
streams,
when Battlefield
stuff like that.
launches. Some game streams, something like that. We'll get a little bit of time in. But we're gonna miss you, and we will be back, like Steele said, unless Steele's ultimate plan, he keeps talking about all this stuff he's gonna do himself. Maybe this is his way of getting me out of the picture and really getting out of his cocoon and becoming the butterfly
Good Lord.
that he always believed that he is in the podcasting world. And this is his way of doing it. He just didn't know how to let me down. And so he's going to do it this way, and we're just never going to show back up again together, but Steele will be here for you guys, so don't worry. No, love you all. Thanks for coming out for our last Saturday at 199. 200 is going to be special when we come back.
Yeah, don't worry. Palms it's probably going to be the reverse. He's going to become a super bachelor, and he's going to be so caught up in all this bachelor driving a Ferrari, and
Yeah,
so caught up making so much money, man. He's not going to have the time.
Pong. Midlife crisis Pong.
He's gonna come back, and you like, Steele, I thought I was going to come back, but it's having too much fun in my Ferrari, out in the yard, having too much fun at the beach.
I'm gonna have the David Hasselhoff hair going. I'll get my curl going. It'll be nice.
He's gonna come back with his shirt off and like, yeah, man.
Big stash, Magna PI stash. Let's go. The beach life.
Nixie says, Pong, did you help Steele create that rain check name? If not, I think you're on to something. Nah, that was something I came up with. Rain check originally was called Lunch with Steele. I changed it because I wasn't always having lunch when I was having these conversations, and it wasn't being released at lunchtime. I tried to change that, but as I kind of progressed with it, I think it made more sense, especially namesake wise, that I went with Rain Check. And that's another thing I'm gonna do while we're away. I'm gonna try to see if I can get my name copyrighted. So if I can do Pong's as well, I'm gonna do his, and I'm gonna send him his information. So we'll see. Maybe that'll happen as well. Thanks. I was hoping people would like it. I was hoping people would be like, I see what you did there. So that's the whole reason I did that. Degato says I had that already. Bought a Honda S2K. Hey, that's a good car. That's a fucking good car.
Yeah, no, I don't think at this point I'm going to go through a midlife crisis. I really never did. So
who knows? Pong's going to come back with a Skyline or something.
Maybe I'll step. I had my Evo already, so now I got to really step up. If I'm going to move up, it's got to be a Porsche. It's got to be a Ferrari. It's got to be a Skyline. Like now,
Skylines are extremely accessible. You can get a Skyline for less than $40K, imported and everything.
No,
yeah, you can.
Not an R30.
Okay. Oh, you said R35?
Yeah.
Okay, that's different. I thought you meant like R34.
Okay. No.
Oh, well, okay. R35? No, that's fucking different. But you can get an R34. You can get it imported and everything for less than $40K.
You can't anymore because you want to know why, Steele? Because now they finally, age-wise, they became legal to bring over, so the market has skyrocketed.
Well, okay, I'll put it to you like this. You're not going to get you're not going to get the fucking V-Spec 2 with the RB26 in it.
Well, what else would I want, bro?
I get what no, that one's going to be over 100K for sure.
Well, what else am I going to want? I'm not going to get it.
I've been looking at family, so I've been looking at getting other versions. So I get you. Now, if you're trying to get the fucking V-Spec all-wheel drive, the 2002. Nah, they're running upwards of 100K. No, 100%.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, if you're willing to spend that money if you were willing to ever at some point willing to spend that money for an R35, you could get that R34.
Well, you could, but at that point, then I'd be looking at Porsche too. So
I mean, at that point, that's a different. I mean, at that point, you might as well just go Porsche. At that point, you might as well. And again, I'm about that. I love Porsches. This is German engineering, so I'm good.
Well, no,
with a 911 turbo.
I mean. No, not because then you're talking about
a Cayman.
Cayman. Yeah, Cayman. The Cayman. Yeah, I love the Cayman, bro. The Cayman is like totally my. I would love a G. Don't get me wrong. Like, okay, if you give me a 911, of course, right? GTS, GTR3. But no, I would go with the Cayman because the Caymans the base models for brand new one is 72, right? So you could get a fully loaded one for under 100 at that point. So instead of an R35, I'd probably get the Cayman. Yeah,
that's not
since
bad.
I haven't owned a Porsche, I'd want to own.
That's not bad. I would want an older Porsche. I just have a thing for older vehicles.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't like all the new fucking. That's another fucking old head thing of me. Like as I've gotten older, I don't need all this fucking new age. Oh, I have a sensor on my tire. Like I don't give a fuck about none of that extra shit.
Well, I like some.
I like a good head unit, like touch screens and stuff like that. But
yeah.
When you introduce all the electronics and all that shit, I gotta take it to somebody. Like, come on, man.
No, and you could take an older car now and just have it redone and put.
100%.
So like that's what I would do.
That's what I would do.
I'm just saying. Back in the day, I didn't know what was going to happen because the JDM market exploded. Right, I would have bought my 300ZX twin turbo. Right, I would have.
Oh yeah, you could have.
My 91 Targa Supra, all those now are ridiculous, bro. Even my 84 300ZX, like, bro, I paid. I was third owner. Yeah. I was third owner on that car. And it had, what did it have? 30,000, no, 30, was it 39,000 original miles when I bought it? Third owner car.
Well, electric windows is different, wacko. I can't go without electric windows. Is kind of.
I can still do roll downs. I grew up.
I don't mind it. I don't mind roll down, but I would prefer. I would. Prefer, I would probably. I would get it. I would get a transition. I would change it.
But
which you can easily do nowadays.
I paid $3,500, I think, for my 84 300.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Stored everything else. Now I looked it up. They're like freaking. They're like in the 20s, like mid 20s for one. Like damn. I'm like, bruh.
For that age of a car,
bro. For a straight 84. Yeah, it's a straight 6, not even the turbo. Like because they had limited edition.
I mean, the straight 6 ain't bad.
Digital dash.
V6?
Bro, for that little car.
Oh, that's plenty.
That thing moved.
Turbo will make it fucking a different.
Oh yeah,
thing.
they had the turbo digital package, which is ultra rare. They got the anniversary edition. Those things are going for over 30, bro. Like it's nuts now. What?
There's certain cars that I would do it. Like there's a 4-door Skyline apparently that you can get.
Okay.
That I think is pretty dope. And then
insurance wise, that'd be dope.
Put some again like that would end up working out. Have your dream car, but also like in a different way. Again, I'm also a family man, so there's those things to consider as well. I could put the wide body on it still and all that. Like I put the bumpers on it, transition everything over. That should be fire.
That was the best part about the Evo. When it got here and forever, basically the entire time I owned it.
Yeah.
Insurance never classified it as a sports
No,
car.
it's a sedan.
It was a Lancer. Yeah. It was a sedan Lancer.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. One of the cheapest. I mean, they knew the value because it popped up on the VIN.
Oh yeah,
they still insured it. They insured it as cheap as shit.
Mm-hmm.
It was the most ridiculous thing of all time. Yep.
Vandal for the 499 bones. He says, "Thanks, guys. It's been fun." Thank you, Vandal, man. Appreciate you coming out. Dan, the man with the 5 bones, says, "Go get Check Steel and please keep us updated. Miss you guys. Thank you for doing it, gentlemen." Yeah. Thank you, Dan. Then BT Maverick came in with the 5 bones. He says, "Love you guys in the chat as well. My Pong shows are dwindling. We need everyone on board the Choo Choo Mother Truckers." You want to give them
Choo Choo Motherfuckers.
Yeah,
choo. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Ducato says, "Just be sure to buy a car without AC induction at the bottom of the car. Friend ruined his Z06 turning AC on in the rain." Yeah, there's just certain things too that I believe, like, why are you buying cars that you're not fucking familiar with? You didn't do the research on to know what you can and can't do. Like, especially like those cars like that.
Yeah.
You're just asking for fucking trouble that you shouldn't need. That you shouldn't fucking have to do. It's like, again, I compare that to PCs. Why are you buying shit that you don't fucking know how to deal with? Come on, man. Well, you're gonna run into problem. But again, when you run into a problem, you don't know how to fix it yourself. You got to take it to somebody. You're gonna pay the price that it's gonna cost to have somebody else fix it. And typically, it's fucking astronomical because, again, that's another thing that's going fucking downhill. Can't get a good mechanic for shit.
Hey, real quick, all my physical media heads out here, you guys that are getting back into movies or whatever else. The Tron and Tron Legacy 4K UHD steelbooks just went live about a day ago. They're still available on Amazon if you want to grab them. They are $40 out the gate, but they're probably gonna sell out, and you're probably not gonna be able to get them because everything else has been selling out recently on the steelbook side. So I just thought I'd bring that up because I know I got a lot of Tron fans in here. So people have been waiting on the 4K. So it's gonna be dope.
Fire.
I grabbed them.
All right. Real quick. He says,
thoughts on the new Tron Ares.
I'm interested.
I'm optimistic because I did like Legacy. I'm one of the old heads that liked Legacy. Like I liked it. I thought they did a great job with it. Was it the same as the old? No, of course not. But I thought they did a great job with it. Right. Obviously, like I've stated, we've talked about this before because obviously, having Nine Inch Nails, having Trent do the soundtrack is going to be phenomenal.
That's a sale.
Again,
yeah.
That's going to be phenomenal itself. I know people don't like what's his face as an actor, and I understand why. I am hit or miss with him. What I saw in the previews, the short trailers, that kind of stuff from him, I think I'm good with him in this one so far. I think this might be a role that he actually plays well into. But there's a lot of people that are turned off by him. But I'm excited. I might actually go I haven't been to the theater in, I don't know, 7-8 years. Like I said, I don't know how long it's been. I might have to go for Tron Ares. So
yeah, I might too. Yeah. Yobi says, happy birthday to Starfield. Hey, happy birthday to Starfield. Big facts.
Yes, happy 2-year anniversary, and it looks like they're gonna have a big expansion, and potentially, redoing a lot of the systems like we've talked about here. I think it's got a good shot.
Yeah, Vandal.
Jared Leto, thank you.
That's the problem with Leto, though. He's a fine actor when he wants to be. See, you can't just be what you want to be.
And it depends on the role, right? Again, it's hit or miss for me too. Like, I didn't like him as
he's not the fuck.
Most
Yeah,
people
no,
didn't.
fucking Jesus Christ.
I didn't like him as that shit. I mean, again, a lot of that was the writing, though. A lot of that was the script itself was not good, so that adds to it. But no, I don't think he was great for that role. But I've seen him in other stuff that I really, I thought he was good in Blade Runner, right? So I liked him in Blade Runner personally. I thought that was a good role. Yeah, you definitely. So I think there's hit or miss. Like I said, just from what I saw, it looks like he might be okay in this role. So I'm gonna cross my fingers. But I loved what I saw so far. Them bringing it to the real world, right? Because a lot of time that's not gonna work. But the light cycles and everything else are looking pretty fucking dope. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll wrap it up there. Now, again, I want to say thank you to everybody who's been tuning in on a week-to-week basis. Again, really appreciate y'all, man. Again, we'll be back. Don't you worry on that. When we'll let you guys know, we'll update it. Again, stay subbed if you like to stay subbed. I greatly appreciate those who do. We'll still try to deliver a little bit of something there. Maybe I sit down on random days and talk about some game and stuff or whatever. But other than that, man, we're going to keep things trucking, keep the things moving in the background. And again, you got the longest episode we've ever done today as well. So there is that to be part of it as well. So again, not way beyond what anybody else would do for you guys. So like way beyond.
For ourselves, we just didn't want it to end. But seriously, we were at 6:11. Yo.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
The gaming streams, Nixie, we're still going to do with like Battlefield 6 and Arc Raiders when they come out, when we can, when they make sense. I haven't decided whether, if I'm playing a game or whatever, whether I'm going to do those still. I may still do some. Like right now, I had Night Rain going, the modder playthrough of me and my brother playing. I was uploading that, and I had that out for like, I gotta catch it back up. I got more videos I gotta chop up and stuff like that. Maybe I'll get that done tonight, depending on how I'm feeling. I'll probably end up doing it tomorrow, if anything, because I gotta catch up on some stuff. The show being as long as it was today. So we'll see. If you guys if you're interested in that, let me know. What I may do is just upload the highlighted version so that you guys got more short form content to tune into. You get those moment to moment, as I like to call it, feels like for Hollow Knight. I was debating on doing some of just like the moment to moment. Although the audio quality on my end didn't sound great for whatever reason, my mic turned down, even though I'd never changed my mic settings. Hey, there you go. Shout out to the PC life. Yeah, man. But end of episode 199, at the beginning of the hiatus. Continue to tune in if you'd like to. Again, Saturdays won't be here for you all, but stay tuned for what else can come into the future. Nonetheless, we'll definitely keep you guys posted. I'll make sure to write a post or whatever on the channel for whatever we end up doing, so that you guys are somewhat aware. Nixie says, appreciate you guys being on this long today. Nah, man, appreciate you, man. With that, you can find me Steel Rain, T is a 7 everywhere. Again, still going to do my rain checks and stuff like that. May still upload them to Living SplitScreen as well, just to kind of do a thing while we're gone. I was kind of doing those on a daily basis. I don't know if I'm still going to do it daily. Again, they're a little bit easier. Well, I'm not even going to say they're a lot easier for me to do, because it's just like instant uploads from my phone. I use TikTok to make the main part of the video, put the words on it or whatever, and then it saves to my phone, and I just upload that as is to the channels. So I think hasn't been seen. I've been getting a bunch of views from it, but I've been getting some likes and people have been liking it. So that's the reason I do it. I just want to continue to get my how I feel about stuff out there. So, again, it's a passion of mine. I continue to love what I'm doing here, especially in the gaming space. But you got to buckle down on some things. So again, follow me everywhere. Still Rain Teaser 7. And with that, Paul, where can the beautiful people find you and anything you got going on, man?
Yes, sir. Again, thank you all. Just nothing but love, man. Again, bittersweet. 199 in the books. Again, appreciate you so much, Steel, for even pulling this one out after an accident and all the shit you got going on, bro. I can't believe it, man. 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean,
my motorcycle accident.
My energy's all over the place.
Thinking about whether or not his life was over with. And here he is today doing a 6-hour day podcast, talking about everything from games to race. Yo, this man's a beast. No, all love, brother. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I've said it all already, man. We're going to be back at some point, and just appreciate you guys for all the times that you've given us up through this 199, and 200 will be special. We'll be back again at some point, and probably do some game streams too, especially when Battlefield shows up for sure.
Oh yeah,
I'm not going to have a whole lot.
Definitely got to get some weekends on that.
Gonna make
some
some
Saturday
time.
mornings.
I'll make some hours. I'll make some hours for
or whenever.
To do that for sure.
Because now that we don't necessarily have a timeline, we could just fit it in whenever we need to.
We'll fit it in
whenever's a good time. Maybe that's in the evening.
Yep.
Maybe that's in the morning. Whenever it is best. So
exactly, we'll figure it out. But yes, y'all, please just continue to love those that are around you. Continue to hug those loved ones. Continue to be good, and focus in. And I hope you all continue to be blessed in this life until we are back again talking games. I hope you all are great. And obviously, you know where to find me on the other shows. Pong Soul, find me everywhere. You know that. Follow me, I'll follow you back. Sundays, I should say. Tomorrow night, I will be back. I couldn't go last weekend because I was over at my mom's house last weekend, but the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, I'm still going to do the Shop Podcast. Blam, Fuzzy, myself, and I think this week Korkenstein is in the house for the Shop Podcast. So be there tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Central Time. Perfect Sunday afternoon kickoff, or send off, I should say, before the week. Be over the Shop Podcast. And then, of course, Thursday nights, we got the Fun Speculation, not PM in the PM, Hoedown Showdown on Thursday nights. Family get together. Be there for that. We don't have an official name. Mav had to watch his Cowboys lose this past week, so there was no show on Thursday, but we'll be back next week. So join us there every Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time for that. And then, of course, we'll see when we see you, but it's still the golden age, people. So please get out there, continue to enjoy your games. Again, continue to spend time with those that you love. Remember the things that are important. Take care of business and be good, and play what you love. Love what you play. And I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, I want to say greatly appreciate everybody who's been tuning in on a week-to-week basis. Definitely going to miss doing this every Saturday morning, but we'll be back stronger than ever. Much love to y'all. Stay tuned, and like Paul said, man, y'all be safe, take care of yourselves, and show love to one another, if anything, man. Hey, and remember, if there's one thing that you take away, keep it live, raw, and uncut in this golden age of gaming. And not only that, know who you are as a gamer at the bare minimum, man. Much love. Y'all be safe. Peace.
I love.
Just one question. What if you miss?